Not that ketchup packet you forgot about. I'm talking about the McDonald's mobile app. Yes, you're carrying around all your McDonald's favorites, and with the app, they're only a few taps away. Download the McDonald's app today to get free medium fries at $2 minimum purchase when the Nets opposing team misses one free throw in the fourth quarter during home games. And don't forget about that ketchup packet before Laundry Day. Offer valid limited time only through NetSeason and participating McDonald's. Valid the day after opposing team misses one free throw in the fourth quarter during home games. McDonald's app download and registration required. Raptors beat the Nets 119-109. Raptors improved to 6-5 on the year. The Nets dropped to 1-10. We'll talk to you again on Friday night. Nets in Orlando, 6:50 with the pregame show. I want to thank Mike Infantino for gracing us with his presence here tonight. And Elizabeth the Real McCoy at the controls. Mike need a little help tonight, so we got him some help. Thanks to Al Rosenberg back in our studio. Capper, we'll talk to you again on Friday night.
Al Rosenberg?
Did I say Al?
Yeah.
Paul Rosenberg. I'm thinking of the great engineer Al Rosenberg.
Well, there's also a great Paul Rosenberg.
Yeah, I am sorry. Hopefully that you felt it as a compliment, Paulie. Rosie. It's because they don't call him Paul. They call him Rosie. All right, Rosie, what's the weather? Have we got? I guess look at that wind blowing out there.
It's very cold outside.
There you go.
Nice weather report. Nice job.
Rosie's a big weather guy. All right, that's enough. We got to get off the air. 119-109. Raptors win it. We'll talk to you again Friday night for the Capper Tim Capstraw. I'm Chris Carino saying so long from Brooklyn on the Fan. Sports Radio 101.9 FM and streaming on the Brooklyn Nets app.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's do it again, New York City. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We got a little bit more time tonight to unpack things. Obviously, last night, coming off the news of Brian Daboll being fired during the day, most of the conversation was around the New York Football Giants, and we'll get there again tonight. I do want to talk about the New York Jets at some point. I do want to speak about Major League Baseball. The stove is not on yet, but the GMs are meeting out in Vegas, and I haven't said a word about Luis L. Ortiz or Emmanuel Clase and their whole cheating scandal. Well, not cheating scandal, gambling scandal. I guess they were cheating the game a bit. But we'll start with your New York Knicks. And a little parallel, something I was thinking about as I was watching this Knicks, and I jokingly was tweeting out, is this Knicks team a super team? You know, when they fired Brian Daboll yesterday, I thought to myself, hey, this is New York. This guy was a dead man walking. This guy got a longer run than most guys get. He got longer than the guys before him in the same position got. Joe Judge, Pat Shermer, Ben McAdoo. And he might not have deserved it. But when I say this is New York, this is the number one market for media, the most teams, the most fans, the most people. The expectations are super high, and we've been miserable for a long time now. We haven't had a champion in the four major sports in too long now. And the New York Knicks have entered into the category of championship or bust. The New York Knicks quickly have become a team in New York that it's going to be chip or a failure. And so when they fired Tom Thibodeau, who got to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years, it kind of makes you think, right? Okay, who comes in next and how do they fix this? It's not broken, but are they able to do more to get this team over the hump? 888-808-1019. What can Brown do for you? What can the next coach of the New York Giants do for them? The Giants have talent. But if you think about where the New York Knicks were for a decade plus, 2 decades, and you think about where the Giants have been over the last 10 years, it's similar as far as a high-priced organization, you know, valued at billions, millions of fans, high expectations, but just a laughingstock. And Mike Brown, what can Brown do for you? Mike Brown wasn't the guy that most of us had talked about. As last night and in today, we're all talking about Mike McCarthy and Brian Flores and John Gruden and Lane Kiffin. Mike Brown was not anywhere near our radar after last season with the Knicks when they fired Tom Thibodeau. Nobody was pointing to Mike Brown. There's even a drop that I heard today on the Fan with Boomer saying, they're not going to hire Mike Brown. I'd be surprised. Nobody was thinking about Mike Brown. But through the process of going on the search, interviewing candidates, crossing off boxes, vetting people out, figuring out who was available and who was not, they land on Mike Brown. And I want to know how Knicks fans feel now. What can Brown do for you? He can innovate the team. He can use the bench. He can make them pick up the pace. It's not dribble the air out of the ball. It's pass the ball. As I'm watching the Knicks tonight, I'm like, wait a minute. This is fun to watch. This is good basketball. Like, how many passes did they make finding a guy cutting to the rack? Somebody wide open underneath. It was too easy at certain points. You know? And the New York Knicks right now have won 5 in a row. The New York Knicks right now are undefeated in their building. Game 11 out of 82. I know we have a long way to go, but, before I went on vacation, the Knicks stubbed their toe on the road a little bit, and hosts on this station and fans that call this station were panicking. Saying, this ain't it. Mike Brown's a clown. And I get that. Like, it's a good play on his last name. Clown rhymes with Brown, but he's not a clown. They had him mic'd up tonight. Mike is a good coach. He is enthusiastic. He is complimentary, and he's got the Knicks looking a lot different than they've looked in the past. This is the 2026 Knicks. We're not in 2026 yet, but I feel like they've stepped into modern basketball, modern-day NBA. I feel like they have made the necessary changes to get deeper. I feel like their play style, they just look different. They look different than they ever have. I mean, they made history tonight scoring 130 points. Again, that's the first time in history they scored more than 130 in 3 straight games. Different. Clearly, things have changed. Clearly, things are different. And a team like the Memphis Grizzlies, their star, Ja Morant, he turned the ball over a bunch. I think he had like 7 turnovers in the beginning of the game in the first half, and overall had like 8. That's another thing. The Knicks were taking advantage, getting points off of turnovers, playing defense. And, like Ja Morant is a star. They're showing his kicks. Shout out to Steve Novak on the broadcast, who said something about, those kicks are cool. The kids are loving the kicks, but he's got to get his game together. And you all saw, he got in some trouble last week for his comments about the coaches and the media. But your star players are still your star players for the Knicks. Your star players like Jalen Brunson come into the game. They can get you the bucket when you need it. Big body Brunson can get to the line. He can hit his threes when you need it. If you need to stop a run, he's there. Mikal Bridges is another guy. He's not an all-star, but Mikal Bridges is a guy on both sides of the floor that you can depend on, that you could count on. And then Bodega Cat, Karl Anthony Towns, trying to be a little more physical, hitting some threes, dunking the ball, making plays. Like, when you look at the box score, yes, these guys are still getting their minutes as far as like Jalen Brunson played 36 minutes. OG Anunoby played 36 minutes. Mikal Bridges, 38. Karl Anthony Towns, 32. But it looks different because they're trusting their teammates. The bench is chipping in. I mean, Jordan Clarkson now, what a difference for Jordan Clarkson as of late versus in the beginning of the season. He's coming off the bench, cooking now, microwave score, getting you points. He had 13 points tonight. Josh Hart with 8, Deuce McBride being able to get 9. And I mean, you don't need that every night. You didn't need anything from him against the measly Brooklyn Nets. So as I'm looking at this Knicks team share the ball, pass the ball, I'm just thinking about the future. I'm thinking about when we do get to April and May and June and what will be different. This is different. They'll have their legs. They'll have multiple options. They'll play a different style that should behoove them when we get to where we get to. Like, I was looking at, speaking of the Nets only win is against the Pacers. That team is 1-7, 1-8. They're not in the way. And I know the East is taking a different shape and form, but as I'm looking at the Knicks team, talking about your stars being your stars, Jalen Brunson goes out there, has 32 points tonight, 10 assists, and he was getting to those assists pretty easily. Karl Anthony Towns had a double-double, 21 points, 13 rebounds. And Mikal Bridges had 22 points. And there was this one play with Mikal Bridges that I think a lot of people were posting on Twitter that is just, him sprinting off of the turnover and running, down the court and being there. And it's just like, this is the style of play that they're trying to have. At halftime, they interviewed Rick Brunson, and he talked about, them getting the ball across midcourt, half court by 21 seconds. How when the ball goes through the hoop, the pace starts. Like, this is coaching. This is intentional. This is part of their play style. Like, is this what these guys wanted? Is this what they wanted? Moving on from Tom Thibodeau, who a lot of you called me up and said was a dinosaur, would not evolve, would not be able to change his old coaching ways to this modern day style of the NBA, and would not be able to get the Knicks to the promised land, get over the hump. Now you're seeing that Mike Brown, he's learned a lot of things from his multiple stops, and he's able to apply them to this Knicks team, and they look good. I mean, they had 114 points going into the fourth quarter. And like I said, their style of play is fun to watch. If you're a Knicks fan, you're watching the game, and obviously the Grizzlies didn't go away. You do have to put teams like that away. They did have their own runs, but it's the NBA. Teams are going to fight. Teams aren't going to lay down. But for the most part, that game was over in the second quarter. That game was done in the second quarter. I mean, the Knicks were up. It was done in the first quarter. And you can't lose a game in the first quarter. Knicks were up 42-30 in the first, but then putting another 35 versus 24 going into halftime. They were favored to win that game by 21.5 at the break. So this is an evolved Knicks team. This is a different looking group. I mean, they didn't have Mitchell Robinson. Didn't need him. Guys like Landry Shamet are starting. Landry Shamet was with the Westchester Knicks. I don't even know if he was with them at this time last year. I don't think they even started yet. Like, Landry Shamet is a guy that has become a dependable player on the team that you can count on. Josh Hart has accepted his role coming off the bench and is doing what he's got to do. Like, I see what they're doing. I see where they're going. And I joked about being a super team. Your stars are still your stars. Your role players are there. You're going to have better talent than other teams that you're going to face. And that's going to bode well for the long run. So the Knicks are 7-3, undefeated at home. They have this 7-game homestand. That's the 5th game of this homestand. That's the first half of a back-to-back. I think they have the Magic coming in tomorrow, or maybe I think the Nets might play the Magic next. No, the Magic play the Knicks tomorrow. So we'll start there. 888-808-1019. What I say about the Brooklyn Nets, man, is like, it's tough watching the Nets tonight. I had most of my attention on the Knicks game. Cool to see that the Nets brought back the Biggie Coogee jerseys, the Biggie camo. Obviously, inspired from Biggie's Coogee sweater. Funny enough, most people know Biggie was a Knicks fan, but a lot of Brooklyn natives and Brooklyn fans feel like Biggie would be a Nets fan, would rep, Brooklyn, and the Nets embrace that. That's the biggest draw that they have. They brought back these jerseys. I got to order one back in 2017, 2018 when they came out. I was too broke to get one then. I'm going to get one now. But watching the Nets tonight against former Knicks, right, as you look at the Toronto Raptors, who are 6-5, and they feature Emmanuel Quickley and R.J. Barrett, they have a decent little team. But the Nets lose by 10, 119-109. And if you're a Nets fan right now, it's quiet for the Nets. They have a couple different players that, there's some good things that you're seeing, but ultimately it's not enough to win. Nick Claxton coming through with 21. Michael Porter Jr. coming through with 21. Noah Clowney doing his thing a little bit. You're starting to see a little bit more growth from Yegor Demon, the rookie, the first-round pick, the first of their first-round picks. But, yeah, as I watch the Nets, I'm like, listen, there are a lot of talented players coming into the draft next year, And if they keep this pace, winning one game out of every 11, the bouncing ball, that lottery ball may bounce their way where they can go ahead and get a star player. You probably heard the news earlier today of Nico Harrison being dismissed. And that whole situation is just funny in itself, right? Sketchy, but funny in itself. Now the Dallas Mavericks and owner Patrick Dumont are expected to fire general manager Nico Harrison. We all knew that trade was bogus as hell when it happened. But think about all the years that Luka Doncic was up there as an MVP favorite with the Dallas Mavericks, never actually got it done. What if this is the year that he gets it done, balling out with the Lakers? Interesting, right? The NBA. 888-808-1019. Taking calls from the Knicks fans. How do you feel about Mike Brown and your New York Knicks making history? 3 games in a row, scoring 130 points. Guys off the bench getting minutes. Guys off the bench contributing. Your stars still being your stars. And another easy win as the Knicks are really making Madison Square Garden feel like a home court advantage with their Knicks City Connect court and their jerseys being debuted tonight. We'll start there, and we'll unpack everything else. It's already 11 o'clock. We got a break. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back.
On this Veterans Day, WFAN salutes all the men and women who have responded to the call to serve our nation. We thank you for your dedication to duty, your sacrifice, and your willingness to defend our freedom. From your friends at the Fan, we honor your service today and always.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Alrighty, folks. For weeks now, you've heard me speak about my new favorite water, Elevate Hydrogen-Infused Superwater. But did you know that Elevate isn't just the cleanest, most advanced water on the planet? Its potential benefits are actually backed by over 1,600 plus scientific studies. And just speaking for myself, I do feel quite amazing when I'm drinking it. So the question is, where can you pick up your Elevate? Well, if you do live in the 5 boroughs, why not stop by your local Walgreens or Duane Reade? And if you're not local, check out Elevate at Amazon for complimentary shipping. Drink Elevate, as I do.
At Audi Manhattan, experience best-in-class service in the heart of New York. Visit their Audi flagship store today, conveniently located on 55th and 11th. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence. Calling all Hoops fans, get off the bench and onto the court for another exciting basketball season with BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss a single highlight or buzzer-beating shot by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey guys, want to look like the world's most thoughtful gift giver without actually doing the work? Jenny Bird does the gifting for you. They ship fast, the packaging's already beautiful, and the jewelry effortless, stylish, and guaranteed to impress. I picked up the Constance wrap chain and the Celeste bracelet for my wife this year, and honestly, Jenny Bird made it way too easy. Get 20% off your first order at jenny-bird.com with code WFAN. That's jenny-bird.com, code WFAN.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. No one sells more Lexus vehicles in New Jersey than Ray Catino Lexus. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Unwrap exceptional offers at all models, including the all-new GX and TX at Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold and Ray Catino Lexus of Monmouth.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Otis Sports
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by hydrogen-infused water, available at Walgreens and Duane Reade. Well, the Knicks watched a 32-point lead dwindle to 10, but Jalen Brunson provided the dagger.
Pick and pop. Towns for three. Long rebound, Bridges. Brunson's wide open. His three-pointer is good. And now. 33 points off turnovers for the Knicks.
32 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds for Jalen Brunson. Knicks overwhelmed the Grizzlies 133-120. Improved to 7-0 at the Garden this year. Pushed their win streak to 5 overall. Tyler Murray, the call MSG. Mikal Bridges, 22. Karl Anthony Towns added 21 and 13 boards. Raptors disposed of the Nets 119-106. Emmanuel Quickley with 24. Aaron Glenn remains annoyed at the media, refusing to discuss who the starting quarterback is, and now he's not going to talk injuries as well.
I'm going to pass on talking about injuries. Since Rich, he's not here, has all the answers, so you guys can get all the injuries from Rich.
Glenn referring to Rich Cimini, who reported on the knee injury to Garrett Wilson that's going to keep him out 3 to 4 weeks. And David Stearns at the GM meetings discussing the idea of having Juan Soto move to a DH role to help out the Met defense.
Juan's one of our players who we believe can perform better defensively than he did last year, and I think he believes that. He's going to work hard on it this offseason. He's motivated to do that. He's proven that at previous times in his career that he can perform better in right field, and we believe he will.
40 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Inside the 11 p.m. hour on the Fan, November 11th. So we'll hit 11:11 p.m. on 11/11 soon. Keith McPherson on the Fan talking sports. Game 11 for your New York Knicks, and the phone's not ringing off the hook about Mike Brown, the bench, the rotation, the minutes, the stars being the stars, and I get that. I was just saying to Paulie, listen, there's a lot of other things to unpack if nobody's really like, yeah, the Knicks. I mean, they did make history. They look good. The Knicks start the season 7-3. That's their best start through 10 games since 2012, 2013. They're perfect at home. I believe they're the only team that's perfect at home. And this is what it's supposed to look like, folks. This is what it's supposed to look like. I mean, when you fire Tom Thibodeau and you bring in whoever it's supposed to be, you're expecting the team to roll right away. They had a little bit of a struggle. I said they stubbed their toe on the road, and that is in the past now. They are handling business. They are doing what they got to do. So, 888-808-1019. If you would like to talk the Knicks, I would like to indulge. But listen, I got to unpack a lot of things before I get out of here in less than 3 hours. You just heard Aaron Glenn. And Aaron Glenn is a funny guy. I don't understand the approach with Aaron Glenn. You just heard him talking about Rich Cimini. And Rich Cimini having all the answers and that he was not going to discuss injuries because of a report from Rich Cimini. Let it go. Let it go, bro. You have 2 wins back-to-back. You won the trade deadline as well. I don't understand Aaron Glenn and the negativity, the being the adversary of the media. Like, don't you want the media on your side? But I know what it is, because I said before we even got to this point that there was a battery in his back put there by Woody Johnson. Before he got his first win, Woody Johnson was telling him, keep the faith. You're good. And now that you've seen the moves that they made at the trade deadline, and they did get 2 wins, and now nobody want to fly with them freaking Jets. I mean, this guy is on one. It's just pointless. I really don't think that you're going to get more bees with vinegar than honey. Like, I would hope that after a couple wins, you would come off of that. And the same thing with the quarterback stuff. Justin Fields is not a good quarterback. I thought you had a plan for him. I thought Tanner Engstrand was going to get the most out of him. There is no competitive disadvantage by not telling folks that he's your quarterback or Tyrod's. Honestly, Tyrod should be the quarterback. Short week here. Patriots are banged up. We'll talk more about that Jets matchup, but I see the calls rolling in. I see some people want to talk. Let's go to Mike in Sparta on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Yo, what's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. I can't believe no one wants to talk to the Knicks right now. Let's go.
It's all we have. It's the only positive thing that we have.
like football is done. We're done.
Both teams done, cooked.
Oh, cooked. Anyway, I was at the game tonight. I do that Sports News NYC on IG too, so I appreciate the support there.
Okay.
But I was at the thanks, man. I'm just loving the style of play. I think we all appreciated Tom Thibodeau, but what we're seeing now, at least in the early going here with Mike Brown and the rest of the staff, it's just a fun style of basketball. They seem to be clicking. The chemistry seems to be there. I mean, there's not much to be upset about. It's a great style of play, and they're playing well, and I just hope it continues. But it's the only bright light we have in this area right now.
Yeah, you got to be pleased with the evolution. You got to be pleased with the product. They just dropped that Mikal Bridges got the hard hat and the Timberlands as the defensive player of the game. I think everybody's going to be happy, right? If people weren't happy in those exit meetings with Tom Thibodeau and expressed all these different things, I think right now the style of play, them sharing the ball, passing the ball, everybody eating, everybody getting theirs, it kind of just keeps the chemistry and the vibes good for at least the start of the season. And I think if they stay healthy, it's going to continue.
Absolutely. It's all about staying healthy, too. I mean, keep Mitch off for a little bit. It's okay to have a couple nights off. Didn't need him tonight. Just need him healthy in April and May and as it gets into the playoffs. But appreciate you and everything you do, and I'll keep listening, man.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, and it's fun to go to the game. I was going to go to the game on Sunday. Shout out to my guy, Nick, who had the tickets. He ended up, going into labor. His wife went into labor. He was in the hospital, had a baby, so congrats on the baby. I ended up being delayed and not getting home till 3 a.m. that morning, and by the time things rolled around, I didn't make it. But I didn't exactly want to go see the Nets get smoked by the Knicks. But at home, they're rolling. The Knicks offense at home. I just saw Hyatt Watcher put this out on Twitter. 119 points, 105 points, 128 points, 119 points, 137 points, 134 points, 133 points. So they're a machine right now. They're effective right now. And if you're going to Madison Square Garden, you're seeing buckets, you're seeing great passing, you're seeing great defense, and what's looking like one of the greater teams in the NBA. This is a team that has gone through it and done it. And I think the whole switch here, the whole evolution here is to play guys from the bench, give guys some minutes off the bench, give the starters a break, not run them into the ground, and have multiple threats, multiple guys that can shoot the three, multiple guys that can score in the paint. And that's why I said, are they a super team? Because they're looking like a team that it's like you pick your poison. Whether it's Brunson, whether it's Cat, whether it's Mikal Bridges, OG, guys coming off the bench, Jordan Clarkson, Deuce McBride. They've got a lot of talent, and many nights you're going to see that they're more talented than the teams that they're facing. In White Plains, let's go to Frank on the Fan next. What you thinking about, Frank?
Thank you very much for taking my call.
You're welcome.
And I tell you, it's really nice to watch Knicks, but we can't, badmouth the previous coach. He was a good coach. He gave us, he took us to the playoffs every year and all that. But I tell you, this guy is using, like you said, this guy is using the bench and everything. Hey, it's very exciting to watch this team, playing.
Yeah, and none of this is meant to badmouth the past coach, Tom Thibodeau, and what he did. Because,
Thibodeau,
he helped build the program and bring the program from nothing to something.
Exactly.
But clearly the players and the organization recognized they needed a more modern approach. Tibbs had been at it for decades and was kind of stuck in his ways and how he did things, and they felt like they needed to evolve. They needed to grow. They need to get with the times. And this, 2025, 2026 New York Knicks team, they look like they're playing the brand of basketball that
you're 100% right.
Could help them get to the championship.
You're 100% right. You got to use the players on the bench. Nobody even know they are even there. I have no idea who's in there. Just starting players. You know what I mean? So it looks good. I hope they're going to keep it up. That's all. And can I throw another one in about the baseball or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Listen, I'm watching all this winter meeting, about the New York Mets.
Yeah, we're going to get
Everything
there.
is about David Stearns.
Yep.
David Stearns, that's why New York Mets, they never make the playoffs because of David Stearns, of his pitching and everything.
He's only been there 2 years. They made the NLCS his first year. They missed the postseason his second year. Now here comes the rubber match. Now here comes the real one. Thanks for the call, Frank. The real test. Year 3, David Stearns. We're going to get there. We have the audio. I know you guys want to talk Pete Alonso, Edwin Diaz. You just heard what he said about Juan Soto. If you heard, the audio on the update. The GM meetings are going on right now. I believe Cashman is not there. There's news on Trent Grisham. John Heyman reported that he's going to decline the qualifying offer. I was away while the conversation was going on about that. If you would have asked me, I wouldn't have. I think I said it before I went. I wouldn't have given Trent Grisham the qualifying offer in fear that he might accept it. But, clearly a Cowboy is going to go get paid and or try to get paid. And I don't think he's going to be back for the Yankees. So the Yankees played it correctly. They'll get that pick for him. 888-808-1019. I did say that, we're going to talk Jets, and we're starting to get some Jets calls too. Joe in Brooklyn, I'll come to you right after this. But, the next thing I'm going to say here is Thursday Night Football, a short week. It is 2 first-year head coaches with their organizations, 2 guys that played for their organizations. Mike Vrabel is a guy that the Jets were interested in, but he wasn't interested in the Jets at all. Actually, Mike Vrabel was just going to use the Jets as, a ploy to make sure that he got what he wanted from the Patriots, and he did. And if you look at the Patriots, they're good again. You look at the Patriots and Drake May, there's many people making parallels to what Mike Vrabel and Drake May are in year 2 and what insert new head coach here can be with Jackson Dart with the Giants. But in, this short week, Thursday Night Football, a lot of times you do see some upsets. Speaking of the Giants were able to upset the Eagles, but that was in their building. I think a lot of times it does favor the home team. I do not expect, even though the Patriots are banged up, I do not expect the Jets to go up there to Foxborough and beat them. Not with Justin Fields throwing for however many yards he's going to throw. We don't know. You're going to have to be able to throw the ball. Their defense is good. Their secondary is good. So Aaron Glenn, change your approach, buddy, because your little 2-game win streak could be ending on Thursday. And wouldn't you want some grace? You don't want to go up there and get smoked by the Patriots. You want to contend. And I think that you have a team that's bought in right now where those guys believe in themselves. They're going to go up there and they're going to be in the fight. But I just don't understand the psyche. I don't understand the motive behind Aaron Glenn fighting with the media, being at odds with the guys that cover the team. Like, isn't that awkward to come into the room every time and have this wall up? I don't know. Jeremy's in Keyport on the Fan. What's up, Jeremy? You got it.
Hey, Keith.
Hey.
So my thing is Aaron Glenn doesn't want to talk bad on his team after a win, which I'm all for. I'm been a Jets fan forever. 2 wins back-to-back, I'm about it. But if you look at this game, Justin Fields, if you take away one play, that one play being a screen pass, which basically went for 0 air yards, he threw for 12 yards in an entire game.
That was 90% of his yards more.
I could go out there as a 32-year-old father of 2, and I could get 12 yards in an NFL game.
I could too. And I could definitely complete that screen to Breece Hall.
That's what I'm saying. It's how can you talk positive about the Jets when your quarterback is basically taking away one play, putting up 12 yards in an entire game?
I felt like the power of Nick Mangold and, 74 being honored and another Ohio team. They had a 74-yard return. That game was won by special teams. Wasn't won on offense. Now you don't have Garrett Wilson. John Mechie is trying to get acclimated. Adonai Mitchell's trying to get acclimated. And then you still have this thing with Justin Fields who just, he doesn't have it, man. And going up against the Patriots defense, they know that. I don't know. It's going to be tough. That's what I'm saying. Aaron Glenn should be treading a little different way because this week you're the only game on. It's on national television. And we're going to want to see something, or the conversation around Justin Fields is going to be loud. And like you said, they were able to survive last week. But, like, he needs to come out and have a good showing. He needs to come out and throw the ball, and he's not going to have his top target. Thanks for the call, Jeremy. 888-808-1019. See, like, when you pick a head coach, there's a lot of things. Like, this is a defensive-minded head coach, a former player on the team, and he's kind of a hard ass. Used a lot of profanity in his post-game stuff. But I guess that's what Woody Johnson wants. Right? I guess that's what he had the 33rd team go through all of these different candidates and land on Aaron Glenn for. I wonder here, yesterday was all about Joe Schoen. I feel like it got really loud around Joe Schoen because once we all kind of processed, like, yeah, but Brian Dable was going to get fired. He didn't need to last another day as Giants head coach. But then the promise of Joe Schoen being here to find the next coach, that kind of made everybody say, whoa, why? Why? And we'll get to it in a minute. There's one take that people are putting out there, and a lot of it was against me. We'll read something if I can find the comment on YouTube or wherever it is. I literally just, like, mute the tweets and don't respond anymore because I'm not going back and forth with people. But it's funny. There's one thing people are trying to absolve Joe Schoen of that I don't get. Right now, he's got to work. There's still plenty of games left. And they're not going to fire the GM because he's got to do the job. But his job is not promised. It's temporary. I don't think it's for long. Because I think, Mara and Tish said they'll have the final say on the head coach. And if they find a head coach that they like and they have a real conversation with that head coach and that coach is not really in the camp of, sign me for 5 years with Joe Schoen, who's got 1 year left on his contract, and I'll work with this guy knowing that if, things go left, he could get fired. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's convoluted. It kind of makes the job less appealing because Joe Schoen is here, and a lot of the fan base doesn't like the guy and doesn't agree with a lot of the decisions he made on personnel, draft picks, free agents that he signed, free agents that he let go. But yeah, I don't know who the next head coach is going to be. That's another thing, too, we'll talk about. My one take, which it wasn't one take. We went through probably 20 different head coach options yesterday for the Giants. And shout out to our social team who clipped me mentioning Doug Peterson and me throwing some flowers at Doug Peterson. And now people are like, oh, this guy doesn't know anything. Doug Peterson's not going to be the next head coach of the Giants. But is Doug Peterson not a good coach? He didn't win a Super Bowl? He didn't have some success in Jacksonville, where it's hard for anyone to have success? He's not someone that they would interview, get some knowledge from him, pick his brain? He's not going to be the guy because the Giants are probably still upset about Nate Sudfeld coming into the game in 2021. Joe is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Joe?
Hey, first of all, I disagree with your analysis saying that the next Giants coach could be the next Mike Vrabel and whoever the quarterback is in the Patriots.
Didn't say that. I was saying a lot of people have made the parallel of, hey, they brought in a quarterback with this rookie head coach, and look at the growth he's had in his second year. I think your radio is up in the back. It's not analysis saying that the next guy, we don't know who the next guy is going to be. The next guy could be a guy that Jackson Dart hates. So. Oh, he's gone. I disagree with your analysis. I disagree with your analysis of what was not my analysis. All I'm saying is people are saying, look, Gerard Mayo was there. They got rid of Gerard Mayo, which obviously they were going to get rid of Gerard Mayo with Mike Vrabel, a proven commodity, a Super Bowl winner with them, a champion that knows the Patriot way. Of course they were going to bring him in over Gerard Mayo. Gerard Mayo was another dead man walking. And he did a lot of things that made his bet. He said something stupid last year like, oh, yeah, once the players go out there, I can't help them. What? Once the players go out there, you're the coach. You're the head coach. You're supposed to help them. You're supposed to coach them. You're supposed to help. That's exactly what you do. What do you mean? But, yeah, no, there's no analysis saying that whoever the next head coach of the Giants is going to be Mike Vrabel and Drake May with Jackson Dart. But I think that's the hope, isn't it? Isn't that the hope? Another example is Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Isn't the hope that you get a new head coach and in the second year of your quarterback, Jackson Dart, who's already balled out, who's already gotten better week after week and shown us that he is him. He's really like that. He's a hooper. He's going to ball. Like, the hope is that the next head coach comes in and the kid continues to take another step to being one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL. Drake May did. Drake May is an MVP conversation. You guys just saw Caleb Williams last week. He's not an MVP conversation, but the kid with the painted nails, he was able to wiggle out of some sacks and run the ball and throw the ball and make enough plays to beat the Giants. They're 6-3. They're 6-3. So it can happen quickly in the NFL. And this is going to be a very appealing job because of the talent in the last 2 drafts. It's going to be a very appealing job because it's the New York Football Giants in this market. You have the quarterback. You have wide receiver 1. You have a running back coming back at some point. You have a couple running backs. You have Abdul Carter. You know, and the take that I was talking about, and we'll get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. I see you guys calling in, and we could do everything. We don't have to stick with the Knicks. Like I said, we're going to unpack everything tonight because I have a little bit more time. Last night was strictly really just Brian Daboll, Joe Shane, Jackson Dart, and New York Giants. But there's this one take that's like, I don't know, people are bugging out about. And I think it's because I said this yesterday as far as, like, the Evan Neal miss alone could get you fired. And I'm seeing a lot of people run with, oh, Evan Neal was a consensus top pick. Evan Neal, everybody had him on their draft boards as number 1. Evan Neal was supposed to go there. Evan Neal actually was the second offensive lineman taken, I believe. But none of that matters. When I say that can get you fired, you have a number 5 overall pick and you miss on that guy, that can get you fired. Like, for all the people saying what Evan Neal was supposed to be, he came to the Giants and he was none of that. He doesn't even dress. He's inactive. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the general manager of the team. Oh, yeah, Keith, don't blame him for Evan Neal's development. Why not? Wasn't he a part of the scouting, and wasn't he a part of bringing him into the building and figure, like, that's what the general manager's supposed to do. They're supposed to recognize talent, and if you're going to use a number 5 overall pick on a guy, you better be sure. Now, I know there's some other things that went on with Evan Neal, and we always talk about how he got mad and talking about, like, you know, a lion doesn't care about the opinion of sheep. You know, what do those guys do? Flip burgers and serve hot dogs? And it was like, hey, whoa, buddy, don't go there. But that's under your watch. That's a huge miss. So I don't understand the people that are now defending the Evan Neal pick, now defending Joe Shane and that pick. There was no other pick to make. Of course there was. Of course there was. Right? The Falcons weren't supposed to pick Michael Penix Jr. 8 overall. You see this every year. Wasn't a lock that the Jaguars were supposed to pick Travis Hunter. You go get the guy that you want that's supposed to fit your system. And when you go get a guy that comes in and is a complete bust, that's forever, right? Whoever picked Jamarcus Russell is fired now. Whoever picked Ryan Leaf is fired now, you know? And you got to make up for it quickly. And I don't know if they have. When you're picking that high in the draft, which it seems like the Giants always are as of late, you got to hit on those. You don't want to be picking that high in the draft. You got to hit on those picks. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mike in Philadelphia on the Fan next.
Hey, Keith. Love listening to the show. I'm a dad of little kids too, man, and 2 daughters, 4 and 2. Man, it's a grind, but a lot of fun. And I love when you mention that stuff. But
God bless you, man. I'd like to have a second one, but my 2.5-year-old is a maniac just by himself.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine with boys. I got a nephew. They're wild and everything, but it's all good. Just on the Giants, quick, not to beat a dead horse, but with the coaches, like it's just frustrating, man. Like I agree with you on McCarthy, and I know you know him from the Cowboys, and his game management's bad, but it's like I just want an adult in the room. Don't know if I could trust the coordinator. Like I really wish Mike Tomlin would come, but obviously that's not going to happen. And you're looking at maybe Lane Kiffin, or do you look at a coordinator? And just on the Knicks quick, just excited. No, it's the regular season, not playing anyone great, but it just seems like their window, man, in the East, like this is the time. And, you know, Orlando, Cleveland, they're tough, but, you know, Philly and Boston kind of mid. And it seems like, you know, the Knicks got to get to the finals this year. And just wondering what you thought on both those.
Yeah, I'll take it from here, Mike. Thanks for the call. And shout out to your 2 little girls at home. Keep being a good dad for them. You know, with the head coaching search, with Mike McCarthy, that's a guy worth interviewing. He won a Super Bowl. He's got a ton of experience. He's done it in 2 places that have won. Not won it all, but the Packers, he won it all. But you know, franchises that have won, that have met in the playoffs, the Cowboys and the Packers, they've met just in the last, 10 years, 11 years, 3 times. So, Mike McCarthy is worth consideration. I just think that, you're going to be frustrated with the guy in similar ways that you were frustrated with Dable, with, decision-making down the stretch, calling timeouts, game management. That was his M.O. He would kind of be a deer in headlights when you needed him most. I also feel like he's aging out, where he's a little bit too old. And this Giants team is one of the younger teams in the NFL. I don't know if he'd connect with these guys the same. I don't know if, he's 62, bro. You understand? He's 40 years older than Jackson Dart. Lane Kiffin, they're talking about Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin's not coming up here. He's staying in the SEC. He's good down there. But they're talking about him being a hot commodity and maybe taking another head coaching job. LSU is available. Florida, some other spots. But I also think he's good at Ole Miss. He's going to keep building Ole Miss in this NIL era. Who else you mentioned? Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is Sigsberg, bro. He's not going anywhere. We'll see how that division shakes out, but I feel like Mike Tomlin's not going anywhere. He does not want to come over here. And they're not trading him. And then, who else did he say? I think those are the 3 names he said coach-wise. We got a break. 888-808-1019. He did say something else, and I'm blanking on it because I'm thinking about these coaches. What was the next thing that he went into? Knicks? Yes. He talked about the Orlando Magic. The Orlando Magic haven't clicked yet. You'll see them coming up. And it's still very early in the season where I can't judge something. The Pistons are number 1, right? The Knicks are right underneath them. The 76ers came out of the gate hot, right? I can't say that again, Paul. You can speak up.
The Knicks window. So the window of opportunity for the Knicks is now.
Of course it is. It was last year, this year, and probably next year. That's the 3-year window. The expectation is to win the East, and they certainly can. And now it's going to start getting good. They're going to start cooking up against these different teams. It's funny enough that the Pistons have the best record, who they knocked out in the first round last year. I don't know what to believe this early on with 11 games being played, but I know that the Knicks have more talent than a lot of teams. I know that the Knicks' new strategy philosophy is going to behoove them, and we'll see how they match up. 888-808-1019, still taking calls on the Knicks, on the Giants head coach search. Definitely going to start talking a little bit more baseball as David Stearns is on my screen now. Talk about the Mets and the Yankees offseason. Of course, we're going to talk about Aaron Glenn and the Jets. It's wide open to unpack everything. Definitely, when we come back, too, I want to hit the Emmanuel Clase and Luis L. Ortiz story. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Stay with us. I'm coming right back.
On this Veterans Day, WFAN salutes all the men and women who have responded to the call to serve our nation. We thank you for your dedication to duty, your sacrifice, and your willingness to defend our freedom. From your friends at the Fan, we honor your service today and always.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
This winter's shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pen cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Talk New York sports on the Fan. Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy Rinse tonight. And I need it more. I can't pass the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park. Downy Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Who's ready to hit the ice? It'll be another exciting hockey season with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss any of the action on the ice by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards may vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I just realized I missed 11:11. I didn't see it on the clock. I didn't say it. Supposed to make a wish, especially if you can hit the 11:11 p.m. on 11:11 on the calendar. Damn, missed opportunity. Keep McPherson on the Fan talking sports, man. And let's talk about this Emmanuel Clase, Luis L. Ortiz thing before we do get to some cuts from President of Baseball Operations for the Metropolitans, David Stearns, at the GM meetings out in Viva Las Vegas. You know, as I'm reading this article in The Athletic, you know, before I get into some of the details, I'm just thinking about, like, who advises these dudes? Who is around these guys to throw away your Major League Baseball career, to throw away millions of dollars in a scheme to make people thousands of dollars? It doesn't make any sense. And then it just dawns on me a couple ways. I'm like, are they that dumb? Maybe they're just not that bright. Ball players, dumb jocks, it's a common thing. Maybe they're just not that smart to think that this could go on. Speaking of the Brooklyn Nets and Michael Porter Jr. not too long ago, Michael Porter Jr. was on a podcast talking about, hey, you know, once you start making money, you got family and friends they want a handout. Instead of sending them money, you know, you could have them bet on some things that, you know, have to do with your performance, and that's a way to pay them out. No, it's not. That's a way to be federally indicted. So, I mean, Class A was not in custody as of early Sunday afternoon. He's out of the country, according to a law enforcement source. But Luis L. Ortiz was arrested Sunday in Boston and is set to appear in court on Monday. Major League Baseball rather wait to, like, discipline them until spring training. But I think the chances of these guys pitching again are slim to none. They don't need them. And you know what I also thought about Emmanuel Clase? I knew Clase was a bozo back in 2024 when the Yankees got to him. I think it was a Judge and Stanton that homered off of him. And then after the game, he's like flexing his trophies and his his accolades on Instagram. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Like, basically trying to show, like, I'm still elite, I'm still the man. You just got. So, like, just that alone, I'm like, this guy doesn't get it. He's not all there. But to think about this scheme that this dude set up, where he's one of the best relievers in baseball. He's one of the top relievers in the game. And he throws gas. He comes in at the end of the game throwing 99, 100 miles an hour. He was on his phone at 3:16 p.m., April 26th, before a game. Before he entered the game, It was during a game before he entered the game in the 8th inning. So just that alone, you're not that bright, bro. Like, your phones, all this stuff is on record. You're not supposed to be on the phone during the game. So he texted someone sitting in the stands at Progressive Field. Then he had a 2-minute phone call, despite MLB rules prohibiting players from using their phones. 4 minutes later, a group of bettors won about $11,000 by wagering on a particular pitch by Class A that would register slower than 97.95 miles per hour. So he's throwing his off-speed stuff, not his fastball. There's also video, too, because Luis L. Ortiz and him, like, it's funny. There's a video of Luis L. Ortiz versus Anthony Volpe, who we all know Volpe was swinging out of his shoes. Volpe was struggling. Volpe partly foiled their plans. Like, there's a video floating around on MLB Trash Talkers. Anthony Volpe's plate discipline, or lack thereof, is single-handedly responsible for foiling an alleged gambling scheme involving Luis L. Ortiz. You can hear him, and I can't play it, but you can hear him drop the F-bomb in the video because Volpe swings. He strikes Volpe out. Volpe swings at a pitch that he intended to be a ball. Guys, bet on that pitch. Andy Paez from the Dodgers, another guy that swings out of his shoes. A ball in the dirt turns into a strike that they intended on, cashing in and making money on. So it is kind of crazy to think. And like, supposedly MLB just came out with a ruling that like you can't bet. Like, and that's one of the first things you can bet if you're like me, a gambling fiend. One of the first things you can bet when you go into any game in Major League Baseball is the first pitch and the speed of it. What's going to be Max Fried's velocity? And now I think they're going to limit how much you can actually wager on that. 888-808-1019. Like, all this stuff is going to continue to come out. Part of me also thought maybe they were like, listen, Ohtani got away with it. He did much worse than us. So we'll be fine. We'll be able to fight this in court. Maybe they needed a translator to take the fall.
Shohei Ohtani.
It always comes back to Shohei, right? It always comes back to how quickly they got Shohei's situation under control, had a fall guy, had a storyline. Oh, no, it was him. But the rest of these guys are fully investigated, implicated, and indicted. 888-808-1019. Still taking my calls on the other topics, but pretty soon we'll get into David Stearns, his comments about the Mets. I just want to ask the Met fans, like, are you still mad or are you over it? Are you still hot about the way that the season ended, or you kind of just accepted it? Are you lumping it in with the past history that, hey, we don't make the postseason twice? Or are you pointing at David Stearns saying, bro, you didn't do enough. You better do enough. As I joked before about, hey, his first year he made it to the NLCS. Second year didn't make it to the dance at all. This third year is a real measuring stick for him, for Carlos Mendoza. And now the window opens up for that 10-year span that Steve Cohen talked about, winning a World Series, winning 2 World Series. Didn't get 1 in the first 5. Now you got to get 2 in the next 5. But you can. Juan Soto can do it. Juan Soto can move to DH and carry the Mets. But yeah, we'll get into David Stearns in a second. Lou in Astoria is back on the fan. What you thinking about, Lou?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, gambling is pretty, man, that is tough. You know what I mean? Those 2 guys from the Indians, Cleveland or whatever now. That's why P. Rose, everybody wants to put him in the Hall of Fame. P. Rose was accused of doing something. He lied about it, and he kept on gambling right after it. So, I really got no respect for him. He got to, he doesn't get in. I'm sorry, he passed away. Rest in peace. But that's a defeat. It's pretty bad. Anyway, I was going to talk to you about who should be the coach of the Giants, and I know that they're saying that he doesn't want to come, but money talks. Okay? Bill Belichick, okay? If you offer him control of the entire team, he might think about it, okay? And there was a caller today in the afternoon, if you were listening, that said that Bill Belichick was overrated, that actually Brady made him a great coach. But, I can only say this. Bill Belichick made Bill Parcells a Hall of Famer. Bill Parcells never won a game, okay, in the playoff without Bill Belichick, okay? That's how good he was. To me, and I might be wrong, maybe I don't know what you're going to say, He's one of the greatest coach that ever coached a football team. What is your thought?
Thanks for the call, Lou. Yeah, so the Giants should hire him to be their defensive coordinator if he did that much for Bill Parcells. They're looking for a head coach, though. And then that head coach is going to bring in their defensive coordinator. Bill Belichick isn't as shiny of an object anymore for two reasons. One, he goes to Chapel Hill, drops down to the college ranks, hasn't gone so well, hasn't gone so good. Even at that level, he's a defensive-minded coach. Their defense is much better than their offense. And UNC has been trash. Like, I watched JMU kick their ass last year. And shout out to the Dukes. The Dukes have cracked into the top 25 at 25. I haven't really got into that. I am super proud of the two schools that I strapped the helmet on for in college. Monmouth University is 8-2. James Madison University is 8-1 on a, I think, 7-game win streak. 25 in the country. And this is the future that both schools talked about long ago when I was there. It's kind of amazing to see them both be super competitive at the levels they're at. It's amazing. Anyway, sidebar. Shout out to the Dukes of JMU and the Hawks of Monmouth University. Very proud to say that I had scholarships to play football at both. I was trash. I was on the bench. I partied, and I was much more focused on chicks than I was on the playbook. But I balled in practice. The homies know. The people that were around know. Anyway, Bill Belichick and him getting full control, that's possible. That's possible because then they could fire Joe Shane and say, hey, well, Bill Belichick's coming in with all his experience, but how does he work with Jackson Dart? How did he work with Mac Jones? I do give Tom Brady a lot of credit, and I think we started giving Tom Brady that credit when we saw Bill Belichick fall apart and the Patriots fall apart and them show him the door, while Tom went down to Tampa and won a Super Bowl with them. So that whole Patriot way, yeah, it sounds good. Do your job. Like, Tom Brady was the coach of the team, too. He was an offensive coach on the field. Tom Brady deserves a lot of credit and respect for the success of those teams. Bill Belichick, I don't think he's going to be the Giants' answer. I think they want an offensive-minded coach. Of course, they want someone that's done it before. If they want to interview him, fine. I remember last year saying that, damn, the Jets won't even interview him. The Jets interviewed everybody else, but I think Woody held the grudge. And the other reason that Bill Belichick isn't a shiny object anymore, he's literally got a 24-year-old girl that follows him around, and he's super whipped by this chick. I don't like to get too deep into all that, but if you know, you know. Like, it's odd, strange, and like, you can't bring Bill Belichick in because Jackson Dart might bag his girl. Justin is in Floral Park on the Fan. What's up, Justin?
I can't believe you just said that, Keith. I'm dying. That's hilarious. Keith, two things. Number one, did you see the thing about Hal wants to lower the payroll to under 300? Are we serious? I mean, what's going on here?
Sorry, I thought my mic was on. I said,
I thought I lost you. I thought you were shocked. You were speechless.
No,
that's what I thought happened there.
Sometimes I try to kill the mic because I get feedback with my headphones.
Yeah.
But no, I said last year when they changed the beard policy, Chris Kirshner asked him about the amount of money they spent, and he said, I think I spent enough at 307, 308.
But he wants to go under that now, Keith. Is he out of his mind?
No, I understand.
There's going to be a strike in 2027. Everybody knows that. So why not go all in? You haven't won a championship in 16-plus years, which in Yankee land is like the Mets not winning since 86. Okay? It's a long time. So why not go all in, get Tucker here, re-sign Bellinger, and trade for a pitcher? Get rid of get some bullpen arms. Okay? Because Rondon's not coming back for a little bit. Cole's not going to be back till July. So, like, what are we doing here, Keith? Are we trying to win, or are we trying to waste Judge's, just like the Buffalo Bills are wasting Josh Allen.
Trying to win, but not at all costs.
Correct. Okay, because Brandon Beane didn't go all in for Buffalo at the deadline, so another year is going to be wasted. Josh Allen ain't going to the Super Bowl, and now we're doing the same thing with Aaron Judge.
Oh, didn't you sign McCole Hardman? Didn't McCole Hardman come?
Listen. I forgot he's a Super Bowl guy, so maybe we'll beat the Chiefs again when it matters, maybe. But now I got to worry about the New England Patriots. I got Dave Portnoy touting how the Patriots are back. I mean, are you serious, dude? They played absolutely nobody. They finally beat a good team in Tampa and my team. My team's not even good. Okay, because we got a terrible coach.
I couldn't believe that. I had so many bets and parlays that included the Bills. I'm watching that game, and I'm shaking mad. I couldn't believe that they got smoked by the Dolphins. I'm like, nobody had this.
I did, and I'll tell you why.
How did Josh Allen not score?
Keith,
How did James Cook not score?
I know. Keith, you know why? Because they played at 1 o'clock. And it's like 100 and something degrees there.
Yeah, it's just a different.
And the Bills have never won a 1 o'clock game. If you remember when they won the division, it was a primetime game, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, when they played Miami, there's something that goes on in Miami.
Year, yes, at 1 o'clock. They're partying. Thursday night football, night game. They killed Miami, okay? They had no Tyreek Hill. That's what happened, Keith. They did not take the game seriously, and they played down to the competition. Okay, I knew Keith, look at all the upsets that happened on Sunday. Carolina lost to the Saints, who are the worst team in football. 10-7.
Yeah, Tyler Shugg.
The Jets, the stinking Jets beat Cleveland. Are you kidding me? And I know Cleveland's not good, but let me ask something. How many sacks did Garrett have? Did Garrett come to play?
No, and for their quarterback to pass for 12 yards, that's unheard of. They said the chances of winning that
parlays,
game.
Right, Keith? You're talking about parlays. You know, I had a parlay for Garrett to have 2 sacks, and he didn't have it. Okay, this thing is all
Will
fixed,
McDonald had 4 sacks in the game.
Fixed, Keith. Okay, you talked about Mike running back, James Cook. He scores a touchdown every game. Did he have one?
No, I had him in multiple touchdown parlays.
Of course, it's fixed, Keith. Okay, they know when you have the parlay. They know how many people are taking that parlay, and they're saying, hey, you can't get a sack here. Hey, you're not supposed to score a touchdown. Go down at the 1 yard line. Here's one for you, and the last time I'm going to talk about betting. My buddy had everything right except one guy on Sunday. You know who it was?
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, yes. How does Christian McCaffrey get down at the 1 yard line, and then they take him out and put in Brian Robinson?
I'm telling you, I was shaking mad. I blamed it on being on vacation for a week. I'm like, Derrick Henry's another guy that didn't score. David Montgomery didn't score. I'm like, how is this happening?
Because it's fixed, Keith. When you go to football games, you're a smart guy. You go to the NBA games. What is all advertised there? DraftKings, FanDuel. It's all fixed, bro. That's why these sports are doing it. They're trying to get suckers like you and me spending our hard-earned money. And listen, I bet $10. That's all I bet. But I'm still pissed off because I hate to lose.
$10 minimum per parlay. Thanks for the call, Justin. I'm down a few hundo off of last year. I'm like, damn. How 64 touchdowns were scored. Bijan Robinson can't score. You just heard me say Josh Allen, James Cook. CMC doesn't score. He's a lock to score. Like, Derrick Henry can't get in the end zone? You're kidding me. All right, 888-808-1019. I got 2 hours left. We're going to unpack some more things. David Stearns and the Mets conversation coming up next. BRB.
On this Veterans Day, WFAN salutes all the men and women who have responded to the call to serve our nation. We thank you for your dedication to duty, your sacrifice, and your willingness to defend our freedom. From your friends at the Fan, we honor your service today and always.
Make your holidays memorable at a Lexus from Ray Katina. The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here. Drive home luxury in a GX or TX with class-leading storage. Celebrate the season in style at Ray Katina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Katina Lexus of Monmouth.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. J. Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Knicks led by as many as 28 as they dismissed the Grizzlies 133-120. Jalen Brunson, 32 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds, but still wasn't pleased with the fact that Memphis pulled to within 10 in the final minutes.
We got a lot of work to do. That fourth quarter is just, it's not us. The way they played in the fourth, they kept fighting, and we just let them them back in the game, but it's just, we got to continue to fight, man, and not just give in and not be complacent when things are going easy. So we got to pick that up.
That courtesy of MSG. Mikal Bridges, 22. Karl Anthony Towns, 21, 13 rebounds. OG Anunoby, 16. While Jordan Clarkson added 13 off the bench as the Knicks win streak is up to 5. Raptors overpowered the Nets, 119-106. Emmanuel Quickley, 24. Michael Porter Jr., Nick Claxton, each with 21 for Brooklyn. And David Stearns at the GM meetings discussing the possibility of bringing back both Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso for next season.
Look, we love both Pete and Edwin. They've been great representatives of the organization. We'd love to have them both back. At this stage of the offseason, it's really tough to predict any outcomes, but certainly we'd love to have both those guys back.
39 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Hey. Good morning. We talk sports here, and I like sports, and I like talking. 888-808-1019 if you're into that as well. Let's talk all the sports, bro. Let's get into some of this metropolitan stuff with David Stearns. I'm kind of looking at David Stearns with a side eye. Because I'm looking at him now like, yo, you're under more of a microscope than you realize. Congratulations to Pat Murphy, NL Manager of the Year again, who has now won back-to-back Manager of the Year awards since David Stearns left the building. The Brewers are all right. But, like, this Mets season was an all-time fail. It was an incredible collapse. I'm looking at you, David Stearns. How are you going to fix this? There should be more urgency in your tone. But there isn't. There isn't going to be. He's too smart for that. He isn't approaching it like that. And I still think that there's some small market in the man from Milwaukee. And I think this offseason needs to be the year that they meet in the middle. Small market, David Stearns, and big money, Steve Cohen. 888-808-1019. What I mean is you got to pay Pete Alonso. I don't care. They have to outbid whomever pulls up looking for Pete Alonso's services. Pete Alonso can't wear another uniform. I don't expect Pete Alonso to get a 7-year deal, but 5 years should do it. And, boy genius, figure out how to set up that contract structure that, give Pete Alonso a suite, security detail, wardrobe for his mom, little perks and stuff. Give him some bonuses if he makes the All-Star game, if he wins MVP, Pete doesn't want to leave. Edwin Diaz also doesn't want to leave, but you got to pay Edwin Diaz too, especially with the problems that you have with your pitching. That's the closest thing to a lock that you have stepping on that mound. Edwin Diaz needs a new deal. He's got to get paid. So we're in the process right now of switching out Met fans that are producing the show. I had Paul queue up some David Stearns stuff. Fleegs is going to take over, but I got to give Fleegs a minute to get settled. So as the Met fan is listening to David Stearns talk about Juan Soto, Mark Vientos, Brett Beatty, Pete Alonso, Edwin Diaz at the GM meetings, I want to hear from you as far as, are you out for blood this offseason? Do you feel this urgency? It's funny. I think I caught a little bit of Evan and Tiki. I was running out to the store. And I don't know if I told this story yesterday. I think I tweeted it out. My dumbass went to the store. And I put everything on the belt. And there was a guy in front of me, so I didn't have the full belt. And then I loaded some stuff up on the metal part of the belt that's to ring up your stuff. And then I go and I start bagging my groceries. I pay for my groceries. And buddy behind me did not push my stuff because he probably was like, whoops. Somebody on live just saw me knock my water off trying to reenact the whole situation. Buddy did not push my stuff onto the belt because he probably was like, I don't know if you want to pay for that or not. I don't know you. I'm mind my business. But then I get home and I'm like, yo, where's my steak? I thought I picked up some more peanut butter. I need the protein. I'm trying to have muscles. I'm like, what the? I'm looking through these stupid bags that they make us bring to the stores now. And then I find the receipt, and I'm like, I didn't pay for that. So I go back to the store today. I think I was listening to Evan and Tiki, and they were talking about the different managers, coaches in New York, and how like none of them are hardos. Aaron Glenn is trying to be, and somehow they get to talking, and they're talking about Carlos Mendoza, and they're giving him props, and Tommy gives him props for going to the NLCS in his first year. And it's like, yeah, but like he went to the NLCS in his first year, then he didn't make the postseason in his second year. And they said something along the lines of like, Tommy said, like, Evan, how many times have the Mets made the NLCS in our lifetimes? Like, it's a big deal. It's a bigger deal to make the NLCS and then not make the postseason in the following year when you add Juan Soto. So here we are. Juan Soto is a Met. Pete Alonso is a free agent. Edwin Diaz is a free agent. There are also other free agents that you might be interested in. Kyle Tucker, Cody Bellinger, Alex Bregman. Should be interested in the top arms. But, like, part of me feels like David Stearns is not feeling like the fans. Even though he used the fans and played into, I used to sneak into Shea Stadium. How? How do you sneak into the stadium? How? You grew up a Met fan. Then you should know that these Met fans right now are disappointed. There was so much hype and excitement going into last season. Amazing Day, the Mets house, spring training. I remember watching that first Mets spring training game. The whole 7 line was down there. Juan Soto homered. I'm like, here we go. It's a Mets world we're living in. So, like, what is Steve Cohen and David Stearns going to do to correct this, to right the ship? They could go out there and get whoever they want. They could definitely go out there and bring their own guys back, but there's a part of me that feels like David Stearns is going to stick to his process. There's a part of me that feels like David Stearns is going to keep with his small market mentality. I don't know if we have the audio, and we'll get there in a second, but there was a quote that I heard from him earlier talking about the young players. I was like, nobody wants to hear that. This is a win-now team. This is New York. As we're talking about, the Knicks are now championship or bust. Like, the Mets are expected to compete for a championship. Nobody wants to hear about your young players that are developing and the potential that they have. We're past that. Like, the Mets got to come back with a vengeance this year. They got to come back and dominate out of the gate and sustain that the entire season. And they got to save us from the Dodgers, right? They got to knock off the Dodgers. 888-808-1019. Fleegs, when you get a minute and you get set, we're just going to cue up the David Stearns audio and react to it. I'm trying to find the one where he was talking about the young players. And I'm like, bro, nobody cares about the young players. Go find proven players. Sign them and bring back your proven Mets that are all-stars. Make sure those guys are back with the team, or the fans are going to be pissed off and disappointed. They're not going to accept, we've got some good young talent. We've got some good young. Yeah, he said, we've got some really good young players coming, and we're very optimistic about what our team is going to look like going forward. We need to give young players a chance to play. Stop right there. Stop right there. That's what you said last year. And that's why you chose to not bring back OMG Candelita, right? Because you just had to see what Acuna and Beatty and Vientos and Alvarez had. You banked on the young guys to carry you through the end of the regular season into the postseason on the mound. Jonah Tong, Brandon Sproat, Nolan McLean, and he came up just a little short. So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that now. And obviously I'm not a Met fan, but I'm none of these fans. I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm not a Giants fan. I'm not a Rangers fan. Doesn't matter what you're a fan of. I'm a sports fan. And from the outside looking in, I want to know what the fans think. Are you accepting that? Oh yeah, there's some young talent, or no? Are you supposed to be like? And this goes to both the Yankees and the Mets. The team that spent the most money the last 2 off seasons won the last 2 World Series. I know it's not as simple as that. The Blue Jays were also the Blue Jays were right. Came up just short. But the team that spent the most money back-to-back off seasons. Won back-to-back World Series. It's not a coincidence to me, especially when you look at their pitching. Yeah, it helps to have Blake Snell. Yeah, it helps to have Glass now. And most importantly, it helps to go pay Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who the Mets wanted, the Yankees wanted. I mean, talk about how he used Steve Cohen. Steve Cohen took his whole family out to dinner at a French cuisine in Japan. Flew all the way over to Japan and said, bring your whole family. I got it. I got it. It's all me. It's all me, Yoshi. And then when Yoshinobu Yamamoto came to the States, he said, you can come to my home. You can come to my estate. I'll open the doors to where I live to try and get you to be a Met. And all Joel Wolf and Yamamoto did was take their offer and run back to the Dodgers. And that crook, Shohei Ohtani, said, I'm going to defer 80% of my contract so we can make this happen. 888-808-1019 as we do queue up some of the David Stearns audio, and now the calls are rolling in. It's simple, man. Before we end up locking out, before we end up having some kind of salary cap, spend the money. The Mets are willing to spend the money. They gave the largest contract in the history of the sport to Juan Soto. Wasn't enough. They paid him more than Ohtani. Ohtani is the pitcher that I didn't mention out of Glass now, Blake Snell, Yamamoto. He pitched too in this postseason. Got their bang for the buck out of him. First 2 years he's on the team. Back-to-back World Series champs. Oh, I also forgot Roki Sasaki, who was crying in the club. They turned him into their closer. Worked out. It's nice to have Freddie Freeman on the team. It's nice to have Mookie Betts on the team. It's nice to have Teoscar Hernandez on the team. Kike Hernandez on the team. Cost-effective postseason performer. Hector is in the Bronx with us next on the Fan. Hector, you got it.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm all right.
I want to ask you about the state of the Yankees real quick, right? I know that they're trying to save money and everything like that, but I want to ask you, what sense does it make offering Grisham $22 million? Can't that money be allocated better and differently and in a better way, or we can make our team better? I don't see how he makes our team better.
So from what I understand, there are reports that he's not going to accept the qualifying offer. And so why the Yankees did it is that when he signs elsewhere, they'll get the draft pick.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just confused, man. I'm like, wait a minute.
No, I was confused too. Last week I wasn't on, but when I heard that they gave him the qualifying offer, I'm like, for what? What if he takes it?
Exactly. That's what my big worry is. Yeah.
I'm like, what if it all doesn't work out for him and he takes it? For me, seeing what he did not do as the leadoff hitter in the postseason, a guy that all we talked about all season was, he's clutch. He's hitting bombs. Let's get this guy to October. He's going to help Judge. He couldn't help.
No,
he's lost a step in the outfield. It was a good pop for a year. It was a good prove-it year, bet on yourself year for the guy. I mean, we got to move on. I don't need Trent Grisham on this team.
Realistically, what would your off-season moves be if you were playing GM? What would you do to improve our team? I'll listen. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Hector. I'm going to get Kyle Tucker. But I'm not the GM. I'm not Hal Steinbrenner. They said the 3 teams that are going to be in on Kyle Tucker are, hold on now, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Blue Jays. Yeah, those are the same teams that were in on Juan Soto. All the teams that were in on Juan Soto that didn't land Juan Soto went to the playoffs. I'm also going to get another starter just because Carlos Rodon won't be available right away, because Garrett Cole, who was tonight quoted saying that his rehab is going very well. I'm going to get another arm just because you can never have enough pitching. Volpe is the biggest kind of like the outfield. You have Dominguez, you potentially have Spencer Jones, you probably have Cody Bellinger. I believe Cody Bellinger wants to come back, and I think he's going to nudge Scott Boras hey man, make it happen with Cashman. So I'm not really worried about that. Judge is going to continue to be the right fielder. Stanton is your slow DH. But the Volpe thing to me is the one thing that I'm just like, and I feel for the kid, obviously, but I don't care because I care about the Yankees. I care about winning. Volpe needs to improve. How is he improving after getting surgery? How is he improving this winter? How is he working on the flaws in his game? So the Yankees are going to trot out an infield of Ben Rice at first base, another guy that needs to work on his game at first base. Goldie's gone. Jazz Chisholm at second base, Jose Caballero at short, and then Ryan McMahon at third. Like there's issues with that, bro. And I don't care about what we saw in the World Series. Oh, we need contact hitters. We need the Ernie Clements and the Addison Bargers and the Dalton Varshos. Like that team caught lightning in a bottle. They're not going to be the same team. Thank God they didn't win. I think that happened on a Saturday night, and I didn't return to air. I fell asleep on that game, and when I woke up in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m. and I checked the score, I was so, thank God they didn't win. And I did my best to mush them. I remember I was on, I think when they won Game 5, and I said, how do they not win one of these next two games in their building? Yoshinobu Yamamoto, that's how. Worth every penny. Man, sometimes you just got to pay for these guys, bro. It's that simple. If you want to win, stack the deck. In this window of Judge and Cole and Stanton that's going to be closed in a year, if I'm the GM, like Bo Bichette is not somebody I would sign. I'd talk to him though. I need more hitters in this lineup. It sucks. It sucks that this was a year that Judge actually comes through, and we're thinking we have a deep lineup, and these guys are squeezing the bat too tight and striking out, can't get it done. Got beat in Yankee Stadium. I'll never get over that one, boy. Got beat in Yankee Stadium in a bullpen game against a bullpen that you got to in the series. You saw all those guys. Ryan McMahon hits a home run. I'm like, the irony of this. We would end up in a situation like this. But yeah, if I'm the Yankees, I'm getting more hitters, different kinds of hitters for this lineup. And I'm adding another arm to this rotation. And there's guys out there, they're not going to spend the money. There's guys that they're probably going to invite to camp, like a Carlos Carrasco type last year. And they'll figure that they can get by with Will Warren, Cam Schlittler. We'll see what happens with Luis Heel, but I don't know if his trade value. He's going to be here. Max Fried. They'll have somebody else fill in until, guys get back. I don't expect them to spend the money is what I'm telling y'all. I don't expect them to. I expect them to look at the roster and say, we're good. We won the same amount of games as we won going to the World Series the year before. If we won one more game, maybe things shake out differently for us. And not for nothing, we lost the last 2 years to the two teams that were in the World Series. We're right there. If it's the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, we're right there. Blue Jays aren't going to be back next year. We're right there. If it's me though, I'm pushing my chips in even more. If I'm right there, I'm pushing my chips in even more to make sure I'm here. If it's the Dodgers again, I'm the team in the American League meeting the Dodgers. I'm winning the East, and that's the thing too. To hell with the off-season signings and whoever you get. I don't know, go sign Michael King back to shore up this rotation. The biggest thing that I need to see with the New York Yankees is urgency, bro. And not this country club laissez-faire attitude, not this cavalier attitude every week, every series, as far as changing the lineup, resting players, pitching guys to build up their confidence, blowing games late because you want to pitch a Mark Leiter Jr. or a Jonathan Loaizaga. You know what I'm saying? Picking guys up off the scrap heap we got Ryan Yarbrough. How long is that going to last? Urgency to win these games, because in this current format, it behooves you to skip that first round and give yourself the path of least resistance. Like, I really do believe things go differently if it's the Blue Jays playing the Red Sox in the first round, and the Yankees could set their pitching up differently in their building. Max Fried was not good in Toronto. And then they got cute. I don't know. I won't get over that one. They got cute with like they pick up Paul Blackburn off the scrap heap, and now he's the long man. But for how long, man? How long are you going to leave Paul Blackburn in the game? How long are you going to leave Will Warren in the game? Will Warren, I wouldn't even have done that. A whole rookie coming out of the bullpen. Like, come on, kid. And then you do get to their bullpen, and it's too late because you let him give up 4 homers, a grand slam. Dumb. Like, these are do-or-die games. After you lose that first game, that second game, you got to fight for your life. You're not coming back from that. I remember saying that when I was on. I said no team in baseball can beat these Blue Jays 3 games in a row in the postseason. Now I got to get on air and act like the Yankees are about to beat them 3 games in a row? Okay. Would have been a lot easier if it was a different course, if you were able to take one of those games. The Dodgers didn't beat them 3 times in a row. The Mariners couldn't beat them 3 times in a row either. They're a good team. They're a scrappy team. They have a good manager. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, folks. The stove is not even on yet. The GMs are meeting in Vegas. I believe I read something that Brian Cashman isn't there. But whatever. Cashman doesn't have to be in Vegas with these guys. And you know what? Honestly, what came of the GM meetings a few years ago? Yeah, Yankees GM Brian Cashman skips Las Vegas meetings, joins remotely for the first time. And I think that's cool. You know why? Because they were in Arizona 2 years ago, and that's what produced that video of Cashman talking about Volpe on his first maiden voyage and just getting his sea legs. And what are you going to say when Volpe crushes it offensively? Eureka! Bob is in Rhode Island on the fan. Let's switch it up, Bob. You're on.
All right, Keith. I was happy that Dayball got canned. And it's too bad Shen, or whatever his name is, the general manager, didn't get canned along with Dayball. And the defensive coordinator make a triplet. Get all 3 of them gone. They should have been all gone after Sunday's game.
Give it some time.
At least they got rid of Dayball.
Right.
And Laurie Rubinson is a big Dayball supporter because she said that Dayball should stay on because he's a big Jason Dart favor of Jason Dart, and he's a great tutor. And the same with McGonigal. Don't get rid of Dayball, he said. Because the same thing that Rubinson said, because of the same thing of can't get rid of Dayball because he's a great quarterback coach.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Yeah, I know I listen to their shows. Allow me to expound on that. I also was somebody that was in the camp of, yo, don't rock the boat, or not even that. Like, I'm not in the Giants camp, but like, I had the thought process that the Giants would not rock the boat with Brian Daboll because it was clear that Jackson Dart was his guy. That's why even now I'm seeing people give Joe Shane credit for drafting Jackson Dart. No. We have a 4K video of Joe Shane in a terrible suit, arms crossed, talking about, oh, well, we went through our process. We're going to roll the dice. Nobody's going to care about a 3rd-round pick. If he's your guy, he's your guy. And Daboll just sitting there like, yep, he's my guy. I know. Get him. Get it done. I was in the thought process that they could win some games. I thought they could beat the Niners. I thought they could beat the Bears. I thought that would give Brian Daboll a little bit more time. Nah. They got smacked by the Niners, and that building was overrun by the bang-bang Niner game 49er faithful. I told y'all they were coming, too. Like, they hadn't played in MetLife Stadium, coming over to New York. Like, I saw a video of them, like, mobbing Times Square. I'm like, these people don't have a clue. This is nowhere near East Rutherford. You guys look like clowns. You're wearing gold and red, chanting about the 49ers in Times Square. You're tourist, and you're around a bunch of other tourists. There might have been a handful of Giants. But anyway, back to Daboll. what I believed was the Giants would learn from their past mistakes, but clearly they haven't. I thought that they would try to keep Dable with Dart longer, kind of how they switched things up on Daniel Jones, and then they talked about we did everything to ruin this kid. But you know what? It changed. It changed because I think and I don't agree with this narrative. And I was listening to Big Mac, and he doesn't agree with it either. This narrative that Brian Dable was running Jackson Dart recklessly to save his job. No, he's running Jackson Dart because Jackson Dart can run, right? When Jackson Dart ripped that run off, that scramble against the Eagles where he juked Zach Bond for that first touchdown, I was in the building. I'm like, oh, this kid's cold as hell, bro. How can you not run him? That's part of his game. That's what he does. Like, that's one of the weapons in your tool belt. You're not going to not use that weapon in your tool belt because, people might perceive this as me. Like, no. Jackson Dart has to learn how to slide and get down and get out of bounds and not take those hits. Like Jalen Hurts. Like Patrick Mahomes. Like Josh Allen. And, I mean, Josh Allen's a big boy. When he wants to run guys over and take those hits, he does. But when he doesn't, he doesn't. And when he wants to flop, he's flopping. He's LeBron of flopping in the NFL. But, yeah. Lori Rubinson and Chris McMonigle talking about Jackson, not Jason Dart. Jackson Dart has a relationship with Brian Dable. They talked about these guys texting, man, and how he'll text him at 4 a.m. and how he spent hours with him. What do you think Jackson Dart texted him, after he got fired? And like, it's yet to be seen, folks, what this effect has on your young, shiny quarterback. That man not being in the building, that's another thing, too. I saw people questioning my take. I'm like, you fired the best coach in the building. Who is the best coach on the Giants right now? You think Brian Dable doesn't know just as much, if not more, than Mike Kafka, Shane Bowen, any of the other guys? It's not close. Brian Dable is widely respected as an offensive mind. Like, everybody that's ever been around him says that. X's and O's, Brian Dable is next level. So if they were able to win, because that was the whole thing, but this was always a dead man walking trap. I give Brian Dable respect for saying, it's my coach's decision, I'm going to start Jackson Dart. And then they go out there and they beat Harbaugh and Justin Herbert and the undefeated at the time Chargers. Great. But you got to beat the Saints. But did Brian Dable fumble the ball, throw those interceptions? Like, that's another thing, too. I love Jackson Dart's game. I love watching that kid play. I'm so impressed by him. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, ooh, that throw. Yeah, no way. Or the runs that he has where I'm like, damn, he's cold as hell. But we absolve him of the turnovers. We also absolve him of the hits that he's taken. That's on you. Learn. Somebody posted a picture of him getting knocked unconscious at USC. Learn. It has resurfaced John Gruden and the QB camp with him telling him, hey, man, what are you, Evel Knievel? Don't take these hits in the NFL. All these quarterbacks tell each other that. I forget who Trevor Lawrence was telling some, hey, it's not worth it, man. Don't take these hits. CJ Stroud, I think he was telling Caleb Williams, hey, just stay healthy, man. It's a long season. It's 17 weeks. Jackson Dart is in the concussion protocol right now learning. He's learning a hell of a lesson this week. You got concussed and knocked out of the game. You lost a tooth and you lost your head coach after losing that game. Now you're not going to be able to play this week. Everything is up in the air now. We don't know if we don't know what, I don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if Russell Wilson is starting or Kafka's going to have the balls to go with Jameis Winston. We don't know when they're speaking. Kafka's supposed to speak next, but when is John Mara? Well, maybe John Mara with his health isn't speaking. But Tish, you talk. No, Joe Shane, you get on the microphone. Since you survived all of this and you're the one that's tasked with finding the next head coach, where is that press conference from them? 888-808-1019. We got to take a break. Speaking of guys speaking, I want to play the audio from David Stearns, and we'll play a couple cuts when we come back. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
For whatever reason, in the last year or so, there was a split where it was like, well, Joe Shane and Brian Dable are now on two different pages, and, you know, Joe Shane seems to be more well-liked in the building than Brian Dable, and if someone gets fired, it's going to be Dable over Shane.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, yeah. This is that old Drake. New Drake is loading, though. Drake did post Iceman loading. If you heard me talk a few weeks ago during the World Series, Drake was at the World Series repping Toronto, and I'm like, yo, where's Iceman? What did I miss? Drop that. Waiting on Drake to drop. Anyway, Keith McPherson on the fan, waiting to hear from David Stearns. So Fleegs and I have queued the audio up from the Viva Las Vegas GM meetings, and your president of baseball operations is out there taking questions and talking about things. So let's roll through what David Stearns had to say. We'll react to them, and then we'll take your calls at 888-808-1019 and see what you think. If you're on hold to talk about the Yankees or the Giants or the Knicks or whatnot, we'll get to that as well. Let's take it from the top here, Fleegs. David Stearns today at the GM meetings. And Fleegs, you can kind of give us the background on, what we're about to hear, and then we'll respond.
All right, well, we'll start with the big two internal free agents. So this is David Stearns on Pete Alonso and Diaz.
Look, we love both Pete and Edwin. They've been great representatives of the organization. We'd love to have them both back. At this stage of the offseason, it's really tough to predict any outcomes, but certainly we'd love to have both those guys back.
Sounds good. But, I think David Stearns is very much a wait-and-see guy. He's smart to say we'd love to have them back, but what he's leaving it up to is, numbers, contracts, other teams, Scott Boras. Is Diaz a Boras guy? I don't think Diaz is a Boras guy, but we know Pete Alonso is. Let's play the next one.
All parts of player contribution inform how we view the player. For a position player, that certainly is going to include offense and what they do in the box, and also what they do defensively. It also includes what they mean to us off the field, what they mean to us in the clubhouse, what they mean to us in the community. All of that gets factored in with every player, and Pete's no different.
Okay, good. Because you should factor all of that in with Pete Alonso. I think he means a lot to the community, a lot to the fans. I think he's a legacy guy that just deserves the Mets to do right by him finally. They did some last year, but go ahead and lock it down with Pete. He just had his first kid. I think he's due for that paycheck, and you got the guy that can afford it in Steve Cohen. What's the next one?
I would imagine over the course of the offseason, we're going to add to our bullpen. You never know exactly how the back end of your bullpen is going to take shape, but I would certainly imagine over the course of the offseason, we're going to add to our bullpen. We have plenty of vacancies there, and I think we'll have the opportunity to improve that area.
Yeah, the bullpen is an ever-evolving type of mechanism, and I would expect you to be adding arms to it as well. The most important one is Edwin Diaz.
And that was kind of to a question, did they have internal options to replace Diaz if he walks? And Stearns does say they have internal options, but not necessarily to replace Diaz.
No, you can't replace one of the top, if not the
right.
top.
Thankfully, he didn't go that far and say that, because nobody believes that.
I'll play the next one.
Sure, we would expect some new players on our team somewhere around the diamond. That's natural in an offseason, but we're going to need our current group of players to play better defense. The brand of baseball, the brand of defense that we played over the last 2 months of the season wasn't close to good enough, but it has to get better.
Yeah, run prevention and, making sure you get those outs. Got to tighten things up on that side of the ball. Understood. Okay, next one.
Juan's one of our players who we believe can perform better defensively than he did last year. And I think he believes that. He's going to work hard on it this offseason. He's motivated to do that. He's proven that at previous times in his career that he can perform better in right field, and we believe he will.
Yeah, that's a big conversation around Juan Soto. There's some moments that you remember down the stretch that really stick out, either, ball getting under his glove, ball going over his head, a throw that he didn't make. And I do believe that Juan Soto is committed to getting better at right field, but some people got it, some people don't. He's a hitter. And, him being a hitter, I think we all expect him to be a DH sooner rather than later in that 14 years that remain of that contract. On to the next.
I think right now we view Senga as part of our rotation. He's proven at the major league level that he can have really good years, and clearly the last 2 years at times have been struggles for him. But the talent is there. The desire is certainly there to have a bounce-back year, and we're going to give him every opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that for Kodai Senga. If he's healthy, him locked back in and be a guy that they could depend on. Because honestly, things unraveled this year after he came back and he got hurt with, Pete with the high throw and then the hamstring. But you need pitching. You can never have enough pitching. And when you talk about signing pitching, that's a guy that they signed and looked at to be an ace. And if he's right, that can help you a lot. But he hasn't been right. He hasn't been right. So it's a big question mark with Kodai Senga. Next.
I think what happened to us is we had a string of injuries to pitchers who were all pitching very well, and then the replacements for when those guys got hurt, frankly, didn't pitch very well, and it really exacerbated the injury issues we had.
And who's responsible for that, David? You are. When, as we're talking about Joe Shane and we're talking about the depth of the Giants or lack thereof, the general manager, the president of baseball operations, is supposed to have plan B and C and D and E. All right. We got one more? Two more? Okay, two more.
As we go through this offseason and likely future offseasons, part of the balance is going to be filling the team with players who we think make us better and keep us competing at a very high level, while also allowing space for our younger players to get to the major league level and have a legitimate shot to contribute here. I think we have a couple of options. I think Tyrone Taylor has proven he can play out there at a high level defensively. Carson Benj is going to come into spring training with a chance to make our team. And we'll see where the offseason takes us beyond that.
Yeah. For me, I'm not a Met fan, as many of you know. But for me, I would need more than that. But I know it's November 12th now. I would need more than Carson Benj is going to come into the season and compete. We'll see. And Tyrone Taylor, that Tyrone Taylor is there too. And then even with the young guys stuff, I wouldn't want to hear it about the young guys. This is not a team that is rebuilding. This is not a team that's just trying to maybe compete. This is a team that's trying to win a championship. And when you're trying to win a championship, you need proven commodities. You need veterans. You need players that answer the call when the lights are brightest, like the Los Angeles Dodgers and even like the Toronto Blue Jays. How many of those players on the Blue Jays were first-year, second-year players? There were a lot of journeymen. They were kind of a motley crew. They were kind of a hodgepodge of guys. Obviously, they had George Springer and Vladdy and Bichette and Alejandro Kirk, but then they had other guys mixed in. There wasn't so many young guys outside of Trey Savage. I mean, you got that in Nolan McLean, but yeah, we'll see. 888-808-1019. Back to the conversations that we were having around the Giants as well as the Yankees. If you're on hold, I will get to you coming up next. Walt is in Oceanport, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Walt?
Oh, Keith, you got to me really quickly. The pride and joy of Monmouth County. Okay.
Appreciate it.
No, I just turned off the radio. What I wanted to say was that, we have a really, I know you're not a Giant fan and, you used to be a Cowboy fan. We're not going anywhere this year. I mean, we're 2-8. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that, but the brand of football, okay, that, and this is what I don't understand with John Mara, is that this is the first year that we have been competitive, where it gets down to the last 5 minutes of the game. Okay. We beat two teams that I never thought that we could ever beat. Okay. We beat the Chargers. We beat the Eagles. Okay. We should have beat, I should have beat, or my team should have beat, New Orleans. Okay.
Yep.
We
Denver.
fell short. we fell short against Denver, but we were highly competitive. But we haven't had this
Chicago
brand of football. We haven't in Chicago. It was a very good brand of football.
Dallas,
but Dallas, we went overtime. I mean, but yes, you know exactly what I'm saying, okay? But we haven't had this brand of football in a long time, and my thing is that I've called on to I've talked to CMAC, I've talked to a lot of guys on the radio, and everybody is like grasping at straws, and like nobody knows, like you want to coach with an NFL experience and everything like that. Just let him ride out the rest of the way. I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, we're not making the playoffs.
Right.
Okay, Dallas Cowboys aren't making the playoffs. I can assure you that. Okay, they're not making the playoffs. But the Giants in the last decade has had a brand of football that is watchable and it's really enjoying. Okay, and then all of a sudden, yes, there's a conundrum. Okay, like we're not going to win the game. We screwed up the score. We were up 10-0 and everything like that. But I really just don't understand, like, where the fix is. And here's the thing: if there was a fix, okay, if you had a better plan, just let Dable ride out the rest of the season, okay?
No, well, sorry. Thank you for the call. That in itself is exactly why he had to go. Because they were in so many of these games and they kept finding ways to lose, and that ultimately falls on the CEO of the company, the head coach. How many times can you find ways to lose when you have a 92, 95, 99% chance at winning? So I do understand a little bit of a thought that, okay, get this guy up out of here and let's do something different. Get this guy up out of here and maybe the players respond. Get this guy up out of here and maybe we don't blow another 10-point lead. I don't think they're winning. The timing sucks. The report that they were going to fire him after the Denver debacle, they should have fired him then. Because now you have to face the Packers, the Lions, the Patriots. Like, that's arguably the three hardest. Like, we thought it was a gauntlet between them facing Philly, Denver, Philly. And they should have beat Philly and then beat the Broncos. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't think Kafka is going to just magically have some type of and you don't have Dart. So when you talk about this brand of football that's enjoyable to watch, you know why? Because you found the coveted quarterback. You found the game changer. You found the guy who has the ball in his hands on every play that's making the difference. And let's see if his week of preparation, when he does come back, is the same with Kafka and Tierney without Dable. Let's see how he performs. Let's see how he responds. I don't know. I don't have that answer. But yeah, the Giants aren't going anywhere. You just had to get him up out of your face. You just had it was time. He was a dead man walking. And some heads had to roll. Somebody had to get fired. And firing Shane Bowen and elevating one of the position coaches to be the defensive coordinator, that wasn't going to do it. It was much easier to fire Dable and have your assistant coach, offensive coordinator, take the big chair and keep everything the same. It's going to be same play. He's still going to call the plays, I assume. It's I don't know. If they win 2 more games the rest of the year, I'd be surprised. David is in Westfield with us next. What's up, David?
What's up, bro? So you were mentioning a second ago that we haven't heard from Mara, which we might not, but that we haven't heard from Shane about this either. And this is not the best comparison, but it still made me think of the debacle when McAdoo benched Eli, and that got everybody fired. Mm-hmm. And I think at the time McAdoo had the right idea. He just went about it poorly, and it was such a PR disaster. And McAdoo was not a guy fit to deal with the media following all that. And I was upset with Giants leadership for at least not having him better prepared, or maybe not even having him be the one to explain everything. So, again, I don't know if it's the best comparison, but it still got me thinking that is there some issue at the top where, people are just not in charge in the right way to be able to handle these situations in a transition like this. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No, yeah. It's one giant mess. And the fish stinks from the head. And there are a lot of issues. Like, I would love to be a fly on the wall to see how they did this with firing Dable, because supposedly it was Mara and Tisch together, and they let Joe Shane know that he was safe and that they were firing Brian Dable. It wasn't, I don't know. And, I don't know how much of that even I believe.
Yeah, I mean, and didn't we get the sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that a big part of hiring Shane was because they wanted Dable and they knew that if they got Shane, he could bring his guy in?
They had a relationship. They were in the same organization in Buffalo. They were a package deal. And it's a cold game. It's nasty work. I think it's crazy that those guys were hand in hand right next to each other doing all of this stuff, press conferences, scouting, combine, and then they lose these games with the personnel that Shane put together for Brian Dable. And yes, I know coaching, you got to be able to coach some of those games to close. But a lot of the fault of those games were kicking issues and secondary issues. Guys that, I feel like Shane is just as much at fault as Brian Dable for the losing, but he's not on the field. So the Giants have literally put out a statement saying, we like the talent that Shane has drafted and put together. We feel like we should have won more games. So that falls on the head of the head coach. Thanks for the call, David. But I disagree. They all lose together. And the players, after all of these games and post-game, say, we got to be better. We got to get it done. They got to make the tackles. They got to make the plays. They got to make the stops. They got to cover guys. They got to convert the first downs. They got to take care of the ball. They got to kick the ball through the uprights. They got to not shank a punt. It's always a series of unfortunate events that lead to the inevitable. Another Giants loss, another blown lead, and you can feel it coming. And there's nothing that it seems like Brian Dable can do to stop the bleeding. So he's got to go, but I don't expect anything different. If Russell Wilson is out there Sunday, it's all bad. If Russell Wilson is starting that game Sunday against the Packers, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Tankathon. That's all I can tell you. Get that top 3 pick, lose out, and get a really good player to add to some of these other good players. There's something else I think I heard, too, as we go to break here. I think I was listening to Sal this morning say that, Malik Neighbors was unproven. Or Malik Neighbors, what has Malik Neighbors done? I was like, wait, did we miss last year? Malik Neighbors broke records last year. Malik Neighbors did that with Drew Lock and Tommy DeVito. Neighbors is a bona fide. Neighbors is the next Jamar Chase when healthy. Scatterboo, I've seen enough out of Scatterboo to know what he is. He's crazy as hell. He's going to attack his rehab, and when he comes back, he's going to be the same type of player. Dart. I like what I've seen out of Theo Johnson, at least in the last week. He had some drops. Drew Phillips, Tyler Nubin, they can be good players. They need to continue to grow and work. There's talent. Andrew Thomas, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns. There is talent on this roster, man. They got to get the right head coach that can come in and straighten everybody out, and that's done it before and get it going. And that head coach has got to be willing right now, in theory, to work with Joe Shane. 888-808-1019. Well, would you look at that? I start talking about the Mets. We hear from the Mets president of baseball operations, but the Met fan don't call my show. I think there's this forum or Facebook group where the Met fan says, do not support Keith McPherson. Don't call his show. He's a Met hater. So I have a full rack of Yankees calls, and we've got 1 hour left. I see Nick, Mo, Jake, Phil, Jeff. Jeff might be a Mets fan, so maybe we'll start with Jeff. But I see all, okay, no, these are all Yankee fans. These are all Yankee fans that want to talk about the Yankees stove being off and what the Yankees are doing. So that's what we're going to head into in this next hour. Some Yankees talk. Yankees cold stove on the fan. Keith McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
The Giants' job over the years, like when they went to, whether it's a McAdoo or Shermer, it really hasn't been incredibly appealing because you think about the end of the Eli era with nobody that was really truly ready to take the baton and elevate the team.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good
morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Knicks win streak now stands at 5. Dismissed the Grizzlies 133-120. Jalen Brunson led the charge with 32 points and 10 assists. Mikal Bridges 22. Karl Anthony Towns 21 points, 13 rebounds. As the Knicks now 7-0 at the Garden to start the year.
There's no better place to play for a group, and we fed off the energy of being here, and we figured it out. And we strung some games together because we played the right way on both ends of the floor.
Raptors dumped the Nets 119-106. Michael Porter Jr., Nick Claxton, each with 21 for Brooklyn. Aaron Glenn wasn't happy that reporter Rich Cimini reported that Garrett Wilson's going to miss 3 to 4 weeks with a knee injury and refused to answer any questions regarding injuries.
Ask Rich. Well, I'm telling you, that's Rich. Well, you better call him.
No disrespect to you or Rich, but we want to hear from you. You know,
you guys have been here. You guys have been hearing from me, but now since we're just reporting stuff, that I haven't said, then maybe you should ask him.
And David Stern's GM meetings reiterating that Kodai Senga is still a big part of their future in the rotation.
I think right now we view Senga as part of our rotation. He's proven at the major league level that he can have really good years, and clearly the last 2 years at times have been struggles for him. But the talent is there, the desire is certainly there to have a bounce back year, and we're going to give him every opportunity to do that.
39 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Here we go. Inside the 1 a.m. hour on The Fan in New York. Your boy Cam on The Fan, you heard? We're going to talk about your New York Yankees for a little bit here. 888-808-1019. So, I had a caller asking, is it true that Hal Steinbrenner is trying to shed payroll? And then I had to go back to my notes and think about where I saw that. There was an article, a Sports Illustrated article, and it quoted Joel Sherman's New York Post article, which read, Hal Steinbrenner wants to bring the payroll down below $300 million, and the Yankees have prioritized reuniting with Cody Bellinger. Still might have Trent Grisham on the books at $20.25 million if he accepts the qualifying offer, and he is not subsequently traded. Must address the bullpen and want to add a righty hitting catcher and perhaps a versatile position player. The Steinbrenner math might not work for all of that, plus a significant starter. You can already subtract Trent Grisham because Joel Sherman's buddy, John Heyman, reported that Trent Grisham will not be accepting the qualifying offer. Good on us. And, believe half of what you see, none of what you hear. I'm sure there's a thought that they want to bring the payroll down under 300. But if there's an opportunity to get better, would they go above? I think they would go above. But I also don't know, man. I don't know where they're at right now. As I talk about where are the Mets and the Mets fans at with David Stearns, and there's always got to be this feeling of, okay, where did we end our season at? And what do we do to get better in the offseason? When you go back with the Yankees missing the postseason in 2023, what did they do that offseason? They made the trade and gave up everything they had to give up to get Juan Soto. What did that turn into? The first trip in 15 years back to the World Series. And then they lose Juan Soto, and what do? A move, another move. They pivot, plan B. And that resulted in the same amount of wins as the 2024 season, but ultimately they fell short in the DS. So now what, right? I would be more upset losing in the DS, another series ending in your building. I was there for the Astros in 2022. I was there for the Dodgers in 2024. I was there for the Blue Jays in 2025. It drives me mad. I hate that I have been there to see the season end and other teams celebrate on our field. But does that drive Hal Steinbrenner and Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone and these guys insane? I don't know. Let's talk to you guys real quick. Nick is in Matawan, New Jersey on The Fan. What's up, Nick?
Yo, Keith, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling.
I don't know. I think you need a little humble pie when it comes to the New York Yankees. I think they're a bully team, and I think that there is some glaring issues with this team, and they keep coming back with the same exact team. They didn't even say anything about third base. Third base is a big problem. You got shortstop, which is a
Ryan
problem.
McMahon. They addressed that at the deadline.
What is he? What has he done? What
third
is
baseman
Ryan
that's
McMahon
under control, that can field the position. He's not a
Very
hitter
good
at all,
fielder.
but that's your third baseman. It's not going to be
Very good
Peraza.
fielder.
It's not going to be Jose Reyes. It's not going to be Yorbit Vivas.
But I mean, they're not going after any of these issues. They're just a bully team that gets the same exact spot in the playoffs.
Okay.
And they fold. They're not in the same. You know what Pun said? You ain't even in me classa.
Yeah.
They're not even close to the Dodgers. And the American League is watered down. And they're not even on the level of the Toronto Blue Jays. You poo-pooed them all season. You poo-pooed them just now. You said earlier in your calls, you said, oh, Toronto's not even going to be there next year.
Yeah, they won't.
I don't know where you come up. I mean, this ain't no same old Blue Jays team. This is, we owned you guys.
They're gonna lose a lot of the pieces that they had this year. I just don't see them duplicating what they did this year. They went on a magic carpet ride. The Yankees have been humbled. I don't think the Yankees are a lock to get back to where they were either. They got to make some moves and adjust as well. Definitely not coming on here beating my chest over the status of the New York Yankees. I've been pretty critical of them.
I think that they need to make a lot of serious changes before they could do any of this stuff.
But they're not motivated to. I think that they fall asleep at night and say we're good.
Payroll. They're not a team. They're not a team that has unlimited payroll anymore. This is a team
because they still make a ton of money. They should be though,
do.
because they are in the championship window.
Well, losing Soto shows you that they don't have that anymore.
Nah,
they don't have
losing
that
Soto
ability.
shows that Soto was always going to the highest bidder, and the richest owner in the sport made the highest bid.
Right, granted. But I think that
how'd that work out for Soto in year one? He was in Cancun for the postseason.
Agreed. I totally agree with that. It's just, I think that this isn't the same old Yankee team that everyone agrees to look at in the early 2000s.
It's not. I just went through the last three postseason finishes that I was physically there for, and the defeat on their field in Yankee Stadium. Thanks for the call, Nick. That wasn't the case years ago. And that's what I'm saying. Do the Yankees get fired up over those things? I don't think they do. I think they find ways to say, we're good. I think, Brian, like I said, Brian Cashman didn't go to the GM meetings this year. And I remember watching all of that ranting and profanity-laced stuff that he said and did in the face of reporters that questioned him after 2023 and that failed season. And now he's like, I'm not going there. I'm not stepping into that. I don't know what it's going to take, folks. I don't like Aaron Judge finally showing up in the postseason to be like, hey, the captain's there. Like, you got to have some guys around him. As far as the payroll goes, like Stanton's money does come down. There are guys like Trent Grisham only made $5 million last year. He's not going to be there. Goldschmidt's $12 million. That's not going to be there. I like the thought that Joel Sherman put out that they're going to get a right-handed hitting catcher. I've been saying that for a long time. But, are the Yankees content with what they have, their homegrown talent mixed in with the guys that they've already paid for, to say we have enough, we don't need to add more, we're good? Or do they, have that fire that I felt like they had when they went out to get Juan Soto and put that team together? I don't know. I think it's to be determined. It's up in the air. My guy Mo from the bleachers on the fan. Bleacher creatures on both sides of the phone.
What's going on, Keith?
What's
Welcome
up, bro?
back from your vacation. Good, man. Good. Welcome back. Saw some of the pictures. But quick question about your vacation. Was it a Jet 2 holiday? Did you get a Jet 2?
Nah. But I know that whole song and meme and stuff that goes on. I feel like I forget I was somewhere where I heard that, darling, hold my hand. Like, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
There you go. I hope you had one. But I'm coming up on a personal note. Can you believe it's been 1 year? Saturday I'll be a married man for 1 year. I'm heading off to Casablanca. I know time flies. heading back out to Casablanca to see the wife, so I wanted to get one more call in before I left. But quick couple of questions. Since you said nobody said Mets, I'll start off with the Mets. Gun to your head, who do you think the Mets end up bringing back if they were only bringing back one, Diaz or Alonso?
Diaz, absolutely, Edwin Diaz.
And I think they're going to have a lot of competition from the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers are, Diaz is a perfect fit for the Dodgers.
That just made me nauseous to imagine the Dodgers with Edwin Diaz. Like, no,
that's their biggest hole right there. And
could never allow that. If I'm Steve Cohen, I could never allow that. Yamamoto already finessed me to be with the Dodgers. I'm not allowing that.
So here's another thing for you. Now, another gun to your head question. Yankees bring one of them in, Michael King, or I'm going to butcher his name, the Japanese guy, Tetsuya Amaya. Which one would you rather see?
Yeah, I'd rather see Michael King. Now, I know there's people that have just started, popping up with this guy's name, and I don't claim to act like I know, these Japanese players incoming. I've known about Munetaka Murakami for some years now, but I just saw this guy's name pop up today on Fireside Yankees, Tatsuya Imai. Because they put up a potential Yankees rotation. And I know there's a lot of talk about how the Yankees got to get back in the Japanese market and reestablish the Yankees as a destination for the Japanese players. I guess, but you're not going to be able to beat out Ohtani, Yamamoto, and Roki Sasaki and the Dodgers and what they have set up with back-to-back World Series championships.
I kind of agree with you. I'm a big Michael King fan. I'd love to see him back. But the previous call, I got to say, I disagree a little bit with him. It was a good call, but, I have some differences. But I think you're going to see the Yankees be big players. I mean, the Yankees went hard after Kyle Tucker and lost them just at the end. But I really, really think the Yankees are, they'll put out, there's a lot of misdirection, like you said, believe, take everything with a grain of salt.
Yankees for clicks. You always throw the Yankees name in any player in free agency because there's a ton of fans that are going to comment on it, and it drives attention, it drives interest. And, I hope Brian Cashman is motivated. Even though he's not at these meetings, I hope he's like, yo, I know what I got to do to fix this team. They're analytics guys. I hope they have the answers, too. What's the equation? Solve these math problems to make this Yankees team better. Why did we fail in the postseason? We know the hitting.
And I'll tell you this thing. And it's a big if because he's a free agent, he's going to go where he wants. But if the Yankees end up with Kyle Tucker, you heard it here first, and I'll call you back next year if they get this at this time next year. But you're going to see better numbers, a better OPS plus, a better wins, WRC from Tucker if he joins the Yankees than you do from Soto. I'm not knocking Soto, but you got to remember that he was only 2 or 3 points behind Soto this year for OPS plus, and you put him in front of Judge with that short porch and his ability to pull the ball. I love Cody Bellinger, but it's just a different ball player. A guy who's 2 years younger, a guy who hits the ball harder, a guy who hits the ball in the air better. I just think Kyle Tucker is literally the perfect fit for the Yankees. You get me Michael King, you get me Kyle Tucker. You roll back with the role players of Rosario and maybe Slater, and like you said, a right-handed hitting catcher. And this team is right there. I mean, we're one win away from skipping the Red Sox and having home field against the Blue Jays. And I think if that happened, it's a totally different postseason.
I agree. That's the butterfly effect. Thanks for the call, Mo. Good to hear from you, and have a fun time on your trip. I'll forever believe that. And that's what I mean about the Yankees being cavalier in the regular season. You can't get swept by the Miami Marlins. You can't go to Great American Ballpark and lose that series with Jazz getting ejected and DJ LeMahieu having to come into the game. Don't play someone like DJ LeMahieu. He shouldn't even be on the roster. That to me is extremely cocky to think that you could get over on the just game of baseball with a cooked player. We're good. We could run him out there. No, because wherever you seem to think you can cut corners, you end up getting cut. Now I'm with Kyle Tucker, man, how much can I know he played a little bit of left field. I'm looking at his baseball reference right now. As we're talking about him versus Cody Bellinger, Cody Bellinger can play left field in Yankee Stadium. He can play center field in Yankee Stadium. Kyle Tucker is not a center fielder. Kyle Tucker is not really a left fielder either. He has some years, 20 games in 2018. 11 games in 2019, but that's in Daikin Park in Houston, formerly Minute Maid Park. 41 games. Like, I guess he could play left field in Yankee Stadium. Like, and I'm not going to pretend like I've watched a ton of him fielding to know, specifically in left field, he's a plus defender at left field. I'm sure I could look at Baseball Savant or something. Maybe one of you guys call me up that know that for sure. But if you're signing Kyle Tucker, he's not playing right field until you transition Judge into a DH or a first baseman in like 2 years. For at least the first 2 seasons, Kyle Tucker's going to go to left. And then what are you putting, Dominguez in center? I don't know. I think the Yankees will check on it, but I think ultimately the Yankees much rather have Cody Bellinger in center field, sign him, and then have Dominguez continue to develop and try to play left field. I don't know if that's the right move, but I feel like that's what they're thinking. Michael King I'd rather have over this Japanese pitcher. And I know now, after seeing Yamamoto, nobody has the thought that we all once had, oh, you can't pay a guy that much money. He's never thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball. Oh, he's unproven in Major League Baseball. That guy was an MVP before you ever heard of him. And he was the MVP of the World Series. He added another MVP trophy to his collection. But yeah, I think Fireside Yankees put out a couple days ago that the Yankees will be among the favorites for this right-handed pitcher, Tatsuya Imai. Had a 1.92 ERA this past season for the Cebu Lions. I mean, I love Tanaka. Tanaka time, Tanaka Tuesdays. I still rock my number 19 Tanaka jersey. Like, when we signed Tanaka, I was in the fan cave that year. I love Tanaka. Still feel like it's, the fault of Brian Cashman and the Yankees that they never got Tanaka to the World Series. Thought we had a beat on Yamamoto with ties to Masahiro Tanaka. I need a starter. I need a right-handed hitting catcher. I need another outfielder. I need another bat. I need another bat that's not going to fold in the postseason. I still do feel like Cody Bellinger was compromised. He was a little hurt. He wasn't what he should have been in the postseason. But it's all about how motivated they are to go in. And you know what Cashman always says? Cashman always says it's about what ownership wants to do as far as how much they're allowed to spend. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting around winter meetings and like winter meetings this year in a month. It's going to be very interesting to see who the players are for Cody Bellinger they're in about a month, December 8th and 11th in Orlando. 8th to 11th in Orlando. It's going to be interesting to see who the players are for Tucker and Bellinger. Tucker is a guy, I think, from Tampa. Why wouldn't he want to play for the Yankees, whose spring training home is right across the street from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? If the money's there, it makes sense. And yeah, going back to Juan Soto, I think you guys do a little bit much. Juan Soto is a better player than Kyle Tucker. I remember hearing the conversations on the Fan last year when the Yankees lost Juan Soto. And I think Mo just said that, the Yankees were in it for Kyle Tucker. They were never in it because the Astros were never trading him. And it's funny now, looking at the end of the season, the holdup was supposedly Luis Gil. The Yankees weren't going to trade Luis Gil. Please. Luis Gil in a trade for Kyle Tucker, you send him, you send whoever else. But now it's just money. It's not a trade. And I don't know. There's just a part of me that feels like they're not going to go the distance that it's going to take to sign Kyle Tucker. The Dodgers will sign him and defer half his contract. So buckle up, folks. I have set the bar extremely low for my expectations. Because the same way Mo and I were just talking about how one game could have changed their course in the playoffs, I think I think that's how they fall asleep at night, bro. I think they go to sleep at night like, nah, we're good. We were right there. That's baseball, Susan. I think they chalk it up to just the playoff format and the crapshoot and how things go and lining the pitching up. And, we ran into a team of destiny, the Blue Jays. It was their year. And, a couple callers ago said I poo-pooed the Blue Jays. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I saw it this year. Can they do it again? I don't believe so. They went from worst to first. They could be in last place next year. You know, you don't believe they could do it again? Bo Bichette was a huge part of getting them to where they got this year. Not a lock that Bo Bichette comes back. Let's see how this offseason goes. Phil is in Spring Valley. Phil, you're on the Fan next.
Hey, good something. I'm Keith. I don't know, good morning, good night, what you're up to.
Yeah, I think still night, but I know it's AM time. Just, a good day to you, sir.
Yes. So, to me, I call this offseason the don't waste Aaron Judge offseason. We got to do the best possible to win both now and to set this team up for the future. But when I looked and I sat down and I started writing down all the things that need to be filled and what's going on with this team, if I could just quickly run down them, it just scares me. What do you do with Spencer Jones, Dominguez, and Volpe? The bullpen, that was a mess, and you have to figure that out. Your fourth and fifth starters, is Warren and Hill dependable? What's Cole going to be like when he comes back? Is Wells at catcher okay? What are we doing with him and backup catcher? First base, what do we do? You know what I mean? How does Rice fit in this lineup? And third base, and what do you do with these things? When I look at all these stuff, it scares me. It scares me of how many things in this team, they got far. I give actually credit to Aaron Boone to pushing this team to a certain level. I know some people don't like to give him that. But the biggest concern for me was they had the highest on-base percentage. They had hits, they had walks, but they had the most men on left on base. They didn't do the small things. That has to change.
Right. So for that to change, you need different players to change it.
Right.
You need less strikeouts. You need.
So can we be sitting here and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna put Dominguez out there again. I'm putting Volpe out there again. I'm going back with what I had before." Which, by the way, as much as we appreciated what these guys did show in certain ways, Volpe failed this year. Dominguez, I think, personally underplayed what we want Dominguez to be.
I'd leave Dominguez out of it. He got one at bat in the postseason. He doubled in that last game. He deserves an opportunity to grow. He's playing, I think, in the Dominican Winter League now. Volpe is hurt. And like I've already talked about Volpe. How does Volpe improve? How does Volpe become a different player when he's healing up this whole offseason? And then he's going to probably do some rehab games. And I guarantee you they're going to start Jose Caballero. And as soon as Volpe's ready to go, they're going to give Volpe that opportunity to come back and start. Caballero is a Band-Aid. He's not a real solution.
I'm a big fan of Caballero. He does those small things. I think he could grow in this type of lineup. I just think that when you have a guy like Spencer Jones who was raking it in the minors, I mean, he had his issues with strikeouts, and I don't think he starts with the majors this year. But when you have a guy sitting there and you're having him sitting there, you have to make a decision. We can't be ruining another rookie. It just can't be that
He's
way.
also going to be another year older. He's 25.
Right. Let me ask you this, Keith. I was a little curious why, and I think you're like the perfect guy to answer this. There was not a single, I watched most of the year, I think there was not a single, by the end of the year, guy who was a Yankees prospect inside the bullpen.
Because they pick up guys off the scrap heap, like they picked up Tim Hill a couple years back, or Paul Blackburn, or they made trades for guys like Mark Leiter Jr., David Bednar, Camilo Duvall, Devin Williams. Yeah, they did not have a guy that came. I'm trying to think.
They didn't have a guy. I think that one guy that would have been was Marinaccio, who they got rid of.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah, they didn't have any guys. And you know why that concerns me was because I feel like when you have your grown guys who you know what they are, you know what they have, you've worked with them for years, it's easy to work with them many times and not have to start with a project from the beginning. Of a guy like Duvall who had issues that there's a reason the Giants wanted him out. And Leiter Jr. and guys like Efros, who they have a great pitching coach, which is a weapon for the Yankees. And that has created guys for them, and they have guys like Tim Hill who come in and are dominant. But when are we going to start saying that, when you read about the core four and you read that, Mariano was a starter, and you read about, where the positions of some of these guys, they ended up getting moved, and it actually worked out to create a core four. When are we going to wake up and say, hey, is a guy like Heel, not going to be able to stay?
Heel is a guy they might move to the bullpen.
Exactly.
I also know that Cashman made his moves at the deadline with next year in mind. Like, don't be surprised when Jake Bird is in this bullpen to start the season. Camilo Duvall is under control. He'll be back. David Bednar's your closer. Fernando Cruz They signed him. He'll be here. Tim Hill will be back as well.
Yeah, but I believe that if you're going to go ahead and I think fix these problems, finding new players is definitely on the block and trading or whatever it is. But I think we also need to look internally if we actually are working with the right guys. Are they in the best position to help us win? If they are not, then either they need to be moved within the team from starting a bullpen, different positions, or we need to start actually trading off these guys and saying, hey, which guy's going to help us the most to bring this team to a point where you're not falling to a Blue Jays team by doing just simply not showing up and giving up 10 runs a game and looking dumb out there. I think that they could put this team together, especially with the core pieces and the findings of guys like Rice. These are things they could do. Now put it together. Close it out. I think this is an important offseason.
No, it's a very important offseason. Thanks for the call, Phil. And trades might be more likely than free agent signings. Like, you might just get one of Cody Bellinger or Kyle Tucker. It's more likely Cody Bellinger. They might trade for a starting pitcher versus going out and signing a Michael King or Tatsuya Imai. It's interesting because we don't know. We don't know what their budget expectations are, what they want to keep it to. And we don't know who they're willing to go pay and go get. And it's a different circumstance. Like I said, are they motivated like the fans are motivated to win? And like Phil just said, this is the don't waste Judge offseason. Okay, Judge came alive in the postseason. Now we got to get Judge some help. Cole will be back. And like when you think about the pitching, and it's Cole and it's Rodon and it's Fried and it's Cam Schlittler. Like, you feel good about the pitching come October, but they need more hitters, man. They're not going to, like, Ryan McMahon will be there, and then also Oswaldo Cabrera will be healthy, and he'll be backing up Ryan McMahon or also backing up Caballero at shortstop. Jazz is your second baseman, as frustrating as Jazz can be. I hope he stays healthy and has a good season. I hope he builds on the 30 season he has. Go 40-40, stay healthy. Ben Rice is most likely your first baseman, folks. And then I think that they try to add a right-handed hitting catcher, but clearly they have faith in Austin Wells. He caught every single postseason game, and I don't know, he's another one. He leaves a lot to be desired with his at bat. Like, he can be good. He's not good enough. I don't know. They need somebody else. There's some rumors about them potentially being, the Diamondbacks were highly motivated to trade Ketel Marte. So there's rumors like the Yankees should be in on him. To do what? To put him at shortstop? Okay, if that's the case, Volpe's not getting that job back. But Cashman's got some decisions to make about pushing his chips in. The other thing is and this is another fan thing too. A lot of fans, Keith, how are you not rooting for Donnie Baseball? He's not going to have an at-bat. He's going to lose the World Series with the Blue Jays and be done with them. I rather that. I'm not rooting for Don Mattingly to win a World Series with anyone outside of the Yankees. That doesn't do anything for me. Much rather see the Dodgers win again, which they did. I'm already living in the Dodgers world as their champions. Now they're back-to-back champions. Are the Yankees motivated to defend their own history? Because as soon as we step into the 2026 season, the Dodgers are going for a three-peat. Is there any motivation by the New York Yankees to say, we got to build a team to stop the Dodgers from three-peating and erasing our three-peat? 888-808-1019. Running out of time. Still talking about the Yanks. Of course, talking about the Giants. The Knicks win again. The Jets are about to play tomorrow on Thursday Night Football against the Patriots in their Nor'easter special edition jerseys. Yeah, we'll wrap this thing up with everything in the next few minutes. Call me up at 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Giants made a good decision because in the past I've looked at firing coaches in the middle of a season, an NFL season, and wondered, what's the point? What are you getting out of it? And this case, to me, felt very different.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman and Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman and Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Take last call for calls tonight. You know the number to dial, and it just occurred to me as I was looking through things in my notes, obviously with last night, the Baseball Writers of America and their awards rolling out this week. Stephen Vogt wins American League Manager of the Year. It's got nothing to do with Emmanuel Clase and Luis El Ortiz. Maybe a little bit. I mean, you lose a starter and one of the best closers in baseball, and you go on a run like the Guardians were able to go on. Like, touche. Pat Murphy, I spoke about earlier, back-to-back Manager of the Year awards in the National League without David Stern's involvement. First 2 years that David Stearns heads for New York. Milwaukee prospers. I'm just ready for Aaron Judge not to win MVP. Will that motivate the Yankees? Another snub? Will that motivate the Yankees to... I don't know. I don't think anything motivates the Yankees, to be honest with you. I think they're good. I just think it's ching. I think there's enough things to point at where they're like, yeah, well, it's baseball. It's tough to win. The Dodgers are what they are. Nobody could do what the Dodgers do. The Blue Jays, they were a team of destiny this year. Great year for them. Like, oh, well, maybe next year. But, yeah, I'm just ready for them to give Cal Raleigh the award. So it is now Wednesday. The Cy Young Award will be announced later tonight, and then tomorrow, MVP. Another thing, later tonight on The Fan, the iconic Steve Summers will be on, I believe, from 7 to 9. So tomorrow I'll have the 5-hour KM to AM, but from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. And we'll all be tuned in to hear Steve Summers on The Fan. I'm sure there's many of you listening that want to talk to Steve, want to get on the phone with Steve. So Steve will be doing a special little show from 7 to 9 p.m. here on The Fan. Let me take my calls and talk to the folks that want to talk to me. Jeff is in Queens. Thanks for holding, Jeff. You're on.
Hey, how's it going, Keith?
It's going.
Now that it's reported that Trent Grisham is going to likely decline the qualifying over, what do you think that means for Jason and Spencer Jones? Do you think one of them still gets traded?
I would explore it. I think Spencer Jones's trade value is higher than ever after the home run barrage he went on last year. I think now is the time to trade him. If there's no room to play him, I just was speaking about how he'll be 25 in May. This is going to be his 25-year-old season. See what you can get for him. See if you can get a starting pitcher for him. See if you can get a right-handed hitting catcher for him. Something. There's no room for him. Jason Dominguez, I think his value is probably higher than Dominguez. Jason Dominguez, for some reason, they don't want to put him back in center field. I think if they sign Belly goes to center field and Dominguez continues trying to learn left. But, yeah, Trent Grisham, happy trails. Go get your money, Cowboy. Hopefully somebody pays him elsewhere, but that's not any of my business. I'm kind of good on that with Trent Grisham. But, yeah, that's how I think it shakes out. I think they're going to try to dangle Spencer Jones out there to trade him. And if they can't trade him, whatever, he'll be in camp trying to compete for a spot. But there's only 3 outfield spots, and you got room for a 4th outfielder. But, if they're signing one of Cody Bellinger or Kyle Tucker, I think the outfield most likely is Judge in right, Belly in center, and Dominguez in left field.
All right, thanks, Keith.
Thanks for the call. And I just thought about something, too, with, Belly could play first base. So, there is a world where, Belly plays some first base for you. And that 4th outfielder, if it is Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez, you could have an outfield with Spencer Jones in center field where, Dominguez plays left, Spencer Jones is in center field, Judge is in right, and Belly can play first. You can kind of platoon him and Ben Rice. I know they're both left-handed hitters. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're trying to do, bro. That's why we'll wait and see. Stove is not even turned on yet. Stove is not turned on yet. But I'm ready for it, I'm ready for us to know something, get some rumors. At least, like I mentioned this week, I'm ready for them to snub Judge so we can yell about that. How much can we really yell about Joe Shane and Brian Dable and Jackson Dart? And when are the Giants going to speak? When is Joe Shane or somebody, Tish, Mara, going to talk about this week what went on and the decision and how they arrived at it? We know how they arrived at it. They lost a bunch of games. It's by NFL standards, you lose those games, somebody's got to go. But I am interested to see what they do with Jameis Winston versus Russell Wilson and playing him or not playing him. I'm playing Jameis Winston without a doubt. What's the point of you signing him, especially as we're taking aim at Joe Shane this week? What exactly was the point of you signing both Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and then drafting Jackson Dart? And now Jackson Dart had 6 starts or whatever. Russell Wilson had 3. Can Jameis get a start? I think it's time. Rob is in Farmingdale on the Fan next. What's up, Rob?
How's it going, Keith? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Just wanted to touch on a couple points. So I know that you were talking a few months ago about how the Yankees players with the facial hair, how, you know, it might give them a little swag and they might play a little better that way.
A couple of them, yeah.
So for the Giants, I don't know if any other Giants fans noticed this, but they don't match on the throwback jerseys. They don't match
the helmet. Yeah.
It bothers me. And the Rams used to do that. They got it right, and then they won a Super Bowl. So I think they should bring in a little.
That's a big thing to me. That's a big thing to me. Like the mismatch. Like why can't they be the same exact colors?
Exactly.
In 2025, they can do anything. What like that? Why is that? I don't know. Why? I don't know why they do that.
I don't either. It's like they're trying to do it, I guess, because they used to wear those
I guess,
colors in the
old
80s.
school, that's what it used to be. But back then, they probably couldn't get the colors exactly right.
Exactly. And they wore big sleeves then, too. Are we going to bring that back?
Right,
Like,
no.
ridiculous.
The helmets now are way more advanced than they used to be. Why not make it the exact, like, I like those navy blue Giants helmets that say Giants across the side, not NY, but make sure the blue of the jersey matches that. Why can't they go navy blue?
Exactly. And then they also have a secondary logo with the capital NY, which I think looks better.
Yeah.
And I think they should go with that. They haven't been too good with the lowercase NY. I mean, they're the Giants. Let's get some uppercase letters in there.
Yeah, write to them. Just send that every day to their social media. Maybe it'll get to somebody. Maybe somebody in the Giants organization is listening at 1:44 in the morning.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to keep trying. I don't know if I sent them a message on Instagram or Twitter, but I sent them a message about it.
The
We'll see
next
how it
GM,
goes.
the next head coach, got to put that on the to-do list.
Exactly. And then what I wanted to touch on, too, I'm kind of curious. I don't know if you have better information on why the list of coaches that are available, like why is it Gruden, Belichick, McCarthy?
Because
like,
I think
I'm hearing all these names.
I think at this point, most people are reserved to you can't go first-time head coach again.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, why is it a select, like, 4 or 5 names, Lane Kiffin, that we're always hearing? Like, has anyone mentioned – I would personally love to see Bill Cowher come back to coaching. I know he said in the past he didn't want to.
Yeah,
But
he's
I'm
on
trying to
TV
manifest
still.
that.
I don't know if he was on CBS for a little while. I don't know where he's been. And he might just be too old. Like I look at everybody was talking about Pete Carroll coming back. What has Pete Carroll done for the Raiders?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that, it seemed like a good old Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's done it before. Pete Carroll's won a Super Bowl. Pete Carroll's got a lot of experience. Maybe the game has passed him by. The Raiders are still trash.
Agreed. The same thing happened with Gruden in his last run at it. It wasn't so hot. So
Yeah, and somebody obviously didn't like him. They started dipping in his emails to get him up out of the paint. I would go younger. The trend is young, offensive-minded coordinators, and then they become Sean McVay. They become Kyle Shanahan. They become Ben Johnson. They become,
Exactly. Yep.
So, like, that's why some people are throwing out, like, Clint Kubiak, Gary Kubiak's son, which, like, I think there's some legs to that because the nepotism there, and they're just like, his dad was a coach. He knows a thing or two about how to coach. But, yeah, I think it's just easy for people to say, Antonio Pierce, Steve Spagnuolo. Like, okay.
Yep. I saw Matt Patricia today, too. I wouldn't mind that one, but
Carl Banks was pushing Matt Patricia. And there might be something to it. He's a former failed head coach. But it's like, I would want an offensive-minded head coach and then hire a great defensive coordinator. And if you could hire Matt Patricia to be your defensive coordinator, great. But I don't want the defensive-minded head coach.
Okay.
Not with Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors,
right.
Cam Scatteraboo.
Yep, you're right. Maybe Lane Kiffin is our best move. Who knows?
But they're saying that like he doesn't like the cold weather up here, and he's more inclined to taking one of these SEC jobs that are coming open if he's going to leave Ole Miss. He might as well go coach LSU.
Yeah, for some reason I can see it being Belichick, which I would have no problem with.
They should definitely talk to him. But they asked him recently this week, maybe 2 days ago, and he said he's focused on Wake Forest. Yeah, you better be focused on Wake Forest. And also, Belichick has some type of deal with UNC where when he leaves, his son like inherits the job. And I don't know. They might have to break that clause.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think there's some type of I'll have to look that up. But I'm pretty sure there's some type of clause. Like his Belichick's son is on the staff, and he'll be like the coach in waiting.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I don't know if they wanted to activate that the second year. Thanks for the call, Rob. 888-808-1019. Bill Belichick's son, coach in waiting at UNC. I don't know if they're, I mean, there's something along the lines that I read about like him taking that job. Yeah. Okay. ChatGPT says there's no coach in waiting clause in the contract for Steve Belichick, the son of Bill Belichick, who is the defensive coordinator for North Carolina. Yeah, although there were rumors that his father's hiring included a successor plan, supposedly it's not there. I don't know. I think he's got to get out of UNC. I think they were expecting way better results. And this is Bill Belichick coming into the NIL era. I think he would 100% be interested. Like the whole thing I thought was Bill Belichick wants to break Don Shula's record of all-time wins. So like spending a year at Chapel Hill, I think that was more just to get out of the house and coach. How much can you be cooped up with that 24-year-old girl? I'm sure you had some fun, but after a while, it's like, I got to do some stuff. Get off of me. Crack myself up with the whole Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick stuff. Like he's got to drop her off. He's got to drop her off at club night. He's got to drop her off at teen night before he pulls up to East Rutherford. Anyway, I don't know. I think they should interview him. I think he should be a candidate. I think we're far away from knowing who they're going to zero in on. We're far away from knowing who the Giants are going to lock in on. And Mara and Tish are going to have the final say. And here's another thing for you folks. If Joe Schoen actually is the one leading the charge, you probably should go back and look at like all the years of Joe Schoen's career. Like maybe connect the dots to Carolina, to Buffalo, and where other coaches have gone. I don't think he was there with Joe Brady, but like Joe Brady's going to get some consideration. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they do know each other. Because wasn't Joe Brady with Carolina? Let me look that up. Like that's how we got to start reading between the lines here. Yeah, Joe Brady was the offensive coordinator with the Carolina Panthers in 2020, 2021. But that was the time that Schoen was in Buffalo. You guys interested in Joe Brady? Do you guys know about Joe Brady? Joe Brady, I would sign up right now if I'm a Giants fan for Joe Brady to be the next head coach of the Giants, even though he's a first-time guy. He's a genius. He's another one of these offensive gurus like Dable was supposed to be mastermind. He was the mastermind behind the LSU passing game. He was the LSU passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach when they won it with Burrow and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Something to think about. Mike is in Hackensack, New Jersey on the Fan. Next, what you got, Mike?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Thanks for making it.
I just want to talk about Brian Dable. I understand, what happened, that he had to go. But when the Giants were playing the Saints, in the the Bears. You had like a big lead in the fourth quarter. Common sense tells you, like, how could you just blow all those leads and stuff like that? Like, you don't have to be like, a brain surgeon to know all that stuff. It should be common sense. Run the ball, run the clock out.
I said it was a series of unfortunate events, whether it was a missed extra point in Denver, an interception late, blown coverage, dropping 8 into coverage, or whether it was a shanked punt. And it's like you watch these Giants games and they're about to find a way to blow it. And you're looking at the clock and it's like, so somebody's got to get fired for that. And it's the guy that oversees everything.
I completely understand that. But do you feel that even if they were to bring another coach in, don't you feel like it's going to be the same circumstances? No matter who they bring in?
No. And they better, by next year, have some better depth and personnel. And I don't know how many times I've screamed about Aaron Boone, you can affect the game. Brian Dable, you can affect the game. Correct. You got to know when to call timeouts. You got to know when to change the play call. You got to know when to run the ball and not throw the ball. You got to know when to go for it on fourth down, third down, when to go for 2, when to not. These little decisions add up. They're the sum of all things that end up making you a winner or a loser.
Mm-hmm. Understand. I really appreciate it. I was just trying to because I'm a big-time Giant fan. I'll always love them, but it's just been so frustrating, and every Sunday it's the same story over and over,
And I think that's the most frustrating part, Mike. They feel like they have the talent because, they're not getting blown out. If you remember last year, there was a press conference that Joe Shane had where he was like, well, we're close. And we were offended by that. What are you talking about? Close. We've been close in some games. It's only close in horseshoes and hand grenades. This year, though, close. This year they had leads. They weren't close. They actually did take the step forward this year. The Giants had games won and blown. You got to fire the head coach after that. They took the step forward, and I think that's where the Giants are. They feel like Joe Shane has put together enough of a talented team that they should have had at least 5 wins. And the fact that they only have 2, it's a fireable offense. Across the NFL, anybody would have to be fired. Any head coach would have to go if you have a 92, 95, 99% win percentage, and you find a way to lose those games. You got to go, bro. But I don't think they're winning. I mean, they might win 1 or 2 more games left here down the stretch with Kafka. And I'm really interested to see how this changes Dart, because now all you guys have screamed about how they got to protect him. I was listening to BT Inside one day, and I think somebody suggested not playing Dart to protect him. What the hell? Play Russ? It's football, bro. You got to call these plays. You got to be aggressive. I was talking the other night about you guys don't know that they count the number of it's 11 on 11. They count the number of men accounted for. The reason why Jackson Dart is able to get out there and get busy is because they don't have a guy for him. Everybody's blocked up. He's able to find the crease and go. You can't not call those plays because, you don't want him to get hurt. He's got to slide. He's got to get out of bounds. So let's see now. Is Mike Kafka going to be I got to protect Dart. No design runs. Run him. He's got to know when 3-4 yards is enough. Get down. All right, I got to get out of the way. C-Max coming up next. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for listening. See you tomorrow night at 9. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Giants are going to be looked at as an attractive job. Now, I know that they have been terrible and just as bad as the Jets record-wise. I think maybe even worse. But they're going to look at the franchise, the Lombardis, Jackson Dart. And people are going to want that job.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sullivan Papain is one of New York's top personal injury firms and general counsel to the New York City Firefighters Union. Sullivan Papain is New York's team, fighting for New Yorkers and our city's bravest. Remember the name, Sullivan Papain, a winning team on the court and in the courtroom. Contact Sullivan Papain at triallaw1.com. That's triallaw1.com. New York strong, from the court to the community. Remember the name, Sullivan Papain.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated Wednesday 2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Knicks offense continues to click. They roll the Grizzlies 133-120, shot 48% from the floor, dished out 35 assists.
We played some decent basketball in spurts tonight. You know, you talk about 47 field goals made. and 35 of those were assisted. So we did do some things right, but I know and I think the guys in the locker room feel that we could have done better.
Mike Brown lamenting the fact they let a 28-point lead dwindle to 10 in the fourth. Jalen Brunson led the charge with 32, 10 assists and 5 rebounds. Mikal Bridges 22, Karl Anthony Towns 21 and 13 rebounds. The Knicks now 7-0 at the Garden to begin the season. They've won 5 straight overall. Raptors disposed of the Nets 119-106. Emmanuel Quickley 24 for Toronto. While Michael Porter Jr. and Nick Claxton paced Brooklyn with 21 apiece. And David Stearns at the GM meetings let it be known a first-round pick in 2024 could find himself in center field this year.
I think we have a couple of options. I think Tyrone Taylor has proven he can play out there at a high level defensively. Carson Bench is going to come into spring training with a chance to make our team. And we'll see where the offseason takes us beyond that.
38 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Feel like singing, but 3 days is too much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 202 on the fan. McMonigle here with you. I got you for 3 hours till we take it to the warm-up show at 5 a.m. as per usual. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. And that's the number to call. You can watch us live on the YouTube. Just put on the YouTube. You can see me there. As we are here on this Wednesday morning, and you know what? It's amazing. It really is. It's been a frustrating week for Giant fans. It's been a frustrating decade for both of these fan bases. And it is amazing because yesterday what grabbed me is that, and I know the Jets have won a couple games here. And you know how I feel about that. They're probably better off not winning those games, and we can have that conversation as well at 888-808-1019. But both of these teams continue to find ways to embarrass themselves. Between both of them, this is what it's like to be a New York football fan. Between both of them, there are 4 wins on the season. 4 wins. That has been a common refrain for the last 12, 13 years, where they have been the 2 biggest losing franchises in the sport. Like you can talk about Cleveland, you can talk about whoever you want. The New York Giants, the New York Jets have been the 2 most losing franchises in the NFL for over a decade. And every day they continue to embarrass and just make you want to make you want to go nuts and scratch your head about what the hell they're doing. And for the New York Giants yesterday, and we'll get to the Jets in a second, but only the Giants can put out word that they're going to fire their head coach and do so, but they're going to keep the GM and he is going to lead the search, right? Only the Giants could put out that news, get massive, massive pushback from almost everyone. Like you have to look under rocks if you're going to find anyone who agrees with keeping Joe Schoen. It has been met with almost universal disdain, universal disbelief. Nobody thinks it's a good idea to keep the GM. But only the Giants can do all that and then somehow the next day make me feel worse about it when there are reports that he might actually still be under consideration to leave, but it's just that they want to have him lead the search for the next head coach. It is the report from Ian O'Connor, right? And it's just a report. We have no idea. But I'm sorry. It's worse. It is worse
if the New York Giants are still deciding the fate of this general manager while he is allowed to lead the search for the next head coach. This is the man who hired Brian Daboll. Like, they hired Joe Schoen. Ownership, John Mara, they hired Joe Schoen. They brought him in. He hired this coach. There were two coaches that had second interviews. Two. Brian Daboll, Leslie Frazier. The offensive and defensive coordinators of the Buffalo Bills, where Joe Schoen was coming from. Joe Schoen handpicked Brian Daboll. Handpicked him. Again, the reason it has been met with such disdain, the idea you're going to keep him, is the amount of bad picks, the amount of poor talent evaluation, as we've seen players leave and get better all over the place, not just Daniel Jones. Missed first-round picks, all of it. That's why people don't understand. The other thing he's done was pick the head coach that you deemed the reason for your failures. And you're going to announce that he has put together a young nucleus that you like, and you're going to allow him to lead the search. But, hey, we don't know. The reports are like, we're going to, like, that sounds like the biggest trial balloon that you found out that just completely popped the second it hit the masses. And now the idea that he's still under evaluation if they allow him. What could happen in these 7 games? Only the Giants could make me more mad about giving me kind of what I want. We all want the GM out. I think I did it yesterday. It was a big part of the show yesterday. I think it makes the job less appealing. This has an opportunity to be one of the more appealing jobs in the NFL. The most appealing job. When you talk about the quarterback, you talk about neighbors, you talk about Scatterbo, you talk about the talent on the defensive front. This could be the most appealing job in the NFL. And to have Joe Schoen there makes it far less appealing to me. Far less appealing. So I don't want him back. I think it should be a clean slate. But the idea that they're already, like, that there's reports that they are going to let him, I understand John Mara's going through something. And I understand right now he might not have the wherewithal, the energy, whatever, to lead the search for the next head coach. But I'm sorry. It sounds absolutely insane. It's almost worse. Now, at this point, keep him. You've already made the decision. You're either flip-flopping in your decision, you're either unsure of your decision, or you're going to let this guy do a search because you don't feel like doing it, and then you're going to, what could happen over the next 7 weeks, 8 weeks, that could make you change your mind on the GM? What kind of losing could happen? They're 2-8. What could happen to make you say, you know what, I think we were wrong on this young nucleus thing, this young core thing. I think we were wrong on it. Joe Schoen needs to go. Like, when I heard today that it's still under consideration, but they need him to lead the search for the coach, I almost lost it. This is so backwards. I respect Mara and Tisch to the nth degree. I do. I truly do. I believe John Mara wants to win as badly as any owner that we have here in New York. And he wants to do it for the right reasons. He wants to do it for the fan base. He wants to do it because the Giants are his life. He wants to do it for the right reasons. But my God, the incompetency that we have seen over the last handful of years in every single decision is just undeniable. And the idea that they're going to let this man lead a search when he was the reason they hired the last head coach, and that you're still considering moving on after giving him the title of leading the search. Like, what? How could he have anything to do with picking the next head coach if you aren't already sure that he's going to be here to work with him? What gives him that right? What gives him that skill set? What makes you think he's suitable? It's all just absolute nonsense. It's all it's just I cannot wrap my mind. Every day it gets more embarrassing. There are people who treated that news like, well, hey, listen, at least, hey, we wanted Shane out. They're still considering it. I feel better about it. Feel better about it? Why would we feel better about in back-to-back days the Giants not knowing what they're doing? And that he might be the man leading the search, hire a coach, and then get fired. I don't understand it. And then you get to the New York Jets. And I know the Jets have won 2 games. And I know the Jets had a great trade deadline. And they made 2 trades and got immense return for those 2 players in Williams and Sauce. There's no doubt about it. We all know that. They're set up over the next 2 drafts. They still have to go make those picks. And it's all about finding a quarterback. But I get it. Excellent trade deadline. They beat the lousy Bengals with Joe Flacco. They turn around and with 2 special teams, despite having as bad an offense as we have ever seen, find a way to beat the Cleveland Browns, who are just as inept as these 2 franchises that play here. So they're on a 2-game winning streak. But the coach continues. I'm sorry. I was listening to Evan and Tiki today, and they were laughing it off. I understand that you're feeling better, I suppose, although I think you should be feeling worse with 2 wins. The idea, what you heard yesterday, that now overshadows everything. Like the only thing that we're going to take away from that press conference yesterday is the asinine comments from the head coach who continues to have a relationship with the media as if he is Bill Belichick. They've won 2 games. Only the Tennessee Titans have won less. They beat the Bengals and they beat the Cleveland Browns. And he stands there at the podium and pulls the most absolute asinine, the most petty garbage I have ever heard a coach say. I'm sorry. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Aaron Glenn at the press conference yesterday was asked about the injuries for the team. And because earlier in the week, Rich Cimini, who covers the team for ESPN, reported that Garrett Wilson is going to be out with a sprained knee for the next 3 to 4 weeks. They don't think it's bad, doesn't need surgery, but he's going to be out. Because that was reported without the coach giving that information. At the press conference yesterday, when asked about the injuries, he said, I'm no longer going to be talking about injuries. Ask Rich Cimini. He's got the information, apparently. We're reporting things that I don't say, so ask him. That is the most ridiculous, petty, obnoxious response from a head coach I have ever heard. It is the reporter's job to get information. I know you might not like that there are leaks in your organization, as pointed out last year from Aaron Rodgers, how there are leaks throughout the building. It's a real problem inside the room. And if you're frustrated that someone gave reporter an information that you weren't comfortable being out there, don't be mad at the media and the reporter and continue this. I'm not going to tell you who the quarterback is. Now I'm not telling you about injuries. I'm going to hold it against you for doing your job. And this is the guy who is supposed to know what it's like to handle this media. He's supposed to know what this market is, what it's about being the face of the New York Jets. That's what he's supposed to know. And he is literally standing there, holding his breath, stomping his feet, and acting like a teenager. Oh well, hey, if you're going to talk to Johnny and get it, then just go through Johnny. What do you need me for? Oh. Like, that is so petty and ridiculous. I cannot believe it. These 2 franchises, and I'm sorry, I know it's not necessarily about the football game, and it's not about what's on the field, and I know that this has nothing to do with the product that we will see Thursday night when they probably get absolutely rolled by the New England Patriots, and that's the talking point on Thursday Night Football when they replay this and they talk about how he won't tell you who the quarterback is, and they tell you how now he won't tell the media what the injuries are, and they're going to be laughing at the New York Jets on Thursday Night Football. And I know that doesn't mean the difference between winning or losing. And I know the Giants and picking the head coach and all. It's just the idea that not only are they the two worst franchises in the sport, but they continually, on a day in and day out basis, not only lose, but embarrass us. That press conference is embarrassing. Not telling week in and week out who the quarterback is embarrassing. The New York Football Giants announcing on one day that they believe in the job that the GM is doing, and that's why he's staying. And not only is he staying, he's going to lead the search on the next head coach. And then the leaks are the next day that, let's see. Let's just, they need him to lead the search, but let's not get crazy. Like, it is so up and down, back and forth. Nothing works from top to bottom. And Woody Johnson is one of the worst owners in all of sports. And I don't want to put the Maras there, but my goodness, it just never ends. It never ends. It never ends. They are just the two worst run franchises. And I don't even know if I can limit it to the NFL. They are two of the worst run franchises in professional sports. And Glenn is starting to do a better job, and they've won some games, and they're building something, and great. Good luck building something with this quarterback, and we'll get to it, and I'll tell you why I don't think winning football games is good for the New York Jets. I don't think winning with a quarterback who can't complete a pass, and literally you take away a screen pass, went 6 completions for 12 yards. And how winning games behind him is somehow helping you. And winning games with their only offense coming from a running back who probably won't be here. And winning games while you are openly talking about building your team and massive changes coming in 5 draft picks over the next 2 years. Like, what does winning get you other than lessening your opportunity to do the one thing this franchise hasn't been able to do since Joe Willie and get a freaking quarterback? And then we got failed GMs who hired the wrong head coach, who've missed on how many first-round picks and built such a lousy roster that has absolutely no depth, and they're allowed to stay just long enough to take the coach, and then maybe they'll still be under evaluation after that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say about these two teams. It's driving me absolutely nuts. It's driving me absolutely nuts. Every day, there are either contradictions, there are lousy decisions, there is just something every day that makes you freaking lose your mind. And no, I don't take it as a positive that the GM I want out is still under consideration to being fired. Not when they talk about what a great job he's done and how he's leading the search. That should have put an end to it. And whoever's giving Ian Connor the information that they might still move on from him after they've announced he's leading the search for the head coach, it's just backwards, man. It's absolute bonkers. That doesn't make me feel any better. What is he doing making decisions on where the franchise is going while he's not part of the future necessarily? I don't know. These two teams, man, it is impossible to be a football fan here. It is damn near impossible. Damn near impossible. And then just as you're trying to get enthusiasm, and I know many of you don't feel the same way I do about the Jets losing, but as a Jet fan, trying to build some enthusiasm about this team, and like you've got the head coach saying the most petty, absolute, like that's not fighting back. That's not fighting back. Like I heard Boomer yesterday talk about the difference between the two coaches in the press conferences and how Brian Dable felt just defeated. And the idea that Aaron Glenn is mixing it up. And I don't disagree with that. I definitely felt that Brian Dable in last week's press conference absolutely knew what was coming. I think the injury to Jackson Dart, he knew what was coming, and he knew it was coming immediately. And I do respect a little bit of sticking up for yourself and defending yourself. I do. I want to see my coach go in there and defend his decisions because you have to have conviction in them. So pushing back on why we did this and pushing back on why I chose not to throw the ball down the field with 30 seconds left at the end of the first half, that I'm cool with. Defend your decisions. But to stand there and say, well, you don't need me, other people will tell you the injuries. Ask Rich Cimini. That is, it's embarrassing. That's an embarrassing comment from the coach. Sorry, I don't know how else to put it. He won't tell you who the quarterback is, and so God forbid you do any, he doesn't give you any information, and God forbid the media, whose job it is to go get information, goes around him and finds another way to get information inside his room with his team that he is running, and he's going to take it out in such a petty manner and blame the media and scold everybody? Why would you ask me about the quarterback? You know better than that. Oh, you're going to go get information outside of what I tell you? Then continue to go do so. I'm not going to tell you crap. Like, what is this? I hope for his sake, and hasn't the last 2 weeks, it doesn't impact winning and the job he's doing, but that is just, it's absolute garbage that makes me embarrassed. It would embarrass me as a Jet fan, and I'm certainly embarrassed as a Giant fan. 888-808-1019. We got plenty to get to. We got the GM meetings, and I guess Cashman's not going. I don't know what to read from that. We had some comments from David Stearns. The Knicks, 5 in a row, 7-0 at Madison Square Garden, 3 consecutive games of over 130 points. That offense is cooking. The ball movement, the pretty basketball, the dominant victories continue to roll up for your New York Knicks. We got plenty to get to. I got you for another 2.5 hours. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll come back, take your calls, and take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan. Be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Last year, after the season, I remember saying, I already know what's going to happen. It's predictable. They're going to pick their franchise quarterback, and this regime isn't going to be around to see it through.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild. We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 227. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Throat's been a little rough lately. Trying to deal with it. With your heartache. Because this is one of the songs these are one of the rejoins I usually sing to, but I'm trying to save the voice. 888-808-1019. Yeah, so look, I get you. A lot of people might think the thing is trivial. I already got a tweet saying, oh, Glenn was angry. He's not allowed to be angry. Sure he is. Of course he's allowed to be angry. Does he have to take it out on the media for doing their jobs? Does he have to embarrass himself like that? I'm sorry. I don't know how anyone could think that's anything other than embarrassing. Ask Rich? Like, are we serious? Can we play it? When you get a second, please, pull that up. I'm not going to talk about the injuries. Ask Rich. He's on top of it. That is so, like, here. So this was the press conference yesterday, and he's asked about injuries for the upcoming game against the New England Patriots.
Ask Rich. Well, I'm telling you to ask Rich. Well, you better call him.
No disrespect to you or Rich, but like we want to hear from you. You know, like that.
You guys have been here. You guys have been hearing from me, but now since we're just reporting stuff, that I haven't said, then maybe you should ask him.
I mean, like you could hear at first there's laughs in the room because everyone assumes it's just a quick joke that he's going to say, I don't know, ask Rich. Rich, you got nothing? All right, I guess I'll tell you. Like, I thought that's where it was going to go at first. Like, it was going to be, oh, ask Rich. And then get a big laugh out of it because Rich Cimini broke the news about Garrett Wilson's injury. But no, you can tell. He's annoyed, and he's like, no, I'm not telling you nothing. This doesn't work here. You better win, and not 2 games against 2 lousy teams after you were 0-7. Sorry, like that. I mean, it is so petty. It sounds like a high school relationship. It's what it sounds like. It sounds like, oh, I thought, didn't Jenny tell you? Well, why don't you just ask Jenny from now on? Like, that's what it sounds like. It is so pathetic.
he's mad that a reporter reported news he heard.
He's mad that a reporter reported news. Correct. He is mad that they got a story about an injury and reported it before he told them. Never mind the fact he doesn't tell them anything. Like, he doesn't tell them who the quarterback's going to be. We know who it's going to be. The team knows who it's going to be. We just don't want to tell you. I mean, it's well within his rights. Tell them whatever you want. But the media has a job, and they're going to go about trying to find out. And if you're mad that someone leaked the story, which I guess that's it, but he's taking it out on Rich Cimini. He's taking it out on the media. He's scolding them. He's scolding them. He's already done it earlier in the year. He's doing it again. I don't know why he's choosing to handle the media like this. I really don't get it. Now, again, you win, you can do whatever you want. And if 2 wins against 2 lousy teams makes it so that that's okay for you, then God bless you. But I find it, if I were a Jet fan, I would find that embarrassing and absolute nonsense. Now, I'm not saying he should be fired for it. And we know he's coming back, and we know this regime is going to have to pick a quarterback. And that's why, again, I'm going to push back on this. I don't care what anybody says. Could you find the quarterback somewhere else later in the draft? Did the Giants trade back into the back end of the draft and get a quarterback who was Tom Brady picked in the 135th round? Yes, we get it. We get it. Brock Purdy was the final pick in the entire draft. Sure. You trust the Jets to be smart enough to do that? The less players picked in front of you, the more likely you are to get the quarterback. That is just logic and fact. Could you get lucky? Absolutely. What do the wins bring you? What do the wins bring you right now with this team, right now? With Justin Fields as your quarterback, what do the wins bring you? You think you're building a culture with a team that's not going to be here next year? Think of how many players are not going to be here next year. Quarterback's not going to be here. Running back most likely not going to be here. You've already traded away 2 defensive players. Like, I'm sorry. It's about getting the quarterback. Anything that makes it even slightly less likely to get the quarterback you want, the best quarterback you believe in, anything that makes it less likely. And by the way, you also get better picks in every other round. You are picking from a larger pool. That is a distinct, tangible, like, you can touch that advantage. It's real. You can't deny it. You can argue how much of an advantage it is and tell me it's not that much of an advantage. Fine, we could discuss the levels of advantage. It's a clear advantage. The winning is you hope it's a real advantage. You hope that you build on it. We have seen teams fade down the stretch. The Colts, for example, last year, right? They lost to the Giants. They gave up on that game. They were terrible down the stretch of that season. Look at them now. You bring in a quarterback, you change the team, then you start worrying about building wins. Without a quarterback, with Justin Field throwing for 12 yards outside of a 40-yard screen pass, you're not building anything. You're not building anything. You got 2 kick returns for touchdowns. That's why you won the game. Fans in Cleveland are rejoicing that they lost. I don't think it's in the Jets' best interest to win. Now, I know they're going to coach to win. They're going to play to win. I get that. We all know what tanking actually is. It's just a way of putting it that they're better off losing. And I know many don't agree. I don't care. But the coach to stand there and handle it like this, whether he's winning games or not, is embarrassing. But if you're 2-7, it's extremely embarrassing. And then the Giants, same thing. I don't understand. Now, again, the Giants didn't come out and say this, but there's reporting around it, and I believe that they're getting that from somewhere. And the idea that this GM is still under scrutiny or still under, the eyes of possibly losing his job while he is now been tapped to lead the coaching search makes absolutely no sense. And then we'll get to who should be the next head coach of the New York Giants. The only way it makes sense to me, and I was thinking about this too, the only way that this makes sense to me is if the Giants already have an idea of who their coach is. Like if the Giants and John Mara know they're going to go a certain way, and they're going to go Bill Belichick, or they're going to go and really try and make a move for Mike Tomlin, or they're going to go, in that manner where the search isn't going to be a real search necessarily, then I kind of, and that was the other thing about this, maybe that's an inroads into the idea of where they're looking for their next head coach, because I can't allow this GM, who I'm still not certain of, to even give me any information on who he believes is the next head coach. Under what, like, he hired Brian Daboll. You just declared him the reason they failed and the reason you're losing. He hired him. Nobody else. You hired Joe Schoen. He hired Brian Daboll after working with him for years. Again, they had two coaches who made it to the second round or the second interview. The offensive and defensive coordinator of the team, he left. He already ran one coaching search, and you just deemed it a colossal failure. Like, what are we looking at? 888-808-1019. Eddie and Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy. What's happening?
What's up?
First of all, let's pick your brain. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a big name coach or someone, filtered out and someone found?
I'd rather have. I think I'd rather have the big name head coach. It's got to be the right one. It's really hard to say. Like, to me, my dream coach is Mike Tomlin. If I could pick a coach right now that's even somewhat feasible.
So that would kill Shane, right? Pretty much you would say that would be the end of Shane's job, right?
I don't know. No, I mean, it would be the end of him being the dominant force inside the room, I suppose. I still think you need a GM. I don't want to have Mike Tomlin come in here and make every decision. But
Did you know Vince Lombardi used to be the offensive coordinator, and his son Mike Lombardi is under the Denver coach, and he's been the offensive coordinator for Denver for 3 years. And there's a little giant connection here with Vince Lombardi's son, Mike Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm believe it or not, even though I wasn't alive, yes, I am aware of who the offensive coordinator was for the Giants all back then. Do you know the defensive coordinator went on to coach the Cowboys for a while?
His name was Tom Landry.
I think that was it. Yeah, he used to wear a hat.
He was the first head coach of the Cowboys, I think.
Yeah.
But on the other one is the guy from the Rams, LaFleur. He looks like he can handle the job. I mean, those would be my two picks right there.
LaFleur is an interesting, and I'm with you, Eddie, on the idea of an offensive coach. I'm with you on that. LaFleur would be interesting. Obviously, it didn't work out as the offensive coordinator here with the Jets, but he has now worked under McVay. He's obviously part of the McVay tree. I guess, there were reports today that his brother is going to be coaching for his job in Green Bay after an ugly loss to the Eagles on Monday Night Football, and really a team that was expected to be a Super Bowl contender not playing as such. I don't think that's a bad hire. I think that's an interesting hire. I would again, to me, the number one guy I would want coaching the team is Mike Tomlin. That's the guy I would want. I would want Mike Tomlin. He's a proven winner. It's gotten a little stale there. I think the GM and the roster building hasn't been as good over the last handful of years. They haven't really been able to find their quarterback. I know Rodgers is at the end of his career. I still think you can win with Aaron Rodgers. Last night, this week, he looked really bad. But outside of that, I think he's played well enough where you can win some games, and they've won some games. And I bet you they're still a playoff team because that's just what Mike Tomlin does. Are they good enough to be a real contender in the AFC? No. I don't think they are. So the idea it's just getting stale there is hopeful to me, and maybe there's a chance he could be the next head coach of the New York Giants. Again, there's a lot of appeal. Aaron Rodgers is at the end of the rope. There are reports from a couple weeks ago that they are interested in bringing him back for next season. But I think if Mike Tomlin had an opportunity to come coach Jackson Dart, the New York Giants, and start from scratch somewhere else, I think he might be open to it, depending on what kind of compensation you have to work out, or they let him out of his contract, or whatever the case may be. But it's a little pie in the sky because he's currently coaching in the NFL right now and for a winning team. But that would be my number one. If that's possible, that would be my number one. Outside of that, yeah, the LaFleur's, the offensive minds inside the NFL circles, that's what I would be looking for. I want an offensive head coach. Without question. I want an offensive head coach. And right now, it sounds like all of the candidates that you're hearing are defensive head coach. You're hearing a lot about Minter. Obviously, Brian Flores has been a guy, who did a pretty good job in Miami with less talent. Didn't work well with people, much like, the thought of Brian Dable. But has did a great job last year, has done an okay job this year as defensive coordinator for the Vikings. And, he's been that guy who's ready for that next job after his Miami gig. He's currently suing the Giants, the NFL, and several other teams, which makes it complicated. Jesse Minter with the Chargers, a lot of people are talking about him, and he's doing a good job, and he's working with a great head coach now. He doesn't stand out enough to me to not have the coach and the quarterback having that's the relationship I want. I don't want the coach working with I don't want the quarterback working with an offensive coordinator. I don't. I want the coach working with this quarterback. And again, part of it is if it's successful, which is always, I understand the point, if it's successful, it's successful. Yeah, but if it's successful and it's working, then that's that offensive coordinator's offense, and he gets a job somewhere. Now I'm with another offense. And I understand the point, well, if Jackson Dart has proven now he can work under Brian Dable's offense, then he works under this other coordinator's offense. Maybe he's just so good he'll work with any offense. But I don't like the constant change in offenses. I want to go win with the offense that this coach will bring with Jackson Dart. That's what I want. So, and plus just look around the NFL. Look at the teams that are in the playoff hunt. For the most part, you're either talking about having, Mike Tomlin and Vrabel with the Patriots. Outside of that, you've got McDermott with Buffalo, who, let's be honest, a lot of people feel like he's the reason they haven't won a championship, and he's the reason specifically that they haven't been able to get past Kansas City. But you look at most of the other teams that are currently in the playoff picture, it's offensive head coaches. For the most part, it's offensive head coaches. Colts, offense. Broncos, offense. Chargers, offense. Jaguars, offense. Kansas City, offense. In the NFC, Eagles, offense. Seattle is defense. Lions, offense. Tampa Bay is defense. Rams, offense. Bears, offense. Green Bay, offense. 49ers, offense. That's who is, for the most part, again, it's not exclusive. Again, I don't necessarily treat Mike Tomlin as a defensive head coach anymore. He's been such a head coach for such a long time that who remembers he was a D-backs coach 25 years ago. But him and Vrabel are clearly defense. Those are and McDermott. So you got 3 of the 8 are defensive head coaches in the AFC, and you've got 2 of the 8 who currently hold playoff spots in the NFC defensive head coaches. So that's 11 of the 16 playoff teams right now. There's only 14 playoff teams. I'm sorry, 7. I'm thinking 8. I'm thinking basketball for a reason. I'm an idiot. They only go to 7 here. So, and both of them, that's an offense too. So yeah, so it's.
The Chiefs don't have a playoff spot right now.
Right, the Chiefs are out. I looked at the Chiefs as a playoff team. I know. That's what threw me off. But still, the point is, it is almost it's 3/4 of the teams in the postseason picture right now are offensive teams, and some of them are just really great head coaches where I don't even view them as defense or offense. They are, and even if you include the 8 just because in the playoff picture, because Kansas City is tied with Jacksonville right now at 5-4, and the 49ers are right there with Green Bay at 6-4. So those are the winning teams. Let's just go with that. The winning records in both teams in both AFC and NFC. There are 16 teams that have winning records. 11 of those teams out of the 16 are offensive head coaches. It's just the direction of football right now. It's the direction of football. I want him linked up with the coach and the quarterback. I want that relationship to be important. I want that to be the dynamic that leads them forward. I am not looking, unless someone blows me out of the water, unless it's a big-time name, it's a Belichick, it's a whatever, like I am looking for the next offensive guy with Jackson Dart. That's how I view it. That's how I view it. I don't see defensive coordinators as being worth it. Go get a good defensive coordinator. Once you have the quarterback, it's not about finding a guy who's going to stabilize your franchise. The Giants franchise, despite being the embarrassment I just railed about for 10 minutes and the top of the open, this Giants franchise isn't in complete disarray for one reason. That's how important the quarterback is. They are embarrassing, and I don't trust ownership, but the actual, 53-man roster, the team, is what's going to make this job desirable. The quarterback is there. The franchise quarterback is there. Next year is about him. Finding this coach is about working with him. That's what it's about. It's not about finding the next great leader of the team. I really don't think so. You can find the leader of the team. He could both be the offensive coach and the leader of the team. But it's certainly not about bringing someone here who can fix the pass rush. That's not. You go find a defensive coordinator who can do that. I don't need the next head coach to come in here and fix this lousy defense. The next head coach has to work with the quarterback. That's what this game is about. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll get into some baseball stuff as the GM meetings have started in Las Vegas. We're less than a month away from the baseball winter meetings that will take place in Orlando this year. We've heard a little bit from the Mets, and thankfully it sounds like for the New York Yankees that Trent Grisham will not be taking the qualifying offer, which was much needed, and if that's the case, the Yankees made a good gamble. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Quote, we spoke about the direction of our franchise on the field, and we have decided that at this time, it is in our best interest to make a change at the head coaching position, President John Mara and Chairman Steve Tisch said in a joint statement.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, neoyorquinos! Fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with AutoPay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
McMonigle here with you on the Fan. You know, I hadn't had a chance because of all the stuff with football. But we have a few minutes here before the top of the hour. We'll get to the Knicks. We'll get to the two baseball teams. Excuse me. Sorry, we're going to have some breaks like that. I'm still dealing with not feeling all that well. We didn't get a chance to talk about the report that came out about the indictments of Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. Let me just take 2 seconds on it, just because it is one of the more fascinating, amazingly stupid things I have ever seen in my life. These two guys, Emmanuel Clase, and let's just talk about him specifically for a second here, who in the report is sending text messages back and forth to who he's dealing with, sad puppy faces after a batter actually swung at one of the first pitches he intended to throw for a ball. Now, the first main thing is this real? I mean, how do we feel about the impact it actually has on the game? Does this get to the level of, man, the game isn't on the level, the game isn't real? Is one ball enough? And I'm sure that's how they felt. Like, well, I'm not really impacting the game. I'm throwing one ball. I could throw a pitch on the outside corner and have it be called a ball anyway. It's one pitch to start the inning. I'm not affecting the outcome of the game. This isn't point shaving. But it kind of is. And not only that, the amount of money, because we always thought, at least I always thought, that this isn't 1919. And, Eddie Seacott isn't getting paid. Like, if you ever seen 8 Men Out, he's not hardly getting paid, and his bonus wasn't, and their bonus for winning the American League wasn't, flat champagne. And they couldn't feed their families being all-stars and winning 20 games. And, like, it's just, these guys make millions and millions and millions of dollars. Class A was going to make, in his next contract, somewhere between $50 and $75 million conservatively. What they do is life-changing money, generational. The rest of his family, his grandchildren, changing money. And he is willing to jeopardize it for $5,000. How do we stop this? How is this something that you can eliminate if players are willing to do it for this minimal amount of money? It is so, and look, $5,000 is nothing to sneeze at. I'd like $5,000 right now. But this guy's about to he makes millions. $5,000 is a per diem. And he's willing to risk it all. And I don't know what the punishment's going to be. It's got to be. Like, how is it not you're banished? He's intentionally failing on, like, for money. This is to the essence of the game, to the essence of sports. And he is willing to do this to his teammates, to his fan base, and jeopardize generational wealth for $5,000. If that is actually what happened, and from all accounts it is, if that is actually on the table of a professional athlete risking his career for this minimal amount of money, there's no way to stop it. Like, I've always felt like it could never happen nowadays, because who would risk the amount of money? How could you approach a professional player and offer him enough money to jeopardize it all? It wouldn't be feasible for whoever, I don't know, La Cosa Nostra or anybody else. Like, there's not enough money in it if you have to pay these professional athletes the amount of money you would have to convince them to jeopardize their career. But you can come up with $5,000 like that. It's just, that is one of the more puzzling stories I've ever seen. How someone could be so idiotic to jeopardize what they do for what to them is a pittance. Like, I don't know. That is one of the more odd things. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, and we'll see. I guess I just saw a story that they're hoping to have the punishment in spring training. What could the punishment be? You're gonna suspend him for a season? Like, if they have this concrete evidence and they're being indicted, and they're intentionally, losing on purpose, intentionally throwing balls on purpose, How do you let them continue to play? For $5,000, one of the best closers in baseball. One of the top 2 or 3 relievers in all of the game. For $5,000 was throwing balls and then when someone swung, sending, frowning puppy dog face emojis. Because, too bad. I mean, how cavalier could you be? It's amazing. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Jesse and Queens, we're going to get to you right after a short update. And we'll get right to your calls on the Giants, on the Jets, on the new coaching hire. We'll get to baseball more directly with the Yankees and Mets. We got plenty of time, 2 hours, as I got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you on the Fan.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Knicks saw a once 28-point lead get trimmed to 10, but Jalen Brunson providing the dagger.
Pick and pop. Towns for 3. Long rebound, Bridges. Brunson's wide open. His three-pointer is good. And now 33 points off turnovers for the Knicks.
32 points, 10 assists, 5 rebounds for Jalen Brunson as the Knicks overwhelm the Grizzlies 133-120, improving to 7-0 at the Garden this year while pushing their win streak to 5 overall. Tyler Murray, the Call-MSG. Mikal Bridges, 22. Karl Anthony Towns added 21 points and 13 rebounds. Raptors disposed of the Nets 119-106. Emmanuel Quickley had 24. Aaron Glenn remains annoyed at the media, refusing to discuss who his starting quarterback is, and now he's not going to discuss injuries as well.
I'm going to pass on talking about injuries. Since Rich, he's not here, has all the answers, so you guys can get all the injuries from Rich.
Glenn referring to Rich Cimini, who reported on the knee injury to Garrett Wilson. It's going to keep him out 3 to 4 weeks. And David Stearns at the GM meetings discussing the idea of having Juan Soto move to a DH role to help out the Met defense.
Juan's one of our players who we believe can perform better defensively than he did last year. And I think he believes that he's going to work hard on it this offseason. He's motivated to do that. He's proven that at previous times in his career that he can perform better in right field, and we believe he will.
38 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 303. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Let me just take the one call on the MLB gambling scandal real quick, and we'll get to some other things. We'll talk Joe Shane. We'll talk New York Giants. We'll talk New York Jets. And again, you heard the clip right there. I'm not going to be talking about injuries any longer. If you want to talk about injuries, go call Rich. I mean, that is so... I don't know how anyone can hear that and not think that is just outrageous. And maybe I'm being a little over the top. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm blowing this out of proportion. Maybe it's just a little spat and it's funny and life. Don't take things so serious, Chris. Like, I get it. But man, I mean, this is supposed to be, like, this is the leader of your team, and he can't handle the idea. Like, it's so petty, it's so insecure that he can't handle the idea that they got information that he didn't give them. And so he's going to stomp his feet and hold his breath and say, I'm done talking to you. You guys can figure out how to get the information. You don't need me. Like, why even show up? Why even show up? Yeah, I'm just talking to you so I don't get fined. That's it. That's what, it's unbelievable. I'm sorry. I think that's outrageous. Peter and Lawrence real quick. What's up, Pete?
Chris, you are correct on everything about Class A. They should not be allowed in baseball. There should be no presidential pardon or exemption or whatever. It destroys everything that Kennesaw Mountain Landis did in the 20s. It messes up the integrity of baseball. And how am I supposed to teach a 7-year-old about the honesty of the game when people in their 20s and 30s are not even being honest?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is all. I mean, you could also get to the, teach the children kind of angle of this and the idea that they're role models and stuff. But it's that's like, for me, it might be the more important point in the scheme of things. I get what you're saying, that you're trying to teach your kids to love this game and love sports and love competition. And you've got the guys who play at the highest level of competition disregarding it for $5,000. I get that point. I can't wrap my mind around the stupidity, though. It's almost it's a teaching. It's so stupid. It's such a bad decision that it's almost, if you want to be honest, it could be a teaching point to your children. Like, you've got to be smart. Whatever you think, like, you don't, right? You don't ever, lose on purpose, or you take competition seriously, and this is your job, and you take it seriously, and you owe people. But also, like, it's just the idea of risk reward. I know that that's your point is probably more on, but I can't get over the risk reward angle of it. Like, I just can't get over of what you were willing to jeopardize for what you received. That's what I just can't. That's the part that I can't compute. Like, if we found out, and I know now they're going to limit prop bets, and they should. They absolutely should. But, like, if you found out that, like, he was making for one pitch $1 million, $2 million, like, the money was good. They were finding ways to make outrageous sums of money, that they were placing bets through books all over the place, and maybe that's the case. Maybe they can't trace all the money. Maybe it's offshore and it's $5,000 that they found, but it's more than that. I don't know. But, like, I'm hung up on the idea he risked it for this. And even if it was a lot of money, it's still wrong, obviously. And I still wouldn't risk it, because it can't be more than he's about to make, especially a pitcher like him. Like, that's like Ortiz, okay, but like a minor league pitcher who comes up to the big leagues and he knows he has a small amount of time, and he knows a guy who can make him millions if he throws ball one. Like, there are some realities of life that you could just some way wrap your mind around. One of the best players in the game, when he sees what Diaz is going to get in this free agency period, and knowing that he's right there with Diaz as one of the 2-3 best closers in the game, and he's going to say to himself, Diaz just made $100 million, and I just threw away my career for $5,000 at a time. Like, that's the part I can't wrap my mind around. Your point about the kids and the role model and the respecting competition and respecting the game and all of that, that's probably the real point here. I can't wrap my mind around the risk reward. I can't, because I never feared that this would happen. I never feared that we would have to tell our kids about players doing this, because it doesn't make sense. Like, could we see Pete Rose, someone inside baseball, like Shohei Ohtani possibly, allegedly, although the FBI and the government seems to think it was solely his interpreter? But, like, could you see someone inside the game betting on baseball? Sure. Could you see someone inside the game, betting on other games inside the game, or, someone using inside information that they know their pitcher's hurt or their pitcher's good or their, whatever the case may be, and trying to gain some sort of betting angle on inside information without doing nefarious things to influence the outcome? I mean, I suppose, but I never thought we would see a player throw a game, shave points, throw a pitch in the dirt, like, anything on purpose to help lose the game or to impact the game in a manner such as this, based on the idea of where the money has gotten in sports. I never feared it. And to know now that they're willing to do it for next to nothing, just because why not? What's one pitch? It doesn't matter. I'll take the $5,000. Like, or, there's rumors now that he could be in it with someone or, blackmailed from nefarious places. Like, I don't know. But whatever the case may be, it is one crazy story. Let's get to Jesse in Queens. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, Chris, what's up?
What's up?
I guess all this stuff we're talking about with the Giants and Class A, it just leads to people that they're just making dumb decisions. I mean, calling about the Giants, I mean, you're saying that there's reports that they're evaluating Shane and then they want him to pick the next coach. I mean, how dumb? Mara has proven to be dumb. The Giants ownership has proven to be dumb these last four or 5 years. And this just, points it out. I mean, come on. I mean, if he's going to pick the next coach, then you're going to can him. What sense does that make?
No,
blow
it doesn't make any sense. I'm not even sure, and it bothered me today, so I yelled about it in the open. I can't even imagine it being true. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how he could be, and people were like, and what made me nuts about it is I'm listening all day. All right, well, listen, hey, let's not jump to conclusions yet. We got the report from Ian O'Connor. Like, he still might be out. It's better. I feel better about the situation. And I can understand that thought because I think we all want him to be fired. And part of this is, like, maybe they put out the trial balloon of let's float it out there and we're going to keep Shane and see what the reaction is. And the reaction was overwhelming. Overwhelming. That's idiotic. Overwhelming. Nobody believes that it's a good idea to keep Joe Shane and fire Brian Daboll. Nobody. So maybe this was a counter reaction to their trial balloon, or just the idea that it was so overwhelming that they said, oh, well, let's see if we could tell somebody that we're still considering it. But it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't feel better about it knowing he's leading the search for what purpose? And I don't care for a day, for 2 days. He should not be leading the search if he is not coming back. If he's not already coming back, he should not be tasked with that. He should sit there and wait for his fate. That's it. He should sit there, and if you're going to tell me that how the next 7 games go and whether or not Mike Kafka shows you that it was the coach and suddenly they play better and respond to the coaches being fired, and suddenly, Abdul Carter plays better and the defense looks better and whatever it is, and you want to say, hey, you know what? It was clearly the coach. And the GM has put together a team that can go win games, and quite clearly they have been, so I'm going to keep Joe Shane. If that's the thought process, you don't come out and say he's leading the coaching search. And by no means should he be right now. I don't care who you have to go hire. I don't care what outside organization you have to bring in, what firm, whatever, or whoever inside the organization that is staying is going to go out there and look for the coach. But if Joe Shane is not 100% coming back because you believe in what he's done, not for a second, not for a day, not for a phone call, not for an email, under no circumstance should he have anything to do with any part of picking the next head coach. If he is not a guaranteed fact coming back, he's going to be the GM next year, he should have nothing to do with the hire. Nothing. And if that is still under consideration, I don't understand it. Eric in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
What's going on, C-Mac? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Nothing makes sense with New York football for quite a while, so I'm not surprised. But look, I think 2 things on the baseball situation with the gambling. First of all, I think it'd be actually somewhat naive to think that there wouldn't be something going on with a higher up. I mean, they got inside trading happening all the time. Well, all the time. It's just we don't always hear about it inside the stock market. Why wouldn't we think that somebody in a higher position of whatever sports level might be doing something that we're not aware of and might eventually come out. I wouldn't, if something came out like 4 years from now that there was a high level operative, executive, whatever, that was involved in it wouldn't surprise me in the least. But
but I don't think. I mean, while I agree with you on the premise that it's under the same vein of insider trading, like they have inside information and they're able to go access it. It's not the same as the stock market. One, you can't make as much money unless you're going to bet offshore. But a lot of these things are happening with these legal sports books. There's ways to track it, right? And you can't make as much money. And
I don't think the level of money means anything, though.
Well, that's where I guess you're finding out that I guess you're more right than I am. I don't understand how that's possible. I don't understand how that's possible.
So that leads me to my next point. Okay, and I'm not saying it's right, but I'm trying to throw some logic into a scenario that really doesn't sound like it deserves it. But I was saying to Fleece, I'm like, how a lot of times, if somebody gets signed to a contract and, they'll either indulge for themselves or for friends or family members of whatever sort, a house, car, jewelry, whatever kind of thing.
Yeah.
They may have a poor background, and now they, find themselves in
and now they find themselves taking care of 30, 40 people or whatever. Yeah, they're taking care of friends. They're taking care of family. They're buying houses for people. I got you. Yeah.
So now with the throwing in the sports gambling on there may be a less, they might say, well, you know what, I don't necessarily need to give you anything out of my pocket, but here's what I can do. You throw a little bit of money here. I'll throw a couple of pitches in the beginning of my rotation here, whatever, and you can make some, easy money out of it, and it'll be under the radar. No one's going to think anything about it.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the point. No one's going to think they thought, but they're still risking it for $5,000, however you want to put it.
Oh, I agree.
Whether you're giving your friend $5,000 or giving him a tip to make him $5,000, it's still the risk reward. You are risking millions for a small amount of money.
That's where the logic part doesn't.
Well, that's my point. Like, I hear what you're saying. You're coming up with reasons why they might do it. There's probably a million reasons why they might do it. I don't know. Like, I hear you. Some guy who's been asking him for money for forever, or his buddy that he's dealing with, and it's just a quick, easy thing. I get it. I get the reasons for it, but I get what that money could be used for. A million different things, but that doesn't change the fact that instead of just giving that money out of his pocket, he's risking making millions. Whatever the reason may be, there is no valid reason where if he needed a quick $5,000 going into his pocket, into his bank account, taking out a loan against his future earnings, whatever. Taking a reverse mortgage on his house. I don't care. Whatever he had to do, all of those things to make a personal appearance. Do whatever. There's a million ways for him to make $5,000 without risking his livelihood and risking millions. Maybe not as easy as I'll throw a ball in the dirt the first pitch of the game. Maybe not as easy as that, but better ways without jeopardizing millions. I don't care how many hangers-on and how many friends and whatever else he's dealing with, and, this one's sick and needs surgery, and I don't care. There's better ways to get $5,000 than risking millions. That's where I thought it wouldn't make sense. We would never see it, because that you could never convince a player that risking millions is worth the amount of money. To pay a player enough to risk the millions would be not profitable for whoever wants to make that happen. Unless you're talking about, if you found a kid in the minors who gets called up and you got him in a bad way or something, I don't know. But it's just Class A, it makes no freaking sense. Bob in Bayside. What's up, Bob?
Yes, Chris. I had a point about Joe Shane, but for the past 2 years, you and I went back and forth about Daniel Jones. So I expect an apology tonight.
Well, you're not going to get one. So.
Why not? He's putting up 35 points a game.
Yeah, but he's doing a great job handing the ball off for the 3 touchdowns that Jonathan Taylor had. Yeah. And
what about the other 8 games?
No,
let
Jonathan
me say
Taylor's
one
the
thing.
MVP of the league right now.
I was saying all along that he had all the tools. You remember our conversation.
Yeah, do you remember my part of the conversation?
You said that, and by the way, you made a quote before. I want to quote you
because I didn't want him on the Giants. I never said he had no tools. I never said he couldn't be a starting quarterback in this league. I said he's too injury prone and he stinks a lot of the time, and he hasn't been good for the Giants. Now, is he playing better than I thought he would? Absolutely.
Once you get the right pieces around you, the real talent comes out.
If you have the offensive line, which they grade out to be a top 5 offensive line. He's got the best running back in football, and he's got a wide receiving core that without a superstar, he has 3 really good wide receivers, and he's played the easiest schedule in the NFL, and a great tight end they just picked up in the draft. I could put a lot of quarterbacks into that situation and be successful.
I'll quote you from 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You said you can't keep changing offenses. This man had 4 different OCs in 5 years.
Always
4 different coaches and an offensive line where he was running for his life every play.
I totally agree. Changing offense.
He does have talent. That's all I want to say.
If you ever heard me say he was void of talent, I'll apologize. But go find where I said he's in the NFL. He was drafted in the top 10 pick. I never said he's void of talent. I said he's not good enough to overcome the issues the Giants present. And there are quarterbacks. People made it seem, because my pushback was always, I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes. I don't care if it's this guy or that guy.
No, you're right.
Nobody's going to be successful.
There's only a few who could overcome bad teams.
And my point is there are quarterbacks who could play a hell of a lot better for the New York Giants than Daniel Jones could. And let's be fair. Again, watch him play last year. He was either injured or afraid to go down the field. He needed to get out of the Giants, not just Brian.
You were right about that.
He needed to get out.
Yeah.
And he's playing better, and God bless him.
Chris, you were right about that. And you were in Italy a few months ago.
Yes.
I'm going to give you an Italian expression of what you've had for the last 2 years. A capadosta, a hard head.
Okay.
Your Italian listeners will know what I mean.
About Daniel Jones?
No, about what I just said. You've had a capadosta, a hard head. You didn't see his talent.
About what?
You didn't. You even questioned it. Now you're saying he has talent.
I said. I said he had. I never said he was void of talent ever. I never said he was incapable of playing the position. I never said he would be out of the NFL after the Giants. I never did. I said he's not good enough to overcome the issues the Giants have, and there are quarterbacks who could. That's what I said. And at the end, and I'm sorry, did you watch him play for the New York Giants? He was bad. He was afraid to go down the field. He never pushed the ball down the field ever. He eventually got just the media, the offensive line, whatever you want, the constant change in coaches, just the idea that it was a losing situation for so long might have, absolutely. I never said the team did him right. I always said the team screwed him. Always. My line was that John Mara said we did everything to ruin this kid. When they hired Shane and Dable, he said we've done everything to ruin Daniel Jones. And I always said, I agree. You did everything to ruin him. But you don't owe him trying to fix him. Ruined is ruined. Let him go and don't ruin the next kid. That was my line forever. Ruin is ruined. Don't say you owe him. This is the NFL. There's no sympathy here. You ruined him. The lesson of that is don't ruin the next one, not we owe Daniel Jones better. Because you've already ruined him. And I think he was ruined here. And I never said that he couldn't play ever. Is he playing better than I would have thought? Yes. Yes, he's better than I would have thought. That's fair. I'll own that. But I never said he wouldn't play anywhere. We all knew he was going to. Like when the Giants cut him last year, did I say no one will pick him up? I knew immediately people were going to pick him up. He's got the ability to throw the football. He could run. He played one hell of a play. He won the Giants a playoff game on the road. He won 9 games and won a playoff game on the road. I never said he couldn't play. anywhere ever the rest of his life ever. I never said those things. I pushed back when people said, I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or Josh Allen. It doesn't matter. No one could win with the Giants. I disagreed. Look at Jackson Dart and how he's playing with no one. The offensive line slightly better, I suppose, than Daniel Jones when it was at its worst. But, and Andrew Thomas is finally healthy and playing consistently. But look what Jackson Dart's able to do with this Giants team. They move the ball. They score points. Are they that much better with the wide receiving core they have now? Look at how he moved the ball last week against the Bears. Daniel Jones was unable to do that for the Giants. Unable. That's a fact. And he was often injured. He blew out his knee. And when he played last year, he was bad. He was bad. He was afraid to hold on to the ball long enough to go deep down the field. He wasn't great at reading and going through progressions. He just wasn't. He's found a coach he's worked with. He's got a great offensive line. He's got the best running back in the sport. He's got a great tight end, 3 really good wide receivers, and he's played the easiest schedule in the NFL. Now, he's won a couple of big games. They beat the Chargers. He hasn't exclusively played easy games. They've already played the Tennessee Titans twice. He's in a lousy division. They've had an easy schedule. The Patriots are the only team that's had an easier schedule, pretty much. Sorry, I'm not going to apologize. I never said he couldn't play. I said he wasn't good enough to be the Giants quarterback, and he wasn't. And Jackson Dart's better. Jackson Dart has already shown more than Daniel Jones did, pretty much outside of maybe a couple games his rookie season, for the most part his entire career. He's able to get more points and move the ball and be better than Daniel Jones was.
But Daniel Jones never got to throw to guys like Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson.
Right. No, I know. It's this Daniel Jones conversation, because he's 8-2, it's gone too far. But I get it. He's 8-2, and I definitely did push back on the narrative on Daniel Jones. I blamed him as much as I blamed the organization. But all people remember is I blamed him. I never said the Giants weren't at fault. I never said another quarterback could come in here, any quarterback could come in here and do better. I just said there are quarterbacks who could, and that Daniel Jones wasn't that good. And he played terribly. Go back and watch the games. Go see missed throws that Jackson Dart's not missing. Go see him take shots down the field. Even, forget Jackson Dart. They go to Tyrod Taylor, and the ball gets thrown down the field for whatever reason. And the Giants are the number one reason. And the owner admitted as such. Daniel Jones couldn't function anymore for the Giants. It was all too much. It was too much losing. It was too much poor offensive line play. It was too much media speculation. It was just too much everything. And he was being, weighed down by it and couldn't function. He didn't throw the ball down the field. Ever. He was lousy. Last year for the Giants in particular. Last year was lousy. Go back, watch the opening game. He throws a pick right at the goal line against the Minnesota Vikings. It was a terrible throw. He made tons of mistakes, and he refused to throw the ball down the field. Refused. Tyrod Taylor came in and threw the ball down the field. They wanted to throw the ball down the field. Brian Dable's offense has a lot of throwing the ball down the field. Watch Jackson Dart. He throws the ball down the field. Not always complete because he's got no wide receivers, but look at him play and go watch Daniel Jones play with the Giants last year. He's got new life. He's found a new situation. He's got an offensive coach that he's clearly working well with, and he's got more weapons and a better offensive line, and he's winning games. And, Dart lost Scatterboo and still looked great. Dart lost Neighbors and still looked great. Daniel Jones was never able to lose anyone and continue to play the same. When they lost Saquon Barkley, Like, both can be true. Both can be true. Daniel Jones had a lot of things working against him with the New York Giants, but Daniel Jones wasn't good for the New York Giants any longer. He just wasn't. He needed to get away, and he's playing better football. And he's in a much better situation. Both can be true because Jackson Dart is in the same situation. And while they're losing games still, he is so clearly playing better football than Daniel Jones did here. It's not even, he's so clearly playing better football. And it's pretty much the same offensive line, same lousy offensive weapons. In fact, he doesn't even have neighbors. Like, he's throwing to the same guys. He's got the same offensive line in front of him. Same crappy center. Same thing. And yet he's putting up 25 points consistently. Daniel Jones couldn't move the football and couldn't throw it down the field. Same thing with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's playing in front of the same team, same offensive line, same weapons, can't do a damn thing. Jackson Dart is what I was talking about. There are quarterbacks who can come in here and make it work. Daniel Jones was not one of them. Daniel Jones was not one of them. He's that quarterback who needs the perfect situation. If given the perfect situation, he can play. Brock Purdy made a hell of a lot of money in a very good situation. There's a lot of quarterbacks who could step into a great situation and have a top 5 offensive line, the best running back in football, weapons all over the place, and find ways to make that team go. Absolutely. He wasn't good enough to make the Giants go. Just wasn't. Jackson Dart is. Jackson Dart is. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how you doing, C-Mac? Everything you said, perfect. 100%. I agree with everything.
Yeah.
You know, really, do you realize also Daniel Jones, you know what it is? It's instincts. When things break down, that's what Dart has, instincts. When things break down, what do? Daniel Jones doesn't have it. When things break down, he can't play. Do you see what he did he's out of the MVP race. Do you see what he did the last 2 games? 6 fumbles. Yeah. This is in 2 games.
No,
he
put the ball.
3.
Yeah, he put the ball on the ground 3 times against Atlanta.
Wait, 6 fumbles. He lost 3 of them. This is 2 games. And 4 interceptions in 2 games.
Yeah. No, he's not. The last 2 games have been bad. Now, they still won a lot of football games, and he's playing better. But yes, no, he's not in the MVP conversation. His running back is.
Yeah, but the reason for that is because they happened to play a couple of games where they rushed him. He can't handle pressure. He doesn't have good instincts when things break down. What do I do? Mm-hmm. That's what Dart has. He's got great presence. You know, what should I do? It breaks down, schoolyard ball. But the thing you said earlier about Dart, and I'll leave it at that, was we have to be careful with this kid, with the injuries and all that. And I think the Giants made a big mistake not getting some type of a receiver, even if it wasn't Waddle for him, because the thing is, when he comes back, I think he feels like, I got to win the game by myself. I got nobody. And we got to take him in that situation and protect him from himself. Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
No, you got it, Mario. The conversation around protecting, you want to talk about another conversation that's kind of gotten away from us. Like, I'm still baffled by the conversation. I heard a caller, as I was listening to Keith, say they shouldn't play him. I had a caller last night mention the idea that he shouldn't play until the last 3 games of the season. Like, I know you want to protect the kid, but not playing him is, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then the idea, like, they've been showing the play the last couple of days now, and I know Baldinger was on with BT and Sal and talked about this. They made a mistake in protection on a pass play, no doubt. They put a tight end on Sweat. That was a terrible mistake, and it got his bell rung. That was a bad job by the coach. That's unacceptable. I'll give you that. You can't allow a tight end to be the only man blocking the best pass rusher on the opponent. And it led to a bad sack. That's a bad job. And that can't happen protecting a young rookie quarterback. That is fair. That hit where the helmet came off, that's the play. That's a scary play. They got their quarterback's bell rung because they put a tight end on the best edge rusher. Like, that's a problem. That I agree with. But I don't agree that 4 design run plays is some sort of outrageous number. And to go back to that interview with Balding, he goes, that last run play where he gets the concussion and fumbles, like, why not run a running back? Why not run Singletary? Or why not run Tracy? Because they haven't been as effective. The run game wasn't effective. That was the entire first quarter, first half. Olsen kept saying it. Why are you running on first down? You can't get anything. You can't run anything. You can't run the ball. Why do you keep running the ball? The run wasn't as effective when it wasn't Jackson Dart running the ball. You still have to go out there and make game-winning plays. And four design runs is not an obscene number that puts him in harm's way. I'm sorry. He's got to be better. They got to coach him better. Whoever's next has to absolutely, and hopefully, the one thing that comes from this concussion that he can return from and feel good from and not have it linger, and I hope he feels better as soon as humanly possible. Forget football, just for him. But the one hopeful silver lining in all this is he will finally get that injury, that concussion, that makes him realize he has to run differently. And he has to be more protective of himself. And hopefully, because everybody wants Lane Kiffin to be the next head coach, and I suppose I'm warming up to that idea a little bit. It still doesn't make sense to fire Brian Daboll and then hire the coach based on working with the quarterback, because working with the quarterback worked. But I do want the next coach to be able to work with the quarterback, so I can't sit here and scream it can't be Lane Kiffin. But Lane Kiffin couldn't coach it out of him, and Brian Daboll couldn't coach it out of him. Someone's got to be able to coach it out of him. And maybe this concussion will finally let it sink into him that I can't be doing this. 4 trips to the tent, and the 4th one lands me on the, in the concussions. Like, I have to run it different and get down and be safe. And, Tiki talked about the idea of being small. You could see the way he was running. He's very upright when he runs. And the reason he got the concussion is because the ball went up in the air on the fumble, and he kind of had to extend his hands and his head. And when he fell down, the head hit the ground. It wasn't really on an impact hit. It was the head hitting the ground. So he's got to do a better job of all that. But I'm sorry. If you don't run him at all, if you have no design runs for him because you have to protect him because he doesn't have the body type to do it, you're not going to have the same quarterback. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
They blew another fourth quarter lead. The heart and soul of the team goes walking in concussion protocol, and then the inevitable is going to happen. I mean, the ownership can only take so much.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors. Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 342. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Let's talk a little bit of baseball here as the baseball GM meetings are underway in Vegas. And there was a lot, I guess Brian Cashman is not there, although he's going to talk to the media later today. So we'll see. But a couple reports about the Yankees that I want to get into. We'll get to the Mets as well at 888-808-1019. And Stearns made some comments about, looking at the young kids, and we'll see what happens. Not too much. Like the Mets right now, we're just going to find out about Alonso, the pitching. I do think there's a conversation around Skubal that still needs to be had because you talk about the young pitching and the young kids, and how much of that would you really want to give up for Skubal? So many people want to, I just saw a mock trade for Skubal, and it involves both Jonah Tong and Sproat. If you're going to trade both of those guys away for a pitcher you can sign next year, you're giving away what could be an excellent rotation in a year. I know you want to win and nobody knows about next year. I'm still hung up on the idea that, and again, me and Fleas are alone on this. Nobody I talk to doesn't want to trade for Skubal. Like nobody. Everyone wants to trade for Skubal because the expectation is they'll sign him. Like you don't have to worry about that. The fear of any other team trading for Skubal and giving up those prospects is that they won't retain him long term, and you feel like, well, the Mets have enough money where that's going to happen. And while I don't disagree with that, wouldn't you like to have Sproat and Tong in the rotation next year with him? You want to give up all of the assets you've been accruing for this long for a pitcher you could just sign next year? And he's not going to go anywhere and sign an extension. Like, that's the other fear. Oh, if you don't trade for him, someone else will, and he'll sign there. No, he's not. He's got Scott Boras. He's not signing anywhere. He's hitting free agency. He's not signing with the Mets either. He's not going to sign an extension with the Mets. The Mets, as a Met fan, you just believe they'll sign him in free agency, which I don't disagree with you. But to talk about the Yankees real quick, because a couple of things have been reported. Joel Sherman is talking about the idea that the Yankees want to stay under $300 million, the last luxury tax rung going on before next year in the new CBA agreement. And the other report is apparently from John Heyman that the expectation is that Trent Grisham will not be accepting and will decline the qualifying offer, which thankfully that's the case. I hope that turns out to be true. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm still nervous about that. I do think the CBA has a lot to do with that. He's going to want guaranteed money. And if the Yankees get lucky enough, and it was a huge gamble, and especially if they want to stay under the 300, that's a huge gamble to have the possibility of Trent Grisham on the books for $22 million. That's crazy. But I don't necessarily believe that the Yankees are looking to stay under $300 million. I think last year they ended somewhere between 317, 320, somewhere around there. I don't think they'll go much further than that. But I do think they're going to go above $300 million, or at least they will attempt to. They won't just sign anyone to go over that number to keep you placated. They're only going to go over that. They're only going to go there if they have the wherewithal to do it and the players that are worth doing it. But I firmly believe that they'd be willing to do that. To me, here's the question of the Yankees offseason, right? And now, hopefully, the reports are true and Trent Grisham won't be in the mix in the outfield, which would throw a monkey wrench into all of this, because I just can't imagine paying him $22 million and still being able to do the things they're going to want to do here. But the question to me is, and I mentioned the young kids with the Mets, that's the question for me with the New York Yankees. How do they view this outfield? And is Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez expendable? I think that's the main question. And the one thing that I took out of offering the qualifying offer to Trent Grisham, and I think ultimately they offered it to him because they believed this the whole time. They believe that he's going to want to go out and get guaranteed money before this new agreement. Because if there ever is a luxury, if there ever is a straight up salary cap, which I don't know if they're going to be able to get that or not, but it feels like that's the main reason we're all concerned there won't be games played, or there'll be a season missed, or that this will be an extended strike or lockout, is because this is going to be the final fight for the one thing that the players just won't agree to, the salary cap. But in a salary cap sport, as we see with football, it's fungible, and it's same thing with the NBA. The stars get paid. Me and Fleas were talking about this during the break. The stars get paid. Skubal's going to make his $400 million. Tucker's going to make his $400 million. Aaron Judge is going to make his $400 million. Juan Soto's going to make his $600 million, $700 million. The stars get paid. The people who get shut out, or the people who don't get their money anymore, are the average players, the middling players, the Trent Grishams of the world. So to me, I think they always played this with the idea of Trent is going to go out there this offseason off of 30 home runs and not risk hitting the market after a salary cap has been instituted, because then teams don't have the extra $10 million a year, $7 million a year that he's going to want for players like Trent Grisham. So if he can go out there, and even if it is $15 million a year over 3 years for like $45 million or something like that, even though it's less per, and he would have another year at Yankee Stadium to possibly have another good season and try and convince teams that he's more than this middling player I'm talking about. The truth of the matter is, right now, I think he's going to want to just get whatever he can, whatever guaranteed money. 3 years at 15 per is, it's $7 million less this season, but it's double the amount of total money, and that's what Trent Grisham will go for. So I think ultimately the Yankees, and get at, and you're not going to believe this, but I'm going to compliment them. If that happens, the Yankees just read the market right. The Yankees just read Trent Grisham right, read his agents right, read the room right, and were able to get picks when he signs elsewhere. But the one thing that they were risking for me is the idea, what are they going to do with these kids? How do they view Spencer Jones? How do they view Jason Dominguez? Because this outfield, and everyone says they're prioritizing Cody Bellinger, which, by the way, am I the only one who would prefer Cody Bellinger over Tucker? Like, I can't believe, and I think it's just become that Yankee fans in particular, right, the Yankee fans here, they want proof that the ownership group will go out and get the best player. And they like the idea of just yelling and saying, they won't get Tucker. They won't get Tucker because they won't go out and spend the biggest money. And they won't get out and get the best player. Tucker's the better player. And they're not going to go get Tucker because that's not what the Yankees do anymore. And it's so obvious that this lousy owner's not going to go out there and sign Tucker. Instead of actually looking at it and saying to yourself, who's going to play center field? And Bellinger does what we like. Bellinger has the two-strike approach. Bellinger's had a good year. And whatever you think of who the better player is, they're talking about him making double the amount of money. He is not double the player that Cody Bellinger is. Cody Bellinger can play first. If something comes along where trading Ben Rice makes sense, he is so much of a better fit for the Yankees than Kyle Tucker is. He can play center field. He can play first base. He can do a lot of things. He is a better fit. So if you're going to bring him back, how do you view Spencer Jones? How do you view Jason Dominguez? Because I think the best way to fix this team is to trade both of them. And we'll get into that as we go along. 888-808-1019. Let's get to EJ in Allentown. What's up, EJ?
T-Mac, how are you tonight, man?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I didn't call about this, but after the Daniel Jones talk, can I jump back to that for a second?
Sure, why not?
The Daniel Jones, listen, I'm a 50-year Giant fan, and my family had season tickets from the Yale Bowl, and we got rid of them right before the opening of the new stadium. So at a 50-year Giant fan, the first 10 years of my Giant fandom sucked, and the last 10 years have sucked.
Right.
The middle 30 were great.
Yeah.
If you can't see that the Giants are a better football team with Jackson Dart over Daniel Jones, you know nothing about football.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could not, as a younger guy, I couldn't miss a game. I watch it, they could lose, they could be 2-12 or 2-14. I watched every snap. The last 10 years, I have not watched Giant football in November and December. I'm going out to lunch with my wife on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
They were unwatchable with Daniel Jones. I could not wait to watch this game, a 2-7 Giant game, to watch Jackson Dart and see what he could do this weekend. If you can't see... And by the way, the Colts won on Sunday in Germany in spite of Daniel Jones.
No doubt, he had a bad
did everything
game.
to try to give that game away.
Yeah, he had a bad game.
I was a big proponent of Daniel Jones when they drafted him at first. And I was one of my friends who was a hanger-on saying, hey, this guy's really got it. You put a good... After watching him, he is Brad Johnson. He's a Trent Dilfer. You know, he's a decent quarterback, like you said. If you surround him with the right parts... You know, he might be able to win a championship in the perfect scenario. But if you
championship, it's got to be perfect. He's not winning a championship. These Colts aren't winning a championship.
I'm not saying he's going to do it with the Colts. I'm saying
I get you.
I'm saying a Brad Johnson or a Trent Dilfer thing.
Right.
But if you can't see by watching the last 10 football games, even though they're 2-8, that they are a better watch, then you know nothing about football. They're entertaining.
Of course, it's a different offense. There's no doubt. It's a different offense. And yeah, my other main point with the Daniel Jones thing, I was tired of the conversation I was having over and over again. I was tired of the conversation. Is it Daniel Jones? Is it the team? Is it Daniel Jones? Is it the team? And the answer was obviously both. But it wasn't good for the franchise anymore. They needed to move on. And I was willing to do a bunch of stuff, as the chat is reminding me. And again, you could stream us on YouTube. Go to WFAN. You can stream us on YouTube. The chat's reminding me, I wanted to try and do everything I could for a long time to get rid of Daniel Jones. I am not running away from the idea that I was done with Daniel Jones a long time ago. I just never said he had no talent, but I wanted them to draft a quarterback. Almost every year I wanted them to draft a quarterback. And I wanted to trade for Russell Wilson. I would say of all the years I've been doing this, that's probably the loudest. And again, even Brian Daboll, and I know I defended Daboll, but I never said he was a great coach. I just said I like the relationship and it's working with this quarterback, and I don't trust the organization to make a better decision, so I'd stick with him. I never said Brian Daboll's a great coach, you got to keep him. I just said it's working with this quarterback, and that's good enough for me right now. But I was all over trading for Russell Wilson. All over it. I wanted Russell Wilson here when he went to Denver. Absolutely 100% wrong, because I didn't believe in Daniel Jones anymore. And to be fair, I wanted one of those 2 first-round picks traded, and it turned out to be Evan Neal and Thibodeau. I could have lived with it. The 2 draft picks ended up not being overly good, so it wouldn't have been too much of a disaster. But yeah, the contract, the trading, I wanted Russell Wilson was dead wrong. And I wanted them to not mess around and not risk it and take a quarterback with the 3rd overall pick. I want a quarterback. Need a quarterback. Daniel Jones was never the answer. It became abundantly clear he was not going to be the answer. Too injury prone, too many issues, not good enough, didn't throw the ball down the field. And again, I'm watching him now. He has not been good the last 2 weeks. They won despite of him Sunday. He put the ball on the ground 3 times. And I don't think this team is winning anything. I don't think they're winning anything. I said the same thing about Milwaukee. That was obvious. This team is not. They go up against the Chiefs in the postseason. I don't care if it's at home. There's no chance they're beating the Chiefs. No chance. 888-808-1019. We got time for one more. I got a break. I don't usually ask you that question. We got a break. 888-808-1019. We'll come back, take your call, say good morning, and get you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan. Be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
A lot of it is on the coaches, obviously, but ultimately you are judged by the bottom line, and the bottom line for Dave's was not good enough.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure.
Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Knicks led by as many as 28 as they dismissed the Grizzlies 133-120. Jalen Brunson led the charge. He poured in 32 with 10 assists and 5 rebounds, but still wasn't pleased that Memphis pulled it within 10 in the final minutes.
We got a lot of work to do. That fourth quarter is just, it's not us. The way they played in the fourth, they kept fighting, and we just let them back in the game. But it's just, we got to continue to fight, man, and not just give in and not be complacent when things are going easy. So we got to pick that up.
At courtesy of MSG, Mikal Bridges 22, Karl Anthony Towns 21 points, 13 rebounds, OG Anunoby 16, while Jordan Clarkson added 13 off the bench as the Knicks win streak is up to 5. Raptors overpowered the Nets 119-106, Emmanuel Quickley 24, Michael Porter Jr., Nick Claxton each with 21 for Brooklyn. And David Stearns at the GM meetings discussing the possibility of bringing both Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso back for next season.
Look, we love both Pete and Edwin. They've been great representatives of the organization. We'd love to have them both back. At this stage of the offseason, it's really tough to predict any outcomes, but certainly we'd love to have both those guys back.
38 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, his wife and good morning. I know a little late there. I was late coming back. I'm sorry. How's everybody doing on this Wednesday morning? 404 on the fan, 888-808-1019. Another day to be embarrassed by our football teams. That's where I started today. We can get into the Knicks. They're not embarrassing. 7-0 at home, 5 in a row, 3 straight games of 130 points. They're not running sets. They're just out there running concepts. The ball movement has been spectacular over the last handful of games. Another great game from Brunson. Cat's been playing great. OG Anunoby's been on fire. The other day, everybody played under 30 minutes. We're good with the minutes. We're good with everything. Just a really good feeling around this Knicks team right now. Who still has to go and prove they can win on the road, which I think that was more about just finding themselves early on than it is about, winning games on the road. And they've had a little bit of some easier opponents. Memphis is going through it right now. Beating up on some bad teams, but still putting up immense amount of points, just an extremely efficient offense. Their ability to hit the corner three has been incredible, and they've been playing some really, really solid basketball, and especially at Madison Square Garden. And when you take into the equation how bad the Rangers have been in Madison Square Garden, but they got their first win against the Predators. Hopefully that can set them up for future success at Madison Square Garden, it just felt like especially after that Islander game where I thought the first 12 or 15 minutes they dominated the game and couldn't put the puck in. But hopefully that's about to change. But right now the Knicks are playing well. We'll see what about the Rangers. The Devils are playing well. The Islanders have been hot as of late, beating the Devils in overtime, and beating the Rangers. So a little bit of happiness there, as maybe, just maybe, we'll have something to be excited about come April, May, and June. But right now, these two football teams, and that's where I started, they just continue to embarrass us. Never mind the fact that they're two of the worst franchises of the last decade in probably all of professional sports, not just the NFL. But they've got 4 wins between the two of them. You just had to fire a coach in season. And every day there's something new that seems to piss me off. And I don't know if it pisses you off. But Joe Shane coming back pissed everyone off, right? The reaction to the idea that Joe Shane was going to stick around and that he created a young core of a team that they believe in, that they're excited about. And quite clearly in the statement the Giants put out, because nobody spoke, they didn't put Shane in front of the media. The ownership group didn't speak. They put out a statement. It spoke for itself. Brian Daboll is out. Joe Shane is in. He's running the search for the coach. That's it. And then we get news today, which, again, I don't know if it's a trial balloon they put out, but the universal reaction to Joe Shane being back was so loud, so one way, so obvious that nobody, media, the NFL, the New York Giant fan, nobody believed that keeping this GM around was a good decision, and allowing him to hire another head coach was a good decision. That yesterday you started to see reports. Ian O'Connor came out and talked about the idea. Well, I mean, he's not definitely coming back. There's still some evaluating to happen, but he's leading the search. They just need someone to get the coach search going. Why in the world? And again, people are like, well, that's good. That's good, right? We don't want him back, and clearly not having him back is better, except the fact that you need him to start the coaching search? He already had one coaching search. They hired him. He hired Brian Daboll. He had 2 coaches make the second round of interviews, and it was the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, where he came from. And he picked Brian Daboll, the man who quite clearly, in the Giants' estimation, was the reason for their failure. Not the GM, not the picks, not the depth, not the roster, because the roster is far better than 2 wins. It was the lousy coach that he picked. So the idea that it's almost worse to me. It's almost worse to me that the organization would put out those statements, allow him to search and lead the search for the next coach, and still have the idea that I might move on from him. Why? Why would you allow him to do anything if you haven't made your mind up? If you haven't made your mind up, you tell him to go sit in the corner until I've decided. You don't say, go find the next head coach, please, and then we might fire you. None of it makes any sense. And then you get to the Jets, and here's another one. Maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion. Maybe you don't mind. But the New York Jets, who have won 2 games in the last 2 weeks, or last 3 weeks with the bye, right? Bravo. They beat the Cincinnati Bengals, and they beat the Cleveland Browns. Maybe the only 2 teams worse than they are. And they had a great trade deadline. We get it. So the optimism is up for the New York Jets. A couple wins that, in my estimation, they shouldn't be winning games. But a couple wins, a couple of great trades, the idea of future draft picks, and a lot of optimism. But I'm sorry. If you listen to the coach yesterday, I don't know how anyone, and you could brush it off, and you could say it doesn't matter, and you could say, hey, they've won some games, so he's got some leeway. But the way he's handled the media all year, and he continues to not tell you who the quarterback is until game time. And then yesterday, because he's pissed off that someone gave a member of the media, namely Rich Cimini, some injury information about their star wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, and his time frame with a sprained knee. When asked about injuries this week, yesterday in the press conference, he said, I'm no longer talking about injuries. Go ask Rich Cimini. This is a head coach in the NFL. This is a head coach who was hired under the premise that he played here. He knew how windy it was in the AFC Championship game in 1998. He played under Parcells. And if you didn't know that, he mentions it 3 or 4 times a day that he talked to Parcells, or he's getting information from Parcells, or Parcells used to say. And then he stands there, and because he didn't like the idea that somebody had something from the organization about an injury, now he's not answering questions about the injury. And furthermore, you can direct your questions to Rich Cimini. That is the most obnoxious, petty, ridiculous thing I have ever heard a coach say. And it's just, and maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion, but the idea that they're firing coaches between the 2 teams, they've won 4 games. We're going to sit here before Thanksgiving and know these seasons are dead. Because of the concussion, Giant fans probably aren't going to even get to see the great young quarterback play. The only reason to watch a 2-8 team is to see this quarterback play. You've got Mike Kafka, who's going to take over and do what exactly with, hopefully, Jameis Winston and not Russell Wilson. We've got the GM running a search without job certainty, and we've got a lousy Jet team that we're all happy that they sent away 2 of their best players, managed to win a game with kick returns and 40 yards of offense, building towards what, I don't know, a lesser opportunity to draft their future quarterback, and a coach who is blatantly saying the most ridiculous things and taking on an adversarial role against the media for no damn reason. It's just every day there's something else to be just furious about with these 2 football teams. It's driving me nuts, let alone the idea that we don't know who the hell the coach is going to be. And some of the names are less inspiring. Every time I turn around, there's another defensive coordinator. It's Lane Kiffin or, Bill Belichick, or otherwise it's some defensive coordinator that, I don't understand why we're not talking about offensive coordinators strictly, because you need to work with this young quarterback. I don't want the offensive coordinator's offense. I want the coach's offense. I don't want to bring in, Minter from the Chargers to help fix this pass rush. I need a coach to come in here and work with this quarterback. And not an offensive coordinator who, if he is successful, guess what? He's going to get a job, because that's the NFL today. As I pointed out earlier, of the 16 teams, 8-8 in each league that currently have a winning record, 11 of those coaches are offensive. That's the game today. Offensive-minded head coaches. Now, unless you're going to go get a Vrabel, which is obviously impossible. He's winning with unless you're going to go get a Mike Tomlin, who would be my number 1 choice, if that is even plausible and possible, and I'd be willing to trade to make it happen. But unless you're going to get Belichick, Tomlin, a Vrabel type, a Sean Payton type, a proven head-winning coach in the NFL, like that, I'd be willing. I don't care that Mike Tomlin was once a defensive back coach. He's been a head coach for the last 25 years. I don't care that John Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator. He's been a head coach forever. But if you're going to hire the next young executive, the next young, coordinator, one, the idea of this general manager still being in place makes it less appealing on what should be the most appealing job. When all is said and done and Black Monday takes place and every job is open, there won't be a more appealing job when you look at the talent on the field, despite the lousy job this GM has done, because anyone drafting at the top of the draft for this long with that many picks should have some stars here. And the quarterback was taken by the head coach, not the GM. But you have the quarterback, you have a stud wide receiver, you have a young running back who, as long as he's healthy, returning from a devastating injury, is an impact player. You've got a bunch of guys on the defensive front who are, Burns is leading the league in sacks. You should be able to get a hell of a lot more if you hire a good defensive coordinator or are a defensive coach, I suppose. A hell of a lot more out of Abdul Carter. Not too very long ago, Dexter Lawrence was one of the best D tackles in the sport. This should be in a very appealing job. Plus, it's the New York Giants. It's a prestige, team and franchise, or at least used to be. Go find someone who can work with this quarterback. Go find someone who can build an offense. Get rid of this GM. Don't allow him to be the one who makes the pick. But if you are going to keep him, and if you are going to let him make the pick, God, how do you let him make the pick and then fire him? Even if that's what I want, him gone, it just shows complete and utter incompetence inside an ownership group that we knew Woody Johnson's incompetent. That ain't new. And it's really not new either with the Maras, unfortunately, over the last 10 years. But I don't want to think of them the same as I think of Woody Johnson. But if they're going to allow a guy to lead the search for a head coach and then still debate whether or not they're going to keep him, it's hard not to. It's hard. It's very difficult being a New York football fan right now. It just really is. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll take some calls here, and we'll take you to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show. Let's get to Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, great show as always. During the day, I had to listen to all the hosts on the fan, whoever it is. All of them wanted him fired. And then I got to sit there, listen to Sal talk about how he wants Gruden. A guy that hasn't been there for 23 years, only got a second job because he was doing, Monday Night Football, and it's easy to sound like a genius when you're watching everything from above. And you're talking about Gruden, and they're talking about the guy that's suing the organization as a possible coach. It just drives me crazy that this is all they could come up with now.
Well, that's not just them. Those are two names that have been very prevalent. And again, unfortunately, I listen to them whenever I get a chance. Those are prime. If I'm not sleeping, I've said this a lot. I love you guys. If I'm not sleeping during their show, my day is ruined. So that's just the way it is. Those hours need to be sleep hours. I'm not sure exactly. I've seen the clips. I thought Sal was saying Cliff Kingsbury today. It doesn't matter. Point being, let's just talk specifically. Forget what their opinions are. Call them if you have an issue with their opinions. I don't think John Gruden. And I like Cliff Kingsbury. I think Cliff Kingsbury is a name I would definitely be interested in. I know it didn't work out by the end in Arizona with the Cardinals, but he worked wonders last year with Daniels. I think he's a good offensive mind. He's had some coaching experience. I like Cliff Kingsbury's a pretty decent name as far as I'm concerned, better than the names you mentioned. Because again, John Gruden won a Super Bowl a quarter century ago. That doesn't mean he's an idiot. That doesn't mean he's not a good coach. It's 20 plus years ago. And after that, it didn't go that well in Tampa. And then he returned to the Raiders, and it was a colossal disaster. And yes, he got fired for emails and everything else. We know what happened. He's suing the league, the whole nonsense. We get it. I don't think the idea that John Gruden won a million years ago, and he sure does make me laugh when I watch Barstool, is a good enough reason to hire a head coach. I don't like. Again, I'm not saying he's not a good football man. I get who John Gruden is, all the success he had, the stops as coordinators, and then the head coach, successful with the Raiders, went to Tampa, won a Super Bowl. Like, I'm not saying he's an idiot or that it would be an out-and-out disaster of a hire, that he has no clue what he's doing, but I don't know what makes him this great candidate when he hasn't been in the league in a successful path, in a successful manner for 25 years. It's just a long time to be out of the game, and then when he did come back, it was a failure. He was supposed to come back and make Derek Carr, better than what he was, and he didn't. He didn't at all. He did not improve Derek's Carr. He didn't help Derek Carr at all. I'm not in on Gruden. Not in on Gruden. And then as far as Flores, I think he did. I would have been open to hiring Flores when they hired Dable. I would have been open to that. I think he did a decent job in Miami despite a lack of talent. He has some of the same issues that Brian Dable had. Hard to get along with. Some of the things you heard about Dave's, right? Hard to get along with. All kinds of issues with management, whatever else, and you can learn from that. No doubt. You can learn with your second stop. A lot of coaches who get hired right away don't learn, but he's had enough time to learn, and maybe he'd be a good head coach. I don't doubt that. I think last year he did an incredible job with Minnesota's defense. This year, But I'm sure he's a good head coach, or it could be again. But, yeah, he's suing the Giants. Makes it complicated. He's suing the team. He's suing the NFL. He's suing other teams. And, again, he's a defensive coach. I don't want to bring in a defensive coordinator. I don't. I don't think bringing in a defensive coach makes sense for a bunch of different reasons. One, as I told you, 11 of the 16 winning teams in the NFL right now have offensive coaches. I just think that's the way of the world right now. You got a young rookie quarterback who I want to continue to progress with, and I don't want to. We talk about Daniel Jones and switching offenses. Like, say he's really good and he works well with this offensive coordinator, and because of that, the offensive coordinator gets a job. And now it's not the head coach's offense. Now you got to bring in a brand new coordinator with a brand new offense. Like, I want the coach and the quarterback relationship. That's what I want. That's why I was so, adamant about keeping Dable for as long as I was. Because I loved what I saw there, and I wanted that to progress. I want the coach and the quarterback. So for me, unless I am getting the guaranteed successful head coach, right? I don't want Bill Belichick, but again, it would take all of 10 minutes to excite me that the greatest head coach since Vince Lombardi and maybe ever is about to run the franchise. Like, it would take me all of 10 minutes to put aside the nonsense of North Carolina, the last couple of years without Tom Brady in New England and, his personal life. All that could go out the window real quick. For those reasons, I don't want him. But if it were to happen, it's going to be easy to convince me that they just hired the greatest head coach ever. Like, it could probably still be a disaster, but I'll buy in. Go get an offensive coordinator with him, I'll live. You want to go get Mike Tomlin? I'm in. That's my number one choice. That's a proven winner, stabilizing force. Go get Tomlin. I don't even think of him as a defensive coach anymore. He's just a head coach. Get him, get an offense, I'll live with it. But if I'm going to take a chance on a coordinator, offense. I'm not even thinking defense. Robbie in Lake Success. What's up, Robbie?
Good morning, Chris. I'm out of the loop. I'm not listening, but I'm just going to give you my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I know you were against Dable. I mean, you wanted Dable. I wanted him out of here.
The 49er game, I started to change my opinion, and after he proved that he's cultivated a team that just knows how to lose, believes they're going to lose, and does everything they can to lose.
He's a loser, and he's
I mean, that's it. I wanted him. I never thought that I never said, oh, he's such a great head coach, you can't fire him. I just said the relationship with Dart is working so well, I'm nervous to move on, and I think you should keep him. But eventually, I don't think you're wrong. He proved he's a loser, unfortunately.
Okay, we got here's the guy I want. There's only one guy, Belichick. I don't think it's going to happen. He's also on the older side. I want Mike McCarthy. I want a guy who's a winner, 600 winning percentage.
Yep.
I also don't understand Mara, like why he opened his mouth again, and all he had to say was at the end of the season we're going to reevaluate. Why he's giving Joe Shane, who I think is who's just as bad as Dable.
I agree.
He should be he should have said nothing he just should have said, "We're going to make some evaluations at the end of the season. We're making our change right now." Okay?
Why would you put it out there? He's leading the search.
He's an idiot. I
don't want to call him an idiot. But I hear what you're saying.
I apologize.
I didn't mean to call you out. I'm just saying. I don't know about an idiot.
No, but it was wrong on me. I know he's got the health issues. That's the whole thing. Nothing. Say nothing.
You can't say he's leading the search and then speculation the next day that maybe he's not going to be around. It doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
If you're gonna be as firm as he's leading the search, he's got. It's almost worse now that
you're doing half the job.
It's almost worse now that they might move on from him. That almost makes me feel worse.
Whatever it is. A guy like McCarthy, okay?
I don't disagree. I think it's a good name. I think that's as good a candidate. Yeah.
Chris, and I'll tell you what I want as a coordinator. I wouldn't mind having Antonio Pierce if you want to bring him on the staff. Not a head coach, as a defensive coordinator. He'd be a guy. And if Kafka can prove himself, you could even keep him here. Okay, meaning as an offensive coordinator.
Well, I mean, if he proves himself, I think there's a good. If he wins some games
I don't want
here,
him as a head coach.
I hear you, but I think that's a chance. But my point was going to be. I don't think you're going to be able to keep him as an offensive coordinator. I think he's going to get a job as a head coach somewhere.
And that's okay. But Mike McCarthy is the only guy who's got a football mind, 600 winning percentage everywhere he's gone. I want no more coordinators. I want no more take a shot at this guy. And Gruden, how anybody can bring Gruden? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't.
And I agree with you on that. Even anybody who said 25 years, you go with the only guy who could possibly get this team reestablished. Even if he's only 63, he could be around 5 or 6 years. Nobody else makes sense. That's out there. Nobody makes any sense.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the only guy. I have no problem with Mike McCarthy. I agree with you. He brings a floor. We're all worried about the ceiling. I get it. And if he was going to take over, a team that was right on the precipice, but for whatever reason the coach didn't work out, like if he was going to go take over. Ironically, the name that comes to mind, although it would never obviously happen, would be Green Bay, right? A team that we feel like is full of talent. He's not going to go back to Green Bay, but like if you're a Green Bay-like team where it sounds like LaFleur is now coaching for his job, there was high expectations. They haven't played well, but they have talent, and you're looking to like bring in like that kind of head coach, then I would worry about Mike McCarthy because I'm looking to have that coach who takes me to the next level, and he has proven – outside of the 1 year with Aaron Rodgers, that he struggles at winning those big games. He struggles at taking that team to the next level. But if I'm the New York Giants with a young quarterback who haven't had more than 5 or 6 wins in 20 years, so that's what it feels like, I think he comes in and stabilizes the franchise and builds them up. And I think there's a very good chance within a year they have 10, 11 wins. Like he wins 10, 11, 12 games almost every year. I'm with you. Do I feel like that makes them Super Bowl contenders? I'm not looking to be a Super Bowl contender right now. I got to crawl before I walk, let alone run. So I think Mike McCarthy makes a lot of sense. He's not the only guy. I'm starting to warm up to Lane Kiffin only because before Dable got fired, it was harder for me to justify firing Dable, who was quite clearly working well with the quarterback, under the guise of, I'm going to bring in another coach who I know works well with the quarterback. Like, Dable's already working well, and at least he won Coach of the Year once. Lane Kiffin was a failed experiment in the NFL. But I can't sit here and scream about how important the coach-quarterback relationship is and dismiss the coach that made him a first-round pick. So, like, I'm kind of wrapping my mind around the possibility of Lane Kiffin, who has proven now to be a successful college coach, who was probably put in a position of power far too early in his career and life. And, maybe he can find something. I'm opening up to that idea. But I definitely want an offensive head coach. To me, Mike Tomlin is the best, and I'm willing to say I know that's not an offensive head coach, but he's just such a proven damn winner. Like, he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. He's going to find the same thing as Mike McCarthy, but he's also, I think, could take you to that next level. I would love to see Tomlin here, but that's kind of a pipe dream. I don't see how that happens. So to me, it's probably going to be either a Mike McCarthy type. Like Cliff Kingsbury is another name. I think Cliff Kingsbury is a great choice. He's been a head coach. He's proven every stop he goes, he's brought big-time offense. He's worked with a bunch of different quarterbacks. He turned Daniels into the talk of the year. That offense went to the NFC Championship game last year. not been as good this year. He's been banged up, obviously, and now out for the year. But I like Cliff Kingsbury as a name. That's a name, too. And plus, you get the benefit of taking away a coach who's worked really well with Daniels, and maybe that will stunt that growth. Like, I don't know. I think that's a name to watch. But, yeah, Mike McCarthy's cool. I'm good with that. He's an offensive coach. Dak Prescott had great years under him, and they win games. He wins games. Can't argue that. If I was a team looking for that coach to take me to that Super Bowl level, I was already a playoff team, and I was looking for that next level, like the Mike Brown of the Knicks, like I probably wouldn't go Mike McCarthy. But a team with a young quarterback looking to just establish themselves as winners on any level, I think Mike McCarthy's a good name. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Be back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
For whatever reason, in the last year or so, there was a split where it was like, well, Joe Shane and Brian Dable are now on two different pages, and, Joe Shane seems to be more well-liked in the building than Brian Dable, and if someone gets fired, it's going to be Dable over Shane.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Experience the magic of the season in true Mercedes-Benz style during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Find the perfect Mercedes-Benz for yourself or someone special at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Catena of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey, 1 legendary name, renowned for unmatched customer service, Ray Catena. Celebrate the season with exclusive holiday offers at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Discover the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.